welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The rain tapped a gentle lullaby on the roof of the ancestral home, a soothing melody that filled the air as I sifted through the remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy, mingling with the familiar scent of aged wood and drifting dust particles, illuminated by the setting sun's soft glow seeping through the delicate cream curtains. Each item I uncovered seemed to whisper tales of bygone days, painting vivid memories in my mind. But it was when I unearthed the final box that I stumbled upon a weathered photo album, its dark leather cover bearing the marks of time, yet still exuding a tender touch. Placing it delicately on the antique oak table in the living room, I traced my fingers over the album's pages, releasing a faint scent of must and aged paper into the room. Black and white photographs captured moments of family history, weddings, birthdays, carefree summer days. Smiling faces of elder relatives stared back at me, their features mirroring those of later generations. The rustle of pages melded harmoniously with the steady drumming of rain against the window panes. Pausing at a specific photo taken in the garden, I spotted my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, surrounded by her siblings at a sunlit table. Yet a mysterious figure stood slightly apart, cloaked in a light-hued dress and a shadow-draped, wide-brimmed hat, an enigma among familiar faces. Intrigued, I lifted the photo from the album, revealing only a date inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script, summer 1956. No further clues were offered about the unknown presence. As I pondered the image, a chill breeze swept through the room, causing the curtains to dance in the dimming light of dusk. With a flicker, I ignited the vintage table lamp, casting a warm, gentle glow that enveloped the room in a soft embrace. Intently studying the photograph under the new illumination, I detected a disquieting anomaly. The shadow of the mysterious figure defied the natural light source, diverging from the family's shadows that stretched to the right. A shiver traced my spine as a long-forgotten conversation between my mother and aunt resurfaced in my memory, recounting the tale of a woman who had briefly graced the family circle before vanishing without a trace. The rain's rhythm heightened, weaving a hypnotic spell around me. Fixated on the photo, the figure seemed to sharpen while the rest of the scene blurred, as if she harbored a message waiting to be unveiled. Tilting the image, I discerned faint markings in the corner, barely visible words etched with a delicate touch. She always sees. Returning the photo to its place in the album, I found myself unable to close it, drawn back to the enigmatic image as if it held a hidden truth. How many untold stories lay within these walls, how many mysteries had been preserved in the stillness of time. The rain persisted in its gentle descent as night draped the house in a hushed tranquility. Settling into the armchair by the window, album resting on my lap, I drifted into contemplation. Who was she, this mysterious woman? What had she witnessed? And did her gaze still linger in the shadows? Leaving the album open on the table, I prepared for sleep, stealing one last glance from the doorway. In the flickering lamplight, a fleeting illusion played tricks on my eyes, suggesting the figure had shifted, as if turning to meet my gaze. Yet, it could have been a mere trick of light, a mystery destined to remain veiled within the aged pages of a family relic. Story 2. The weariness from a long day's toil clung to me as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like a gentle caress as I sank into my well-loved leather armchair. Resting on the gleaming wooden desk was my treasured old diary, an heirloom from my grandmother, its weathered leather cover and yellowed pages holding my deepest musings. As I reached out to peruse its contents, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The last page I had penned was no longer blank. A graceful script, markedly different from my own, adorned the page with words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared freshly laid, as though the writer had just set down the pen. Intrigued, I leaned in, my breath slowing to a gentle rhythm. The words painted a picture of an autumn evening, detailing the very room I found myself in at that moment. The soft patter of rain tapped against the window panes, weaving a hypnotic melody with the whisper of pages rustling in an unseen breeze. The light from the lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows across the walls. Mesmerized, I continued reading the enigmatic prose that seemed to mirror my every movement. Curiosity led him to turn the page, the text beckoned, and as I read those words, my fingers instinctively flipped to the next leaf. A thrill coursed through me as fresh words materialized before my eyes, as if an unseen hand inscribed them in real time. The ink flowed effortlessly, capturing my sensations with eerie precision. The warmth of the lamp on my skin, the deepening of my breath, even the subtle shiver down my spine. Though compelled to rise, my gaze remained fixed on the pages that filled with each passing moment. The sentences now described the titles of books on the shelves, volumes I had no memory of owning, yet found before me. The writing unfurled with a hypnotic cadence, akin to a silent clock marking time in the hushed room. Seating myself on the nearby couch, I watched as the diary lay open on the desk, its pages gently shifting. The rain's rhythm crescendoed, cocooning me in a barrier of sound that isolated me from the outside world. The room embraced a warmer, more inviting aura, as if the unfolding mystery had carved out a sanctuary from reality. Closing my eyes, I let the rain's lullaby carry me away. Upon opening them, the diary remained, but a subtle metamorphosis had taken place. The words now bore a more intimate, personal hue, delving into forgotten memories and untold moments from my past. With measured steps, I approached the desk once more, the conversation-like dialogue of the pages drawing me in. It felt as though the diary sought to communicate through my own recollections. The night progressed, unveiling a sense that this silent exchange held deeper revelations. Instead of fear, my heart brimmed with curiosity and tranquility, each word a step towards an elusive comprehension. At the stroke of midnight, I realized I had been ensnared for hours in this peculiar communion with the diary. The final words etched on the page were simple yet enigmatic. Some mysteries are understood without needing to unravel. Closing the diary gently, I savored the familiar touch of its leather cover. The rain persisted outside, now a harmonious accompaniment rather than mere background noise. Would the words linger on the pages come morning, or vanish like a dream upon waking? As I readied for bed, a final glance at the study revealed the diary resting serenely on the desk, unchanged. Yet within me, a shift had occurred. Not in the world outside, but in the depths of my being. It was as if those self-scripting pages had unlocked a gateway to a comprehension I could not yet grasp entirely. Night draped the study in its quiet shroud, the lamp's amber glow a silent sentinel to a mystery that may never find resolution. And perhaps as I closed the door, that was the essence. Some enigmas hold more value when they remain unsolved. Story 3. In the quiet hush of my personal library, the soft glow of my reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the rich mahogany shelves. Outside, rain tapped a gentle melody on the window panes, a familiar nightly companion lulling me into a peaceful state. Nestled in my cherished leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting fragrance of aged paper and polished wood that filled the room. Despite the soothing ambience, an inexplicable sense of change lingered in the air that evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that eluded immediate recognition. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized volumes lining the shelves, each one a piece of my carefully curated collection. The leather-bound tomes shimmered in the warm light, their golden titles gleaming intermittently. It was then that my eyes landed on it, a gap between two books where no gap should exist. The space was precisely the width of a single volume, as if a phantom hand had plucked it away with precision. Rising from my seat, the leather protested with a soft creak as I approached the enigmatic shelf. Tracing my finger along the eerily dust-free void, a chill tingled from the emptiness, sending a shiver down my spine. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, showcasing my treasured assortment of 19th century supernatural literature. However, the absence of a rare edition I had acquired not long ago was glaring. Perplexingly, I lived alone, and the library remained under lock and key, with the missing book distinctly remembered in its place during my morning inspection. Puzzlingly, the volumes flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by dust, while a fine film coated the adjacent books. Drawing closer, a faint, sweet aroma wafted from the vacant space, a blend of old parchment and elusive undertones that defied identification. Was it vanilla or the scent of aged leather, with a hint of something almost floral? Intrigued, I reached for a neighboring book, half expecting the elusive volume to have slipped from view, only to find the unyielding wooden back of the shelf. As I returned the book to its spot, a subtle motion caught my eye. Within the gap, a flicker of light danced, reminiscent of moonbeams on water, a perplexing sight given the wall's lack of windows. Intrigued, I extended my hand into the void, encountering an unexpected warmth that pulsed with a gentle vitality. The rain continued its rhythmic dance against the glass, now weaving a melodic tapestry that hinted at an otherworldly language beyond comprehension. Transfixed by the enigmatic emptiness, I found myself drawn to its depths, captivated by its silent allure. The lamplight seemed to bend, casting ethereal patterns that flickered at the periphery of my vision. Throughout the night, I found myself repeatedly drawn to the vacant space, each glance revealing subtle alterations. At times, it appeared to stretch beyond its physical confines, a gateway to unknown realms. Other moments, faint specks of light seemed to drift from between the books, dissolving upon closer inspection. Hours slipped by as I sat in contemplation, torn between reading and observing the mysterious void. The rain softened to a gentle murmur, the night embracing a profound stillness. Heavy lids drooping, I noticed the room's shadows shifting imperceptibly, flowing towards the empty space like liquid finding its level, a subtle phenomenon that blurred the line between reality and illusion. Upon deciding to retire for the night, I performed my habitual sweep of windows and doors. As I reached to extinguish the reading lamp, a pause seized me. Within the gap, a single page materialized, aged and luminescent in the dim light. The elegant script upon it eluded recognition, fading before my eyes like a vanishing dream, leaving behind only blank, whisper-thin parchment that dissolved into the night. The elusive volume remained lost to me, yet each night I find myself drawn back to that empty space. In moments of rainfall and lengthening shadows, I settle into my chair, fixating on the vacancy between the books. On rare, tranquil evenings, the phantom whisper of turning pages teases my ears, though the gap remains stubbornly empty. And at times, a faint trace of that peculiar sweet perfume drifts through the library, a reminder of the mysteries that linger in the spaces between certainty and imagination. The gap endures, defying all efforts to fill it with a replacement volume. Any book I place there invariably returns to my desk by morning, as if the void itself rejects all substitutes, longing for its rightful occupant. I've come to embrace this persistent enigma, a small oasis of uncertainty in my meticulously ordered library. Perhaps some books are destined to wander, carrying their tales to realms beyond our reach, leaving behind only questions and the faint scent of endless possibilities. Story 4. The rain gently fell that evening, casting a glistening sheen on the pavement, reflecting the soft glow of the street lamps. After a long day at work, I strolled homeward, inhaling the earthy scent of rain and listening to the rhythmic patter of drops on the rooftops. Amidst this tranquil scene, my gaze fell upon a small book with a mysterious dark cover, abandoned on the sidewalk. Untouched by the rain, it beckoned to me, as if waiting to be discovered. I stooped to retrieve it, feeling its smooth leather and noting the absence of any identifying marks. A black satin ribbon served as a bookmark, peeking out from weathered pages. Curiously heavy for its size, the book hinted at secrets beyond its facade. Sheltered beneath a nearby balcony, I opened it delicately, eyes tracing elegant, fresh black ink on yellowed paper. The date, 1887, conflicted with the present day. The first lines gripped me. I have unearthed the impossible. Shadows transcend their nature. Time wavers. I must chronicle before all is lost. A chill of intrigue, not fear, crept through me. I turned the page, drawn deeper into the enigmatic narrative. The author detailed uncanny occurrences, repeated moments, objects in motion overnight, mirrors reflecting delayed images. As I read, the rain assumed a melodic cadence, each drop a note in a harmonious symphony. The deserted street revealed hidden beauty, the play of light forming intricate patterns on wet ground. The diary mirrored this revelation, a world of concealed wonders only visible through heightened perception. The author's revelations intensified after discovering an antique brass key with cryptic markings. As I read of the key, my fingers brushed against a similar one in my pocket, its weight a palpable echo of the diary's mysteries. Examining the key under the street lamp's glow, I sensed a shift in reality. The following pages spoke of a door, not of wood and iron, but a metaphysical threshold visible in light's reflection. The key, it seemed, unlocked more than physical barriers, shaping reality itself. Glancing from the diary, I observed shadows twisting into arcane symbols under the streetlights, the rain's lullaby growing more hypnotic. The final entry forewarned, "If you read this, the diary seeks you." No coincidence at this realm. The key reveals truth, but beware, some doors stay open. Closing the diary, I felt the key's weight and the rain's serenade melding into a haunting melody. The streetlights painted ethereal figures on building walls, a shadow dance unfolding. With the diary clutched to my chest and the key pulsing in my pocket, I resumed my journey homeward. Reality blurred into a dreamscape, a liminal state betwixt wakefulness and slumber. How many before me had embarked on this cryptic journey? As I neared home, shadows coalesced into a phantom door on my building's wall. It had never been there, or had it, unseen until now? The key's weight intensified, guiding me to this enigmatic portal. Standing before the shadowy door as rain wove its nocturnal melody, I knew the diary had chosen me as its custodian. A new chapter awaited, bridging reality and reverie, a tale veiled in mystery, to be unraveled on another night, in another timeless moment. Story 5. The rain fell relentlessly, creating a mesmerizing beat that accompanied my journey home. Each droplet appeared to waltz on every surface, reflecting the warm amber glow of the streetlights that painted the wet road like delicate strokes on a dark canvas. The air held a chill, saturated with the distinct fragrance of damp earth seeping through the cracked window. I traversed the deserted parking lot, typically unremarkable, but on that particular evening, it exuded an enigmatic aura. Wisps of mist ascended from the ground, enveloping the parked cars in a gentle, silent hug. Pausing before entering my car, I gazed at the shimmering reflections of the streetlights on the puddles. In that moment, I sensed a presence, not menacing, yet unquestionably peculiar. A vague silhouette lingered a few yards away, barely discernible through the veil of mist. Though its features eluded me, there was an arresting stillness that captured my focus. I stood frozen, my breath barely escaping, as the figure slowly seemed to dissolve, melding into the surrounding moisture until it melded with the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I bore witness to something transcendent of explanation. Once inside my car, I ignited the engine and drove home leisurely. The sensation of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an inexplicable essence beyond comprehension, yet oddly familiar. The rain persisted, its melody enfolding me like an eternal lullaby. In the ensuing days, whenever the rain descended, I found myself scanning the night for shapes. Not out of dread, but in the yearning to rediscover that marvel, that serenity that felt as though it hailed from a distant epoch, a different realm. Even my abode, typically a haven of familiarity, now bore a subtle veil of enigma. Every creak of the wood, every gentle draft that stirred the curtains, seemed to murmur a hidden tale. One dusk, rain drumming against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp illuminated in the living room. The flickering light cast playful shadows on the walls, crafting a spectacle of shapes swaying to the wind's cadence. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea in hand, I observed those movements with a tranquil intrigue. It felt as if I awaited something, though I couldn't articulate what. Then a detail caught my eye. The antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie light, seemingly emanating from an unseen origin. Intrigued, I approached and locked eyes with my reflection. Yet, it wasn't solely my visage peering back at me. Behind me, faintly discernible, a figure seemed to materialize from the shadows, much like the one from the parking lot. No fear gripped me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting my notice. I turned slowly, but found naught but the rain's patter and the faint creak of the wood. Returning to my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the event. Perhaps a trick of light, a reflection birthed by the rain and the dancing shadows. Yet deep within, I sensed there was more. Not menacing, not ominous, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain cascades heavily and the night's hush envelops all, I find myself questing for traces of that presence. I decelerate when passing vacant parking lots, scrutinizing the spaces between the streetlights where the darkness seems to pulse. I haven't definitively glimpsed that figure again, but occasionally, under perfect conditions and profound silence, I feel a whisper of its presence. It isn't fear, but a peculiar kind of solace, as if that presence were a forgotten fragment of myself, or a memory unwilling to release its hold. And so, as the rain persists in its descent and the world dissolves into a fusion of sound and shadow, I allow myself to be carried by that sensation, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled, only experienced. Story 6. The autumn rain whispered softly as it descended from the heavens, draping a gauzy veil over the world. The hour was late, and my labor had stretched beyond its usual bounds. Each step I took upon the slick pavement melded seamlessly with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the roofs of parked automobiles. The atmosphere hung heavy with that unique fragrance born only of rain, a mingling of damp earth, decaying foliage, and an elusive freshness that forever accompanies a storm. Drawing near the bus stop, I spied a solitary figure. They sat motionless upon the bench beneath the transparent shelter, cloaked in darkness. Their attire, a somber coat and wide-brimmed hat, seemed to merge seamlessly with the night. What caught my eye immediately was the inexplicable dryness of their coat amidst the downpour. Halting a few paces away, I endeavored to maintain a discreet presence while fixating on this enigmatic detail. The dim glow of the street lamp cast eerie shadows upon the figure, momentarily blurring the contours of their form, as if viewed through frosted glass. In their vicinity, the rain's cadence seemed to hush, enveloping us in an unnatural cocoon of quiet. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes remaining until the arrival of my bus. With caution, I inched closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating rain. The figure remained still, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Seating myself at the opposite end of the bench, I aimed to maintain a respectful distance. It was then that I discerned another disquieting detail. Though we shared the shelter, raindrops near the figure diverted from their course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody shifted in their proximity, emitting a subtle hiss. Time crept by, agonizingly slow. Despite attempting to distract myself with my phone, the stranger's aura continued to ensnare my focus. Occasionally, from my periphery, I caught a faint movement of their head, as if beholding a sight unseen by mortal eyes. A gust of wind prompted the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the figure turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes ought to be, I glimpsed only two faint orbs of light, akin to the moon's reflection upon tranquil waters. My heart thrummed within my chest, a steady yet fierce rhythm. Though a part of me yearned to flee, an insatiable curiosity held me steadfast. The figure slowly realigned, and the tense instant ebbed like the tide. In the distance, the familiar rumble of the approaching bus fractured the silence. Its headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the rain-soaked road. As the vehicle halted before us with a sigh of brakes, I rose swiftly. Casting a final glance at the bench, I found it vacant. The stranger had vanished. No rustle of movement, no echo of footsteps. They simply were no more. With legs slightly unsteady, I embarked on the bus, selecting a seat near the driver. As the bus departed, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood empty, yet fleetingly, I fancied a dark figure dissolving into the rain, akin to smoke borne by the breeze. In the ensuing days, whenever I ventured to the bus stop at night, it bore an altered visage. The street lamps glowed dimmed, and the rain's song resonated with an otherworldly cadence, as if the very air retained the memory of that cryptic presence. The stranger never crossed my path again, yet on rainy evenings since that fateful night, I occasionally observe raindrops behaving strangely, deviating from their course without reason. Story 7. The autumn breeze whispered a lullaby as I journeyed down the rural lane, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The GPS had long ceased its guidance, but I harbored no concern. Familiar with these lands, or so I believed, I navigated the meandering dirt path flanked by barren vineyards. The cracked window ushered in a breath of fresh air, carrying the earthy fragrance of moist soil and fallen leaves. In that suspended moment, time itself slowed to a gentle crawl, inviting me to savor each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road did not align with my mental map of the area. Pausing briefly to reorient myself, the elongating shadows cast captivating silhouettes amidst the trees that bordered the road. The asphalt beneath my vehicle hummed smoothly, a stark contrast to the neglect often found on forgotten country roads. Not a single pothole or crack marred the flawless surface, vanishing into the encroaching evening mist. Dancing leaves floated lazily in the air, as if time itself swayed leisurely in this enchanting realm. Progressing at a leisurely pace, my curiosity heightened as I observed the evolving landscape. The trees flanking the path appeared ancient and gnarled, their canopies intertwining above like a natural archway filtering the fading twilight. Flickering lights in the distance resembled misplaced fireflies, darting gracefully among the trees, transient as fleeting memories. The palpable silence enveloped me, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Advancing further, subtle transformations in the road became apparent. The boundaries blurred, as if softened by an unseen hand. Shadows deepened, yet not menacingly so. Reality itself seemed to mellow, its edges blurring into obscurity. Abruptly, a sight caught my eye. An antiquated brass mailbox, so immaculate it gleamed as new. Devoid of any inscription, only an intricate compass rose engraving adorned its surface. Upon reaching out to touch it, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, a stark contrast to the cool evening air. The road continued its gentle meander, revealing increasingly peculiar details. Dimly glowing milestone stones lined the edge, emitting an ethereal light seemingly birthed from within. The sky above adopted an indescribable hue, a color unique to this forgotten expanse. Stars timidly emerged, yet even they appeared altered, as though gazing upon a sky from another era or world. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps a mere moment, I ascended what seemed to be the summit of a hill. The road unveiled a small circular clearing, paved with ancient stones, at its center an aged lamppost casting a warm, inviting glow. Halting the car, I stepped out into the uncannily still air, as if time itself held its breath. From this vantage point, the distant city lights twinkled, distant and detached, as if veiled from this ethereal reality. Surveying the panorama, I noted a transformation in the road behind me. No longer the modern asphalt I had traversed moments prior, but a path of ancient stones etched with the passage of countless travelers. Yet, I remained certain of the contemporary surface I had driven on mere moments before. Retrieving the road map from the glove compartment, I scrutinized it beneath the lamppost's gentle glow. As suspected, this road remained absent from the map, as though traversing a realm confined to dreams. As I folded the map, a gust of wind caused it to flutter in my grasp. For a fleeting moment, golden lines materialized on the paper, tracing a faintly glowing path before dissipating. Blinking in disbelief, the vision vanished. Remaining in this surreal enclave a while longer, I absorbed the tranquility it exuded. Upon deciding to depart, I noticed the lamppost had extinguished without a sound, the road ahead cloaked in darkness, yet an unspoken assurance guided me homeward. Driving towards the city, I stole glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost reignited, its luminance diminishing as I distanced myself. A gilded shimmer danced in the air, as if stardust had been scattered upon the road, uncharted on any map. In the days that ensued, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that enigmatic road. Hours spent scouring the countryside, tracing every fork and trail, proved futile. The solitary lamppost and its radiant stones seemed to have dissolved like a dream upon waking, leaving behind a faint golden trace on my aged map, revealed only when illuminated just so, a hidden secret awaiting its rediscovery. Story 8. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon. A gentle knock echoed through the house, barely audible, akin to a moth's delicate wings brushing against glass. Nestled on the couch, wrapped in a cozy blanket, I was lost in a book while the rain tapped softly on the window, creating a soothing lullaby. Rising leisurely, I assumed it was just the wind stirring something outside. Opening the door revealed emptiness. Only a square, brown package sat on the doorstep, devoid of labels or addresses. My name, elegantly scripted in ancient calligraphy, was the sole marking, as if penned with black ink from a bygone era. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, dry despite the rain's relentless descent. Curiosity piqued, I carried it inside. The silence now profound, broken solely by the tick-tock of the hallway clock and the rain's gentle patter. Seated once more, I scrutinized the package from all angles. No visible signs of opening, the edges pristine, as if folded by a master of origami. A faint fragrance wafted from within, a blend of old books, black tea, and sandalwood, familiar yet elusive. Cradling it in my lap, a subtle movement seemed to stir inside, ethereal and intangible. Not solid, yet not liquid, as if the air within danced, creating unseen currents. The dimming daylight cast elongated shadows across the room, the natural twilight embracing me. The package seemed to absorb the waning light uniquely, its surface playing with reflections in a mesmerizing dance. After contemplation, I sought a way to open it, tracing my fingers along its seams. Some spots emitted warmth, a mysterious pattern unfathomable to the senses. As I pondered, a distant memory surfaced, a similar package from my childhood bearing only a handwritten name. The rain intensified slightly, its rhythm aligning with the warmth patterns on the package. Was there a connection, or merely my mind weaving tales from happenstance? Lost in speculation, the room's temperature subtly shifted to a perfect equilibrium, neither hot nor cold. The familiar scent grew stronger, mingling with the rain's freshness seeping through the window. Astonishment struck as my touch left faint, luminous imprints on the cardboard, as if it responded to my warmth. The impressions twinkled briefly before vanishing, akin to shooting stars in the night sky. Time blurred as I observed this phenomenon, only realizing dusk had descended when I glanced up. Bathed in a bluish twilight, the package emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible glow, the sole source of light in the room. Choosing not to unveil its secrets that night, I gently rested it on the coffee table before illuminating the room with a lamp. In the artificial light, the package appeared ordinary once more, a simple cube with my name inscribed. In the days that followed, it remained on the table, occasionally revealing glimpses of that ethereal glow in the twilight, hinting at a silent dance within. The scent lingered, shifting subtly, forever familiar yet elusive. The mystery persisted. I never discovered the sender or the package's true contents. Perhaps its allure lay not in revelation, but in contemplation, a perfect enigma to be savored. Even now, as autumn rain whispers against my windows, thoughts drift to that enigmatic package and its quiet presence. I ponder if elsewhere, in another home, someone else gazes upon a similar parcel, their name inscribed in that elegant script, pondering whether to unravel its mysteries or let the dance of enigma remain undisturbed. Story 9. The night's hush was broken by a soft, distant melody that drifted through the stillness like a whispered secret. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a cozy woolen blanket draped over me, and a forgotten cup of chamomile tea resting on the nearby table, I glanced up from my book. The music, delicate and haunting, seemed to materialize out of thin air, carried on invisible currents. It was the gentle touch of a piano, its tune elusive yet oddly familiar, like a half-remembered dream. The room was cloaked in shadows, save for the warm glow of a solitary lamp casting a circle of light around me. Shadows waltzed across the walls, choreographed by the enigmatic melody. With a soft rustle, I rose from my seat, letting the blanket slip to the floor, and ventured towards the living room window. Beyond the glass, the night lay serene and quiet, the full moon bathing the garden in its ethereal glow, painting the trees in silver hues as they swayed in the gentle breeze. The neighboring houses stood shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the music persisted, filling the air from all directions, and none at once. I meandered through the house, each room a stage for the elusive melody that seemed to shift and change with my every step. In the kitchen, it beckoned from the living room. In the living room, it whispered from the staircase. On the staircase, it descended from the upper floor. It was a mesmerizing game of echoes and whispers that led me in a silent waltz through the familiar spaces of my home. Ascending to my bedroom upstairs, I noticed the door slightly ajar, a detail that contradicted my memory of leaving it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, casting intricate patterns on the floor. The music swelled, clearer and more defined, drawing me closer to its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with a keen eye. There, on my bedside table, my old music box, a relic from my grandmother, shimmered in the dim light. Untouched for years, I had deemed it broken. Yet now, in the quiet of night, its miniature ballerina twirled gracefully, her shadow dancing on the wall. The melody she spun was the very same that had lured me there, now amplified, as if the entire house had become a vessel for sound. Approaching cautiously, I felt my heart synchronize with the music's rhythm. The music box seemed to radiate a gentle warmth, its surface almost alive to the touch. The ballerina, once a simple porcelain figure, now bore the likeness of my grandmother, her features etched with familiarity, her smile a mirror of cherished memories. As our gazes met, the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby she had sung to me in childhood. Transfixed, I stood transfixed, enveloped in the melody's embrace. No fear lingered, only a profound sense of peace and longing. The notes swirled around me, caressing my soul with their tender embrace. As the music ebbed, like the tide receding from the shore, the music box closed with a soft click, leaving the house bathed in a new, profound silence. Descending to my armchair below, I retrieved the fallen blanket and wrapped myself in its familiar comfort. The book lay open, its pages forgotten, as my mind dwelled on the music box and the spectral visitation of my grandmother. How many melodies, I pondered, lay dormant within those silent gears, waiting for the right moment to unfurl. Since that night, during rare moments of quiet when the full moon bathes the garden in its silver light, a sweet, familiar melody drifts through the house. I no longer seek its origin, content to close my eyes and surrender to its haunting beauty, understanding that some mysteries need not be unraveled to be cherished. Story 10. I awaken, enveloped in a heavy embrace that feels like a leaden shroud. Soft light fills the room, casting a pearly glow from an unknown source. The walls shift in color each time I glance away, their hues indefinite and ever-changing. The ceiling stretches impossibly high, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. Nestled upon a bed that cradles me with almost excessive softness, silk sheets whisper against my skin in a hypnotic symphony. A sweet, elusive scent lingers in the air, its identity just out of reach. Perhaps lavender, perhaps vanilla, morphing with every attempt to grasp it. Time in this space ebbs and flows oddly, shadows dancing a slow, mesmerizing ballet upon the walls, as if choreographed by unseen hands. The silence is never complete, a faint background murmur akin to a deep sleeper's breath or the echo of my own heartbeat in the vast emptiness. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a carpet so plush it feels like strolling on clouds. Sparse furnishings populate the room, an antique dark wood desk, a plush burgundy velvet armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror remains misted over, as though steam-kissed, though no bathroom lies within view. Moving towards the desk, my eyes alight upon an array of items. A weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen dripping midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea wafting a gentle steam. The tea still steams, though I cannot recall preparing it. The diary's pages lie blank, yet beneath my touch, phantom words seem to whisper from the paper, etched in invisible ink. The armchair beckons, and I oblige, sinking into its warmth that lingers as if recently vacated. From this vantage point, a curious anomaly captures my gaze. The wall ahead appears to pulse faintly, akin to slumbering breath. Upon closer inspection, the wall stands solid and motionless, defying its earlier illusion. Seeking an exit, as I always do, my hands trace the walls, seeking out imperfections and cracks, fingers brushing against what might be a handle, only to have it dissipate like mist at dawn. The misted mirror draws my attention once more. Through its haze, my reflection appears subtly askew, movements lagging as if in hesitation. Occasionally, amidst the clearing fog, another visage seems to peer back at me, an uncanny presence beyond the glass. Time meanders on, light shifting in a rhythm divorced from day and night. Minutes spent perusing the diary morph into hours, shadows traversing the room as if time itself were fluid and capricious. Returning to the bed, I gaze at the infinite expanse of the ceiling above. The sheets envelop me, enfolding me in a tender embrace that feels almost sentient. The scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain. Eyes closing, the certainty settles that upon opening them, the cycle will begin anew. The room cradles me in this liminal space, where dreams and reality intermingle, and time folds upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty lingers as sleep beckons once more, a question lingering in the depths. Is there an escape, or have I unwittingly forsaken it? Perhaps the room has woven itself into my very being, or perhaps I have always been but a part of its tapestry, caught in an eternal waltz of waking and dreaming, where the lines between truth and fantasy blur like hues on a wet canvas. Story 11. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken solely by the gentle hum of the fridge and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Seated on my couch in the dim glow of 2 a.m., a time when the universe felt tailored just for me, I savored the tranquility. The soft light from my reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the room. It was within this serene interlude that I chanced upon something peculiar about the adjacent apartment. Though I had never taken notice before, it dawned on me that in half a year I hadn't witnessed a soul entering or exiting that door. No sounds emanated from within. No lights pierced the darkness. Yet on that particular night, a faint glow seeped from under the door, akin to the flicker of a candle. Intrigued, I rose from the couch, compelled by this unforeseen detail. Placing my cup on the table, I approached the dividing wall. Pressing my ear against its cold surface, I strained to catch any hint of sound. Silence reigned, but an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. Returning to my seat, I found myself increasingly fixated on the neighboring apartment in the days that followed. Previously overlooked details came to light. The absence of piled mail, the immaculate doorknob amidst the hallway's dust, and the occasional faint rustling in the quietude of night, akin to soft footsteps. Curiosity coiled within me like a creeping vine. I delved into the building's history, unearthing that the apartment had been leased for 2 decades, yet the residence remained a mystery. The elderly janitor with kind eyes disclosed receiving rent in anonymous envelopes left in his mailbox each month. One night, in a daze, I discerned the faint strains of a piano wafting through the wall. The notes, barely tangible, felt more like a distant memory than reality, a haunting melody steeped in sorrow and anticipation. Compelled, I pressed my ear to the wall once more. The music ceased abruptly, leaving only the frantic drumming of my heart in the void. The following day, I crossed paths with the woman from the upstairs abode. Inquiring about the nocturnal piano melody, she regarded me with an enigmatic gaze, almost pitying, and affirmed that no piano resided in that apartment. "How can you be so certain?" I pressed. She offered a gentle smile, revealing that her father, the building's architect, had designed that unit smaller. No space for a piano existed. Rather than satiating my inquisitiveness, this revelation stoked the flames further. I began to observe more peculiarities. The door never emitted warmth on chilly evenings when the building was heated, and the doormat remained dry while others soaked from rain. One dusk, returning home late, I found the apartment door ajar for the first time. My heart raced as I stood before the threshold, bathed in the same ethereal glow I had glimpsed months prior. Frozen in place, torn between unveiling the mystery and fearing the unknown, I eventually retreated. A sense within me whispered of enigmas best left unexplored, questions best left unanswered. I entered my abode, closing the door behind me. When I ventured out for work the next morning, the neighboring door stood closed, as ever. Since then, every late-night return home draws me to that door. Sometimes a distant melody lingers in the air. Other times, a flickering light dances. I have never ventured to uncover the secrets of that apartment anew. I've come to embrace the enigma, finding solace in the silent presence beyond the barrier. In a world fixated on explanations and classifications, is there not a comforting allure in knowing that some realms elude our comprehension? Story 12. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the worn surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk, painting delicate shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the rain tapping against the window. The evening was wrapped in a tranquil melody, a lullaby for the hours of stillness. Amidst the aged letters and faded postcards I sifted through, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by time's embrace. Its paper, crisp and unblemished, held a familiarity tinged with an air of mystery, like rediscovering a long-lost memory altered by the passage of time. Elegant cursive traced my name in deep blue ink, shimmering softly under the lamplight, devoid of any postal markings, save for one detail that stirred a whisper of unease within me. December 27th, 2025, a year from the present moment. Turning the envelope over, my fingers trembled ever so slightly. The unbroken seal, adorned with a mesmerizing pattern in dark red wax, seemed to shift and swirl under my gaze, elusive in its intricacy. A blend of scents wafted from the letter, the familiar aroma of old books and leather mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, like the charged air preceding a storm. Placing the letter on the desk, I watched as rain-dappled shadows pirouetted across its surface, accompanied by the resonant chimes of the grandfather clock marking the passing time. Between each toll, a soft rustle teased my senses, as if paper whispered secrets to paper, though the envelope remained motionless before me. Breaking the wax seal cautiously, I uncovered a single sheet of paper, neatly folded with precision. The same blue ink, now bearing my hurried handwriting, conveyed urgent words that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The scent of lavender and ozone intensified, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as they grazed the page. The letter's opening line spoke volumes in its simplicity. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. Each subsequent sentence wove a tapestry of decisions unmade, paths untraveled, and consequences yet unmet. The ink seemed to dance on the page, its intensity ebbing and flowing in tandem with the lamplight, creating a mesmerizing harmony with the rain's whispered cadence against the window. As I delved deeper into the letter, a future both inevitable and unfathomable unfolded before my eyes, narrated in a voice unmistakably mine, yet imbued with experiences I had yet to live. The final paragraph halted abruptly, leaving a sense of unfinished business hanging in the air. Below, a postscript in darker ink, slightly smudged, delivered an enigmatic message. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the grandfather clock, its hands inching towards midnight, I felt the weight of impending decisions pressing upon me. The rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a profound stillness, broken only by the steady ticking of seconds passing by. The letter, once substantial in my grasp, now seemed to transcend the physical realm, growing weightless and ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing. Rising from my seat, I approached the window, the moon's silver gaze illuminating the room with a mystical glow. With each passing moment, the words on the page began to fade, dissolving into nothingness like stars fading at daybreak. When the clock finally struck midnight, the paper lay blank in my hand, leaving behind only a ghostly trace of lavender and the echo of endless possibilities. Despite my fervent searches, the elusive envelope never resurfaced, lost to the whims of time and memory. Yet, on quiet nights veiled in rain and shadows, the scent of lavender and ozone would drift through the air, triggering a tingling sensation in my fingertips, a poignant reminder of that enigmatic letter. I often find myself pondering the choice alluded to in the letter, whether it was a decision already made or one that looms on the horizon, waiting to be embraced. Perhaps both realities coexist, intertwined like the threads of fate, suspended between the known and the unknown. The grandfather clock, a steadfast companion in the passage of time, continues its ceaseless march, each tick a gentle reminder of the unidirectional flow of existence, or so we believe. Yet on nights shrouded in rain and mystery, when shadows waltz across my desk, I find myself drawn to the door, anticipation tugging at my soul as I await the stroke of midnight. In those fleeting moments, I wonder if, in some distant future, I am penning a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and possibility, seeking to unravel the enigma of what was and what could be. Story 13. In the quiet hush of dawn, the mist clung to my ankles like a ghostly embrace as I wandered along the winding path that meandered through the tangled wilderness behind my grandmother's ancient home. The morning light struggled to pierce through the thick shadows that clung to this hidden garden, creating an atmosphere that defied the ordinary passage of time. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the sweet decay of fallen leaves, mingled with a mysterious undertone that whispered of secrets long forgotten. Just a fortnight ago, this enigmatic piece of land had come into my possession, a gift from a grandmother who had always held a special place in my heart. The house itself exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity, but it was the garden that beckoned to me with its silent allure. Nestled behind the grand Victorian structure, the garden was enclosed by weathered stone walls draped in creeping ivy, while ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches forming a protective canopy that veiled the space in perpetual twilight. For over 6 decades, this garden had been tended to by my grandmother, yet in all my childhood visits, I had never seen her set foot within its mysterious confines. When I once inquired about it, she had merely smiled and uttered cryptic words that had lingered in my memory. Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear. As a child, I had dismissed her words as whimsical ramblings, but now, as I wandered through the ethereal gloom of the garden, her enigmatic statement resonated with newfound significance. My footsteps echoed softly on the moist earth, the ground seemingly absorbing any sound, enveloping me in a cocoon of stillness. The flora here defied conventional norms, with pale roses blooming devoid of their usual colorful hues, their petals emitting a ghostly luminescence in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in mesmerizing patterns, their delicate fronds extending towards me like curious tendrils whenever I drew near. And then there were the mushrooms, arranged in perfect circles throughout the garden, their unusual blue-gray caps pulsating with a soft, otherworldly glow. As I delved deeper into this enigmatic sanctuary, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon unfolding before my eyes. Every plant, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away from me as I approached, only to slowly pivot and face me as I passed by. It was as though the very essence of the garden itself was observing me, a silent, sentient presence weaving its own enigmatic dance. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, dry and weathered, yet untouched by the passage of time, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and morph with each glance. The basin exuded a faint warmth as I traced my fingers along its weathered surface. A subtle vibration hummed through my touch, accompanied by a distant, haunting melody that teased the edges of my perception. Amidst this surreal landscape, ethereal butterflies flitted about, their iridescent wings shimmering like spun silver in the muted light. These ghostly creatures moved with a grace that transcended the natural world, leaving trails of shimmering dust that hung in the air, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. It was as though they were engaged in a silent dialogue, weaving a tapestry of secrets that eluded my understanding. As time seemed to lose its grip within the garden's timeless embrace, a chill crept into the air, prompting me to draw my sweater closer around me. I glanced at my watch, only to realize that its hands had ceased their eternal march, trapped in a moment that refused to yield to the passage of hours. The garden existed outside the realm of time, a realm where moments stretched like molten honey, languid and unhurried. In my grandmother's old diary, discovered amidst the remnants of her study, a single entry spoke of the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after we are gone. We do not own it. It owns us. While some gardens grow flowers, this one cultivates secrets. Standing amidst the enigmatic dance of spectral butterflies and swaying flora, I felt a profound realization settle within me. Observing the subtle anomalies that permeated the garden, the absence of birds in the sky, the shadows that moved of their own accord, the ephemeral blooms that appeared and vanished within moments, I grasped that this place operated by its own enigmatic laws, governed by a logic that transcended the natural order of the world. As the veil of dusk descended upon the garden, A sense of time's passage whispered through the stillness, guiding me back towards the comforting embrace of the house. The familiar path seemed subtly altered, new blooms unfurling where none had existed before, their petals guarding secrets yet untold. Before stepping beyond the garden's threshold, I cast a final glance back towards the fountain, where a spectral figure that bore a resemblance to my grandmother seemed to tend to the unearthly flora with a timeless grace. Yet with the blink of an eye, the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving behind only the pale blooms and the eternal twilight that murmured a silent refrain of "Welcome home." That fateful night, as I retired to my chamber, a solitary white butterfly alighted upon my windowsill, its fragile wings casting shadows that danced upon the walls like ethereal poetry. Drifting into slumber, I pondered upon the notion that the garden had selected me as it had chosen my grandmother many moons ago. In the realm of dreams, I heard the haunting melody of the fountain, comprehending why certain places shunned the touch of the sun, harboring a luminance born of secrets as ancient as the cosmos itself. Story 14. In the heart of my study, a venerable grandfather clock stood tall, its ticking a comforting presence that wove through the room like a lullaby. But on a particular morning, as I sifted through old documents at my desk, a subtle shift in the familiar rhythm caught my attention. The cadence that usually guided my morning routine now seemed to linger, each second stretching out as if reluctant to move on. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of my mind, a fleeting mystery that defied explanation. The sunlight filtered through heavy drapes, casting a warm, golden hue over the polished wooden floor, everything appearing as it should. My cup of tea exhaled wisps of steam beside my weathered journal, and outside, the autumn breeze whispered through the leaves. Yet as I reached for my pocket watch, a peculiar heaviness gripped my hand, as though submerged in water. The watch's hands quivered in place, caught between two marks, refusing to progress. I blinked, but the surreal sight held fast, unyielding. Rising from my chair, I noticed dust particles suspended in sunbeams, frozen in midair, the steam from my tea motionless, a delicate sculpture frozen in time. Even the curtains hung still, arrested mid-sway by an unseen force. The silence enveloped me, not as a weight, but as a soothing embrace. The usual sounds of the morning, birdsong, distant traffic, household hums had faded, leaving a serene quietude that felt almost sacred. Each step I took seemed to ripple through the air like pebbles dropped in a tranquil pond, creating unseen waves in the fabric of this suspended moment. Approaching the window, I beheld a tableau of frozen life. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched against the sky's canvas. Below in the garden, autumn leaves paused in their descent, a living tapestry frozen in time. A neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, tail curved in a perpetual arc. The stillness captivated me, replacing fear with fascination. I wandered through my home, observing overlooked details now illuminated in this timeless interlude. Water droplets hung in the air, clock hands halted, yet I felt no urgency to restore the flow of time. In the kitchen, my morning paper lay suspended, headlines of a world now distant and insignificant. What meaning did deadlines hold in a world where time itself had surrendered its grasp? Returning to my study, a shiver traced my spine as I noticed a peculiar anomaly. Amid the frozen tableau, my reflection in the antique mirror moved in sync with me, yet subtly different, as though from a parallel world where time wove a distinct tapestry. The mirror beckoned, its surface deeper than mere glass, a portal to unknown realms. My reflection's gaze held a secret wisdom, a smile playing on lips not my own. The mirror's warmth beneath my fingertips defied logic, a sensation beyond the mundane. Hours may have slipped by, or mere moments, time's passage indiscernible in this suspended reality. Once more at my desk, pen poised over blank pages, I pondered the ineffable nature of time. Subtle tremors ran through the dust motes, the tea steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated, then resumed its steady sway, time flowing once more like a liberated river. The bird completed its flight, the cat unfurled its tail, and the autumn leaves resumed their descent. Normalcy returned, yet everything felt subtly altered. The mystery of that morning lingers, a puzzle unsolved. The clock ticks faithfully, life unfolds predictably, yet sometimes in the mirror's reflection I glimpse that other self, suspended in a timeless world. I wonder if, in another realm, that version of me still savors each frozen moment, discovering beauty in the silence of eternity. Story 15. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a tranquil melody. My task was to sift through the years of memories stored in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both weight and a strange sense of calm. Each step on the weathered wooden stairs echoed with a comforting creak, releasing the faint fragrance of aged cedar and forgotten moments. As I climbed, the attic welcomed me with a gentle diffused light filtering through a small circular window. Dust motes danced lazily in the muted beam, casting ethereal patterns in the air around me. The space seemed alive with whispers of bygone eras, each box and trunk holding fragments of lives long past. Tracing my fingers along the weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's soothing rhythm provided a perfect backdrop to my journey through time. In the far corner, partially concealed behind a stack of worn leather photo albums, something peculiar caught my eye. A small music box, its surface dulled with age, sat atop a faded pink blanket. It wasn't the box's appearance that intrigued me, but rather the slow turning of its metal key, as if someone had just wound it moments before. The subtle movement, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's stillness. Approaching, I felt a shift in temperature, a slight coolness settling in the air. Adorning the music box's ornate lid were delicate carvings of woodland creatures, softened by years of touch. My grandmother had never spoken of this particular piece, which struck me as odd given her fondness for sharing stories about her cherished belongings. When I cautiously lifted the box, I was surprised to find it warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the attic's natural chill. The key continued its unhurried rotation, defying logic and reason. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged, the faint giggle of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting through the air like a forgotten memory. Not eerie, but imbued with a deep sense of solitude and longing that resonated within me. Beneath the music box lay a tiny porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted face bore a serene expression, one glass eye slightly askew, giving it an oddly knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once white, now bore the hue of aged ivory, its delicate lace trim akin to spider silk. What struck me most were the doll's tiny hands, outstretched as if yearning to be held. As I examined the doll, the rain's cadence seemed to shift, growing more deliberate, like footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust motes swirled in intricate patterns, briefly resembling small handprints before dissolving into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, though not unpleasantly, more akin to a gentle breeze on a summer night. Memories not my own began to surface in my mind, glimpses of a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes appeared like watercolor paintings, soft-edged and muted in color, yet carrying a profound sense of truth. I realized I was witnessing my grandmother as a child, though how I knew remained a mystery. The music box's key finally stilled, the ghostly giggle fading into silence. Holding both objects, I felt a compelling urge to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth below. Yet something held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze seemed to focus beyond me, fixed on something or someone unseen. Carefully, I returned both items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket precisely as I found it. A subtle shift in the air, a sigh of contentment, accompanied my actions. The rain resumed its gentle rhythm, the dust settling back into its lazy dance in the sunbeam. In that moment, I grasped a fundamental truth about this space. Some treasures are not meant to be forgotten, even when they seem abandoned. They inhabit a realm between memory and reality, past and present, playing with phantom children in the quiet hours when all eyes are closed. That night, as I readied to depart, a distant music box melody seemed to drift down from the attic, mingling with the sound of tiny feet dancing across ancient floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are best left unsolved, residing in the serene space between wakefulness and dreams, where the extraordinary becomes ordinary and memories waltz eternal in the dim light of aging attics. Perhaps this was why my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Some treasures are meant to be found rather than revealed, their magic unveiled only to those who chance upon them at the perfect moment, when the rain falls softly and the world hushes enough to hear the whispers of days gone by. Story 16. In the hushed embrace of the night, the rain whispered its secrets against the window of my bedroom, a soothing melody that danced on the edge of my dreams. Nestled in the soft embrace of my bed, I floated between consciousness and slumber, embraced by the gentle patter outside. But amidst the familiar symphony of raindrops, a new sound emerged, a subtle hum that wove its way into the night's serenade. Initially dismissing it as the distant rumble of a passing car, I soon realized that this persistent hum was different, closer. With each passing moment, it remained steadfast, a steady presence in the tranquil night. The clock on my nightstand painted the room in a soft crimson hue, signaling the impending arrival of midnight. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed and approached the window, drawn to the mystery that beckoned from beyond the rain-kissed glass. Across the street, a shadowy sedan sat parked, shrouded in darkness. Its headlights lay dormant, yet a faint azure glow emanated from within, casting ephemeral tendrils into the misty air. The world outside seemed suspended in a moment of eerie stillness, the car a silent sentinel amidst the nocturnal quiet. No movement stirred within the vehicle, no silhouette graced its rain-splattered windows. And yet the hum of the engine persisted, a peculiar presence that lingered in the air, both mundane and unsettling in the tranquility of the night. The raindrops, like liquid crystals, cascaded through the glow of the street lamp, painting ephemeral patterns on the sleek surface of the car. As I gazed out, a dreamlike lucidity enveloped me, guiding my attention to the minutiae of the scene before me. I observed the dance of water droplets on the car's exterior, the intertwining of exhaust fumes with the mist, creating ethereal shapes that waltzed and vanished in the night's embrace. Questions swirled in my mind like shadows, whispering of mysteries unsolved. Why would a car idle unattended at this late hour on this nondescript street? The engine's timbre shifted imperceptibly, sending a subtle vibration through the air, a silent echo that resonated within me. The windows of the car were veiled in a cloak of fog, concealing the secrets that lay within. Yet, a palpable sense of presence lingered behind the opaque glass, a silent watcher in the night. Contemplating whether to reach for my phone, a sense of unease crept over me, a whisper of apprehension that danced on the edges of reason. The rational explanations crumbled beneath the weight of the scene's enigma. Time unfurled like a ribbon, the rain's cadence a steady heartbeat, the car a silent enigma in the night's embrace. Details shifted subtly, the condensation patterns morphing, the exhaust clouds swirling in a silent ballet. And yet the car remained immutable, a frozen tableau brought to life by the rain's touch. As weariness draped over me like a veil, I reluctantly tore myself from the window's spell and made my way back to bed. But before succumbing to slumber's embrace, a primal instinct urged me to steal one final glance. The car persisted, a spectral guardian in the night, its engine's hum a haunting lullaby that echoed in the chamber of my mind. Was it a trick of the light, a fleeting shadow behind the fogged windows, or a silent sentinel watching from the shadows? Drifting into the realm of dreams, the engine's melody melded with the rain's symphony, a hypnotic serenade that lulled me into the realm of sleep. And as consciousness slipped away, I pondered the enigma of the foggy windows, the mysteries that lurked behind the veil of night. With the dawn's gentle arrival, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of the night's secrets. But there, imprinted in the glistening pavement, were the telltale tracks of the car's departure, a silent testament to its ephemeral visitation. Beside them, a pool of water glistened in the morning light, a shimmering remnant of the enigmatic presence that had graced the night. Though the car vanished into the folds of memory on quiet, rain-kissed nights, a phantom echo of its presence lingers in the air. And in those moments of nocturnal stillness, as the world holds its breath, I wonder how many others share in the silent vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to unveil the mysteries that dwell beyond the foggy panes of glass. Story 17. The night lay still, cocooned in a haze that turned the streetlights into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the shadows pirouette across the walls of my study, choreographed by the flickering candle flame on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded that familiar, lived-in aroma, while the quietude was gently punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. In a moment of quiet reflection, amidst the familiar interplay of shadows, I discerned an anomaly. Among the customary silhouettes dancing on the wall, one moved with a peculiar cadence of its own. While the others swayed in tandem with the flame's flicker, this singular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, as if exploring the wall's surface. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my weary mind, fatigued from weeks of late-night work, I closed the book in my lap and rose to investigate further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly receded into the room's corner. Drawing near, I scrutinized the plastered surface, observing the irregular textures that naturally birthed small shadows. Yet the shadow that captivated me stood apart, denser, more defined, as though crafted from a substance beyond mere absence of light. Reaching out to touch the wall where the shadow lingered, I felt a chill, icy compared to the wall's ambient warmth. In the days that followed, peculiar details unraveled before me. The shadow manifested at varied times, always in solitude, always when light waned enough to birth shadows, yet lingered sufficiently to sustain them. Encountering it in the hallway, then in the kitchen, its behavior remained curious, almost bashful. One evening, as I sat at my desk engrossed in writing, a presence brushed against me, a sensation not of eerie surveillance, but akin to the silent regard of a watching cat. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow cast upon my study's closed door. Uncharacteristically, it held its ground, studying me in turn. In that moment, a revelation dawned upon me. The shadow bore no source. Every shadow we know emanates from an object, a person, an animal. Yet this shadow existed autonomously, akin to a being in its own right. Initiating a silent dialogue, we communicated through gestures and movements. It replied with a dance upon the wall, shaping forms that almost resembled letters, though fleeting in clarity. At times, a message seemed within reach, while others dissolved into cryptic swirls. With time, its presence became a soothing, familiar presence. During restless nights, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive sway among the ordinary shadows. It became a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. Despite exhaustive research, consultations with experts, and delving into ancient tomes, its enigmatic nature eluded comprehension. Now, seated in my armchair penning these lines, I spy the shadow's gentle movements in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into my daily existence, a conundrum embraced without full elucidation. I ponder if it too questions my essence, pondering me as enigmatically as I ponder it. As the candle wanes on the side table, I know the shadow will soon meld into the encompassing darkness, awaiting rebirth with the advent of new light. And I shall remain here, awaiting its return, engaged in this silent discourse between man and bodiless shadow. Story 18. The gentle rhythm of raindrops tapping against my window had become a soothing companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet followed a shimmering path down the glass, painting a shifting canvas of liquid light. In the cozy glow of my desk lamp, an amber halo enveloped me, while the rest of the room embraced the comforting embrace of shadows. I found myself entranced by the raindrops, tracing patterns in their wandering trails. Sometimes, lost in thought, I fancied tales hidden within their crystal-clear paths. But tonight, a sense of intrigue hung in the air. The water seemed to flow in mysterious patterns, guided by an unseen force. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary eyes. The soft lullaby of rain almost lulled me into that dreamy state between consciousness and slumber. Yet as I continued to watch, the peculiar patterns grew more defined. Droplets avoided certain spots on the glass, forming dry patches that slowly outlined a figure. Intrigued, I leaned closer to the window. The reflection revealed not just the rain outside, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. In the dual mirror of glass and water, I noticed an oddity in my own reflection. It seemed slightly delayed, mimicking my movements with a subtle lag. The rain's gentle murmur intensified, filling my senses with its soothing melody. I remained transfixed as my reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, mirroring a gesture I had not made. The motion was fluid, graceful, as if following a dance I had not learned. A warm sensation spread across my skin, contrasting the coolness of the night air by the window. The features of my reflection began to shift, evolving into something both familiar and enigmatic. The eyes that met mine held a wisdom beyond my years, a depth of knowledge spanning epochs. Motionless, I observed as my reflection continued its subtle transformation. The face blurred the lines of gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain wove intricate patterns around this enigmatic figure, defying gravity in perfect circles. A flicker of my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room. In that fleeting darkness, a presence brushed against me, gentle as a whisper. When the light steadied, my reflection reverted to its usual mimicry of my actions. Yet, the rain persisted in those mesmerizing circles, a testament to the extraordinary visitor that had graced my window. Hours slipped by as I sat by the window, contemplating the ethereal encounter. The lingering presence felt like a cherished memory, neither alarming nor intrusive. As dawn approached, the rain dwindled, leaving behind streaks of ordinary water on the window pane. Now, on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, pen and paper forgotten on my desk. In moments when the rainfall forms a perfect mirror, I catch glimpses of that alternate self peering back at me through the glass. A silent understanding passes between us, acknowledging that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled. The rain continues its gentle descent, each drop carrying the promise of another encounter. And in those fleeting instances of observation and being observed, I ponder if in some distant realm, another version of myself sits by a window, yearning to glimpse my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 19. The gentle flicker of candlelight painted shadows on the walls of my bedroom, setting the stage for another tranquil night in solitude. Raindrops tapped softly against the window, creating a melodic lullaby that synced harmoniously with my breaths. Nestled among the embrace of aged wooden furniture and the familiar fragrance of leather-bound books, I found solace in the quietude. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air, stirring a sense of intrigue within me. Seated at my vintage writing desk, my focus was abruptly captured by a mysterious sound, a faint scratching that seemed to emanate from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the commonplace settling of an ancient abode, I couldn't ignore the peculiar rhythm underlying the noise. It was as if someone or something was purposefully etching marks into the wall's surface. Leaning closer, I discerned a distinct pattern in the scratching, almost as if it were crafting a message meant only for me. Intrigued, I traced the weathered wallpaper with my fingertips, searching for any irregularities. A subtle warmth beneath my touch guided me to a hidden anomaly. With cautious precision, I peeled back a small section of the aged paper, revealing a startling revelation. Etched into the plaster lay a series of enigmatic symbols, meticulously carved with an air of deliberate intent. These markings weren't haphazard scratches, but rather a sequence of intricate designs, some resembling ancient glyphs, while others bore resemblance to mathematical equations. In the wavering glow of the candlelight, I retrieved my notebook and began transcribing the cryptic symbols. Each stroke seemed to weave a tale, a pattern emerging, 12 symbols repeating in complex arrangements, akin to a cryptic code awaiting decryption. The more I delved into their intricacies, the more a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if these symbols had once visited me in a dream long forgotten. Time ebbed away as I deciphered the symbols, the rain outside whispering a gentle sonnet of mystery. The engravings seemed to morph under the dancing flame's light, shifting in meaning with each passing moment. At times they resembled ancient texts, at others celestial maps charting unknown constellations. The house murmured softly around me, the candle flame swaying in response to unseen whispers in the air. Venturing further along the wall, I uncovered additional sections where the wallpaper felt subtly different. Peeling back more layers revealed a web of symbols expanding outward like ripples in a pond, beckoning me to uncover their enigma. Tracing each mark, I could swear they radiated a faint warmth, a pulse of hidden energy beneath their surface. The rain intensified outside, its rhythm harmonizing with the intricate patterns on the wall. A realization dawned upon me. These symbols were not mere static drawings. They throbbed with a subtle luminescence, hinting at a hidden truth beyond my grasp. As the midnight hour drew near, a sense of anticipation thickened the air. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a soft hum resonating from the wall, a distant melody echoing through the chamber. Hours slipped away as I meticulously transcribed the symbols, filling page after page with their mesmerizing patterns. Each time I thought I had captured them all, new symbols materialized, as if the wall itself was unfurling its secrets in a silent waltz of revelation. Exhaustion eventually claimed me, prompting a reluctant retreat to bed. Drifting into slumber with the rain's serenade as my lullaby, faint whispers seemed to caress my dreams, sharing ancient secrets like old confidants reunited. With the morning light casting a new spell upon the room, the symbols appeared more subdued, patient in their silent vigil. Running my fingers over them one last time, I grasped a profound truth. Some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather savored in their enigmatic allure. To this day, on quiet rainy evenings, the familiar scratching sound sometimes finds its way back to my ears. The message within the wall remains a riddle unsolved, a reminder that certain enigmas are best left untouched. The symbols lie concealed behind a painting, a silent testament to the notion that within the most ordinary of confines, extraordinary secrets may slumber, awaiting the right moment to stir awake. Story 20. The gentle pitter-patter of raindrops on the roof orchestrated a soothing symphony as I readied myself for another solitary evening in my quaint country abode. The droplets traced intricate paths down the window glass, forming mesmerizing patterns that swayed in the soft glow of flickering candlelight I had kindled to push back the encroaching darkness. Outside, the breeze whispered through the branches of the garden trees, their rustling leaves weaving a natural lullaby. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I absent-mindedly observed wisps of vapor spiraling gracefully into the air. The house reverberated with its usual chorus of familiar sounds, the subtle groan of shifting wood, the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the foyer, the gentle whistle of wind sneaking through unseen crevices. All appeared ordinary, yet an intangible unease began to stir in the tranquility of the evening. It was as I savored my tea that I first detected a peculiar anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, glimpsed through the reflection in the hallway mirror, glowed with an ethereal light, as though a candle had been kindled within. Yet I knew with unwavering certainty that no source of illumination resided in that room. Setting down my cup on the small table beside my chair, I rose languidly and made my way towards the stairs. Each wooden step groaned beneath my weight, a sound ingrained in my memory after years spent within these walls. However, on this particular night, each creak seemed to carry a different resonance, as if the house itself sought to convey a message. The air grew chillier as I ascended, a faint dampness clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I paused before pushing it ajar. The brass handle felt unusually frigid to the touch, nearly icy. With a slight squeak, the door yielded, revealing the room cloaked in shadows. The window, the very one that had captivated me in the mirror's reflection, remained tightly shut. Yet to my astonishment, the lock began to shift of its own accord, gliding slowly as if guided by unseen hands. Without any visible force, the window commenced its gradual ascent, inch by inch, the intrusion of the wind insufficient to account for its movement. A sweet, ancient fragrance permeated the room, redolent of dried flowers and aged timber, carried on the breeze that now infiltrated the space. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops pirouette into the room, forming delicate pools on the wooden sill. It was then that I beheld something truly extraordinary. The droplets did not merely fall in a straight descent, but instead danced in the air, crafting intricate circular patterns before alighting upon the floor with gentle grace. Amidst this inexplicable display, a movement seized my attention. Upon the glass of the window, words materialized as if an unseen hand traced them upon the misted surface. The script unfurled gradually, though too blurred to decipher clearly. Drawing nearer, my heart thrumming in a steady, intense rhythm, I watched as the curtains stirred softly, bereft of any actual draft, their undulations reminiscent of the slow, rhythmic breaths of a slumbering figure. Moonlight, filtered through heavy clouds pregnant with rain, cast dancing shadows upon the walls, shadows that seemed to narrate silent tales of ages past. Extending a hand towards the window, I felt the chill breeze from outside caress my fingertips. Just as I neared the glass, on the verge of contact, the window glided shut with a gentle finality, mirroring its earlier unhurried opening. The latch clicked softly into place, and the ancient fragrance that had pervaded the room began to dissipate into the ether. I remained rooted in place for several moments, attuned to the unceasing melody of rain outside. The room had reverted to its former appearance, yet an indefinable shift had occurred. It was as though the house had sought to unveil a fragment of another realm, a realm existing parallel to our own, visible solely in those rare moments when the boundary between reality and enigma grows as tenuous as a whisper-thin veil. Since that fateful night, whenever rain descends, I ensconce myself in my armchair, fixated on the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains motionless, while on other occasions, it begins its slow, silent ascent, a ritual that has woven itself seamlessly into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon eludes me still, yet I have learned to embrace it as a fragment of the enigma that binds me to this abode, a secret shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. And on the stillest of nights, when the wind murmurs through the trees and the rain falls in a gentle cadence, I almost sense the presence of a familiar guardian, an unseen watcher who has chosen to coexist within this space, manifesting through a window that opens of its own accord. Story 21. The hush of that autumn night had a weight all its own. With each step down the gravel driveway toward the ancestral home, the echo of my footfalls seemed to reverberate through the encompassing darkness. Dry leaves swirled lazily around my feet, carried by a gentle breeze whispering through the ancient tree's branches. The house, deserted for months since Aunt Mary's departure, awaited my inspection. The antique key's metallic click in the lock resonated through the vacant porch. A scent lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a mysterious essence that evoked memories of childhood afternoons spent within those walls. Crossing the threshold, I observed the twilight seeping through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. Inside, the silence deepened, punctuated only by the steady ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, beneath that stillness, an eerie undertone lingered, hinting at an unseen presence. As I ambled down the main corridor, the familiar creak of the hardwood floor echoed with each step. Family portraits, longtime fixtures on the walls, now seemed to regard me with a newfound intensity. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly altered, imbued with a cryptic allure. It was then, amidst the quiet, that I detected it, the faintest of sounds, initially dismissed as a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, akin to a lullaby drifting from a far-off chamber. The melody, though recognizable, eluded my attempts to place it. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal tune, its origin seemingly perched on the upper floor. Ascending the stairs, each creak narrated a tale of its own. The melody grew clearer yet retained an intangible quality, akin to a fleeting dream upon waking. Reaching the landing, I pinpointed the source, the old playroom, a repository of countless childhood memories and rainy day escapades with my cousins. Ajar, the door allowed a sliver of moonlight to filter into the room. Pushing it open, I beheld a scene frozen in time. The rocking horse, the bookshelf laden with tales of yore, and an unfamiliar addition, a music box resting on the windowsill. Approaching with caution, I inspected the tarnished brass music box adorned with delicate floral engravings. Though silent, the melody lingered in the air, as if the very walls sang its haunting refrain. A peculiar sight greeted me when I glimpsed the window's reflection. A motionless dancer atop the music box appeared to twirl in an otherworldly ballet. With a blink, the illusion vanished. Recognition dawned as the lullaby's origins crystallized in my mind. It was my grandmother's cherished bedtime melody, yet she had long departed before this room bore its current guise. Taking the music box in hand, I felt a strange warmth emanate from its surface. Beneath, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. Gradually, the melody faded into the house's pervasive silence, melding seamlessly with its essence. Seated upon the old toy chest, the music box cradled in my palms, I watched as the moon cast shifting shadows upon the floor, a silent witness to the passage of time. Since that fateful night, the music box accompanies me on each visit to the house. Though its melody remains unheard, on tranquil evenings, a distant echo of the lullaby seems to stir in the air, as if the house retains the echoes of melodies long sung within its walls. Perhaps, I ponder as I close the door behind me, certain places harbor the echoes of love and care, resonating softly across time like an everlasting refrain, a gentle reminder that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 22. The night unveiled its secrets to me during that tranquil autumn evening. I sat in my cozy study, engrossed in the words of an ancient tome, when a peculiar dimming of the natural light caught my attention. Peering up, I beheld a sight beyond belief. The sky above my dwelling was slowly cloaked in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the warm embrace of the fading sunset. A subtle yet undeniable contrast painted the heavens, as if an unseen veil had chosen to linger solely over my roof. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, while a gentle breeze caused the delicate lace curtains to flutter in a mesmerizing dance. Their soft rustling birthed a hypnotic melody that intertwined with the enigmatic spectacle unfolding before me. In the ensuing days, the phenomenon repeated its beguiling display. Each evening, as the sun descended towards the horizon, that specific patch of sky above my abode would deepen in shades unlike the rest of the celestial canvas. It was as though a swath of gray and midnight blue had been artfully brushed onto the firmament, creating a surreal juxtaposition with the surrounding azure expanse. Seated in my vintage velvet armchair by the window, I found myself lost in contemplation of this nightly marvel. The aged wooden floor murmured faintly as I shifted to track the progression of this celestial anomaly. The room's atmosphere grew cooler, a delicate film of condensation painting abstract patterns on the window panes, their dance echoing the play of shadows. One day, amidst my reverie, a new revelation presented itself. Amidst that darkened portion of sky, tiny pinpricks of light flickered into existence and faded away, akin to stars performing a private ballet. Their erratic movements held a hypnotic allure, almost musical in their rhythm. The house's silence seemed to amplify their presence, while the pendulum clock's steady tick provided a backdrop that harmonized with their celestial waltz. As the weeks unfolded, I noticed subtle shifts in the house's objects in response to this phenomenon. The antique mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light, and shadows elongated in peculiar configurations reminiscent of ancient symbols. The windowsill plants flourished during these moments of selective obscurity, as if drawing sustenance from the twilight. One evening, while seated in my study, a gentle caress brushed my shoulder, as if borne on the wind's whispers. I turned, but of course found no one there. The fragrance of aged tomes and weathered wood enveloped the room, intensifying until time itself seemed to pause. The distant tick-tock of the clock continued, its sound distant and ethereal. I began documenting these occurrences in a journal, detailing every nuanced shift in the darkness's intensity and the accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with intricate descriptions of light's transformations, shadows' dance, and the subtle vibration that seemed to hum through the air. My script grew more elegant and fluid during these episodes, as if guided by an unseen hand of mysterious grace. On the stillest nights, a melody seemed to emanate from that darkened portion of the sky. It defied verbal description, more a sensation that resonated deep within. It was as though that darkness held an ancient symphony, a cosmic lullaby privy only to my dwelling. With time, I embraced this mystery rather than shunning it. My home had become a conduit between the mundane world and something grander, more profound. While the world continued in its daily rhythm, I found myself ensconced in the tender embrace of these shadows, in a ballet of light and darkness that unfolded solely for me. Night after night, I gazed upon the sky darkening solely above my home, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled, but simply experienced. My dwelling had transformed into a sanctuary of marvel, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual waltz of light and shadow, of known and unknown, of reality and reverie. Story 23. The autumn breeze carried hushed secrets down the deserted avenues as I journeyed homeward from the daily grind. Street lamps painted golden patches on the damp asphalt, their luminance dancing across the scattered puddles like shimmering treasures. The night possessed a peculiar essence, where sounds lingered longer, footsteps reverberating in an ethereal cadence, and the whisper of fallen leaves composed a melody that hung in the stillness. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first glimpsed him, standing immobile at the bend where Main Street skirts past the ancient book emporium, cloaked in layers of worn attire. It wasn't his stillness or weathered garb that captured my attention. It was the way the passers-by gracefully veered around him, forming a seamless ring of vacant space, as if guided by an unseen hand. My usual path led me directly by his side, and as I drew near, I found myself ensnared in that same orbital dance, my steps tracing a wider arc without conscious volition. It was then that he turned to meet my gaze, and I beheld his eyes, not the expected shades of brown or blue, but pools of utter blackness, gleaming like polished onyx under the lamplight. They seemed to swallow the amber glow rather than reflect it back. Each evening thereafter he stood there, unwavering, always in the same place, always in perfect repose. Occasionally I would veer off course, meandering blocks out of my way to avoid that fateful corner. Yet even then I sensed those obsidian eyes trailing me, a silent presence even when I was distant. What struck me as odd was his lack of solicitation for alms or sustenance. He never proffered a cup or reached out a hand. He simply observed, his ebony gaze fixed on each passerby with a gaze that was both tender and disquieting. On nights of profound quiet, when the wind stilled and the traffic ebbed, I fancied I could discern a faint hum emanating from him. The melody was unlike any earthly tune, a lullaby that resonated with the marrow of my bones. It evoked visions of distant constellations and primordial songs, of melodies that predated the advent of humankind. Then one rainy eve, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing myself for another encounter, I noticed a subtle change. His hand was raised, not in plea or salutation, but pointing skyward into the veiled heavens. Without hesitation, I halted and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt laden with significance, each one bearing a weight beyond mere water. When I lowered my gaze, his eyes met mine, and for the first time I witnessed his lips move. His words were gentle, barely audible over the rain's patter, yet they bypassed my ears, materializing directly in my consciousness. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement that was also a query. His voice carried the same ancient, ethereal quality as his humming, a comforting enigma from a realm beyond. That night, my dreams wove tapestries of obsidian eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels standing vigil on myriad corners throughout time. I dreamt of melodies that shaped existence and rain that bore messages from celestial realms. Upon awakening, my window was etched with delicate frost patterns, a frost that defied the autumnal warmth. The following eve, he was absent from his corner, nor did he return the next day or the day after. His vacant space held a weighty significance, even in its emptiness. At times, on quiet nights when the street lamps flickered just so, I caught glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles pooling at that corner. His black eyes still observed, now seeming to peer outward from beneath the water's surface. Other pedestrians continued to skirt that spot, unconsciously avoiding it, though unaware of the why. Occasionally, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I paused to gaze skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages whispered by the rain. I never encountered another beggar with eyes of black, yet I now comprehend that he was more than a seeker of alms. He embodied something else, a presence that selected that corner to watch, to wait, and perchance to remind us that certain mysteries are destined to elude our grasp. I persist in traversing past that corner each night on my way home. Sometimes I pause, attuning my senses to that ageless lullaby. And at times when the lamplight plays upon the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes mirrored back at me from every reflection. Strangely, it brings solace, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to keep watch over our tranquil streets as the world eases into night's embrace. Story 24. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying the fragrant essence of blossoming nocturnal flowers from the garden. Nestled in my treasured armchair, I found myself entranced by the intricate shadows that waltzed across the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering flame of a solitary candle. Beside me, on the petite table, rested my beloved old Polaroid camera, a precious heirloom bestowed upon me by my grandmother. Though it had been a while since I last held it, A mysterious urge nudged me to grasp it that very evening. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I examined it in the soft, dim glow. My fingers instinctively found their way to the shutter button, a motion ingrained in muscle memory from countless moments captured in the past. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens toward the shadowed recesses of the room and clicked. The sudden flash illuminated the space fleetingly, followed by the familiar mechanical hum as the photo slowly materialized. Patiently, I awaited the image to unveil itself, witnessing hues materialize on the blank canvas. And then, a peculiar revelation seized my attention. In the corner of the photograph, a vague figure materialized, its form indefinite yet ethereal, akin to wisps of smoke assuming a faintly human shape. Instinctively, my gaze darted towards the corner I had captured, only to find emptiness. Intrigued, I aimed for another shot in the same direction. This time, the developed image portrayed a distinctly altered scene. The figure appeared more defined, drawing closer to the lens. Though the visage remained blurred and enigmatic, the outline of a face began to emerge. A subtle chill coursed through me, not born of fear, but of a reverential intrigue. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to snap photos, each frame unveiling the figure drawing nearer, gradually sharpening its features. It was as if the entity utilized the photographs as a conduit to materialize itself, with each click granting it more substance in our realm. The once nebulous contours began to solidify, unveiling what seemed to be a vintage attire, reminiscent of a bygone era. The room plunged into a profound silence, the air heavy with an unseen presence that I could sense but not see. The atmosphere thickened, the candle's flame flickering in the absence of a breeze. I persisted in capturing the unfolding spectacle, each shot taken with a deliberate slowness, relishing the peculiar communion transpiring. In the final photo of that mystical evening, the figure loomed so close it almost consumed the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's countenance. Her eyes appeared to meet mine through the glossy veil of the Polaroid. A haunting familiarity enveloped that visage, evoking dormant memories from my youth. It was only as I rose to retrieve an aged photo album that I noticed a slight tremor in my hands. Leafing through the yellowed pages, I unearthed the sought-after image, a vintage photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored, identical to the one immortalized in the last snapshot. Carefully arranging the photos taken that night on the diminutive table, I arranged them in a chronological tapestry. As I beheld them collectively, they weaved a silent narrative bridging two realms, woven through the lens of an antiquated camera. I refrained from replicating the enigmatic experiment, returning the Polaroid to its perch on the shelf. Even now, on evenings steeped in tranquil stillness, when the light casts a golden hue akin to sunset, I recline in my armchair and gaze upon those photographs. At times it appears as though the smile in the photo subtly shifts, as if my grandmother endeavors to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between recollection and reality thins, akin to the delicate veil of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 25. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of royal purple, as a gentle rain tapped against the windows in a mesmerizing melody. Inherited from my grandmother, my old vanity mirror held dancing shadows cast by the flickering candle I lit to fend off encroaching darkness. The mingling scents of wax and burning firewood from downstairs enveloped the room in a warm, comforting embrace. It was amidst this tranquil moment of reflection that I caught sight of something out of the ordinary. While attending to my hair before the mirror, a fleeting impression of a tall, slender figure moving behind me caught my eye, like a spectral presence gliding through the air. I turned swiftly, but the space behind me remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I reassured myself that it was merely a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a freshly polished wooden table, the window glass at dusk, or even the small rearview mirror in my car, all seemed to capture fleeting glimpses of that enigmatic presence. It was as if a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with gentle curiosity. Devoid of distinct features, the figure exuded a soft, silvery luminescence, as if fashioned from mist. At times, a faint smile seemed to play upon its form, while other moments hinted at subtle gestures, as if seeking to convey a message. Rather than fear, I felt a peculiar sense of recognition, as though this presence had always been intertwined with my life, only now coming into focus. One serene evening, engrossed in a book in my beloved armchair, I noticed that the figure reflected in the window appeared clearer than before. Instead of vanishing upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, defying its usual ephemeral nature. Amidst the room's hush, a faint rustle, akin to silk stirred by an unseen breeze, reached my ears, though the air hung still. Standing up slowly, I approached the window, and to my amazement, the figure mirrored my movement from the other side of the glass. Details emerged. Its attire flowed gracefully, and its movements possessed ethereal elegance, as if dancing on air. Extending a hand towards me, I found myself mirroring the gesture almost instinctively. In that moment, a profound realization dawned. With each appearance of the figure, a profound tranquility enveloped the room. Noises softened, colors muted, and time itself seemed to slow to a gentle rhythm. It was as though this presence carried with it a fragment of a more serene realm, where the boundary between wakefulness and slumber blurred. Seeking out reflections became a deliberate pursuit, no longer driven by trepidation or inquisitiveness, but a quest to rediscover the serenity bestowed by the figure. I noted its penchant for appearing in moments of calm, when my mind was free from the burdens of worry and restlessness. It seemed attuned to my need for solace, arriving precisely when its comforting presence was required. As days turned to weeks, the figure within Reflections became a silent companion in my daily existence. I refrained from unraveling its true essence or the purpose behind its visits, recognizing that certain enigmas are best left unsolved. For sometimes, the enigma itself holds greater value than any answer provided. Even now, as the sun sets and shadows lengthen across the walls, I pause to observe the reflections surrounding me. In those tranquil interludes, when the world seems to hold its breath, I catch a glimpse. A radiant figure dancing amidst the mirrored surfaces, carrying within it a profound peace, and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not deciphered. Story 26. On that particular night, the snow descended gently from the sky, draping everything in its path with a soft, glittering veil. The streetlights cast a subtle glow, illuminating the world outside as I, the lone night watchman, strolled through the quiet corridors of the ancient museum. Each step I took echoed through the halls, the old wooden floors singing a familiar tune, harmonizing with the low hum of the heating system. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I watched in awe as the snowflakes pirouetted in the air before gracefully alighting on the ground below. Amid this natural ballet, a peculiar sight in the museum's inner courtyard captured my attention. A figure moved among the skeletal trees, yet what intrigued me wasn't their presence, but the absence of any trace left on the fresh snow in their wake. Instinctively, I made my way to the control room, where an array of monitors bathed the room in a bluish light. I scrutinized each screen, searching for the mysterious figure I had glimpsed outside. And there, on one of the displays showing the inner courtyard, I spotted a blurry image, as if some unseen force distorted the recording. Resolving to investigate firsthand, I descended the stairs to the ground floor, the silence of the museum enveloping me like a thick blanket. The hush was palpable, charged with an eerie energy that presaged the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, the snow continued its silent descent, a veil of white obscuring the world beyond. And there he was again, a man, or a semblance of one, clad in darkness that melded seamlessly with the shadows. His movements possessed an otherworldly grace, gliding noiselessly over the snowy expanse. With trembling hands, I retrieved my flashlight, its beam passing through him as though he were a specter, casting peculiar reflections on the snow around him. As the figure turned towards me, his featureless face and nebulous form sent a shiver down my spine. Struggling between professional duty and primal fear, I approached the glass door to the courtyard. The cold glass beneath my touch grounded me in reality, dispelling any notion of a hallucination born from solitude. Moving closer, the figure defied the laws of nature, leaving no imprint on the virgin snow. With each step, the air grew colder, my breath materializing in wisps before me. A frost crept along the door's surface, a tangible reminder of the chilling presence that stood before me. Yet, it was the distortion of reality that truly unsettled me. Objects behind the figure seemed to waver, their solidity wavering as if caught in a shifting tide. Leaves hung suspended in the air, defying gravity in an unnatural dance. Coming to a halt mere steps away, the figure's gaze bore into me, stirring a primal recognition that eluded reason. Without a word, he raised a hand to the glass, the frost responding by etching intricate patterns, a cryptic message from a forgotten realm. Straining to decipher the symbols, a distant chime of bells drew my attention away. And in that fleeting moment, the figure vanished, leaving behind a courtyard blanketed in undisturbed snow. The frost on the glass melted, rivulets of water tracing ephemeral paths as they meandered downward. In the days that followed, I pored over the security footage to find no trace of the enigmatic man, only the silent descent of snow in the empty courtyard. Yet, on wintry nights when the museum lay shrouded in silence, I found myself drawn to that same glass door, hoping to glimpse once more the mysterious figure that defied explanation. As the light danced just so and the snow fell in a perfect cadence, a shapeless form would occasionally flicker among the flakes. In those fleeting moments, I pondered whether our encounter had been a harbinger of greater truths, a reminder of the mysteries that elude our grasp, like that elusive man upon the pristine snow, leaving no trace but a lingering enigma. Story 27. The gentle patter of November rain against the attic windows created a soothing melody, a familiar comfort that enveloped me as I returned to Grandma Rose's attic after many years. The task at hand was to sort through her belongings now that she had passed away. The air was heavy with the scent of old wood and aged books, while the soft twilight light filtered through the half-closed shutters, casting dancing shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. Tucked away in a corner, beneath a thin layer of dust, was Grandma's cherished brass record player, a relic from another era. Its mechanical arm intricately adorned with delicate floral motifs, and the turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it, a collection of vinyl records neatly organized in weathered cardboard sleeves. As I sifted through the records, my fingers paused on one that stood out. A plain white cover, devoid of any title or author, except for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Although unfamiliar to me, I felt drawn to it by an unexplainable curiosity. I decided to play it. With a faint, comforting hum, the record player sprang to life. Placing the mysterious record on the turntable, I lowered the arm. The initial crackle of the vinyl gave way to an unknown melody, a piano waltz, yet there was an elusive quality to the notes, as if they rearranged themselves with each revolution of the record. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the enchanting composition. A hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, seemed to linger in the air, though it was out of season. When I opened my eyes, the room's shadows moved in an unusual manner, swaying to the rhythm of the enigmatic melody. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow danced, though I was alone in the attic. Amidst the waltz, I discerned Grandma Rose's laughter intertwined with the piano notes, a familiar, heartwarming sound. A wave of nostalgia and wonder washed over me, replacing any fear with a profound sense of connection. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In its reflection, a fleeting image of Grandma Rose, young and radiant in her dancing attire, twirled in the attic center. But as I turned around, the room was empty once more. The record played on, and as its final note faded, a subtle shift seemed to transform the space. It felt warmer, more vibrant, as if the music had awakened long-slumbering memories within the attic's walls. Returning the mysterious record to its white sleeve, I noticed a detail I had overlooked before. Grandma Rose's elegant handwriting adorned the inner edge, revealing a special date, her wedding day. Below, in faint letters, a message read, "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since that moment, whenever I revisit the attic, I search for that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself easily, while other times it remains hidden among the collection. Each time I play it, the melody subtly shifts, offering endless variations of the same memory. Its true nature, whether a gift or something more profound, remains a mystery to me. Yet one thing is certain: on rainy evenings when the mysterious record plays, the attic is imbued with a subtle magic. The boundary between past and present, reality and memory, blurs like the fragile paper of an old photograph. And perhaps, in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose dances on, forever young, forever joyful in an eternal waltz. Story 28. In the hushed glow of the hotel hallway, a soft amber light caressed the walls, casting a soothing aura through honey-hued glass lamps. It was the late hour of night, where only the gentle hum of air conditioners dared to break the silence. With a weariness from a day filled with business dealings, I guided my suitcase along the plush burgundy carpet, its wheels whispering in the stillness. Approaching the elevator, I pressed the button and watched my reflection blur amidst the metallic doors, illuminated by the soft green glow of the ascending numbers. 6, 5, 4. The display's light danced upon the walls, painting them with a tranquil hue. As the doors parted with a melodious chime, I stepped into the compact chamber adorned with mirrors and dark wood paneling. Selecting the top floor, the 7th, I leaned back against the cool wall, allowing my eyes to flutter shut briefly. The elevator commenced its ascent with a seamless, rhythmic motion, its mechanics emitting a faint, steady cadence akin to a tranquil breath. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection across from me. A fleeting moment where my mirrored self seemed to lag behind my movements, as if trailing by a mere heartbeat. Dismissing it as a trick of exhaustion, I continued my ascent. The elevator glided to a halt, and the doors parted noiselessly. Stepping into the hallway, a disquiet settled upon me. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed from burgundy to a deep green, while the wall lamps exuded an antique charm with an Art Deco flair I didn't recall noticing earlier. Confirming the 7th floor on the elevator display, the ambience felt entirely foreign. The corridor stretched longer, narrower, and the air carried a scent of bygone eras, of ancient tomes and aged timber. The room doors bore unconventional labels, 7A, 7B, 7C, deviating from the standard numbering I had anticipated. Intent on retracing my steps, I pivoted towards the elevator, only to find the doors sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response, the display above dormant as if the elevator had never existed. A palpable silence enveloped me, urging me to navigate the unfamiliar surroundings. Moving cautiously along the corridor, the lights seemed to pulsate gently, as if drawing breath. Each door I passed bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor, yet emanated a distinct essence, hinting at concealed narratives behind their dark wooden facades. At the hallway's end, a figure materialized in an antique armchair, a venerable doorman in a uniform of yesteryears, his silver hair meticulously groomed. As I drew near, he glanced up from his book, his smile warm and knowing. "Are you lost?" he inquired with a voice familiar and serene, as though anticipating my arrival. "I believe I am," I murmured. "I sought the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah! But this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a cryptic smile. "Just not quite the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiar trait. It transports weary travelers not to where they wish to go, but where they truly need to be." Surveying my surroundings anew, I noticed subtle details previously overlooked. The gilded frames adorning the walls showcased monochrome portraits of smiling figures clad in vintage attire, while the clock on the wall ticked in reverse, its hands tracing an impossible path. "Fret not," the doorman reassured, gently closing his book. "The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. Meanwhile, why not rest a while? Time is of no essence here." Settling into the adjacent armchair, I felt the weariness ebb away, replaced by a sense of tranquility. The once unsettling silence now cradled me like a familiar embrace, cocooning me in its serenity. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows pirouetting on the walls, weaving hypnotic patterns. Time became elusive in that realm, where minutes blurred into hours. The backward ticking of the clock wove a melodic tapestry, akin to a lullaby lulling me into a state of peace. A faint chime resonated through the hallway at some indiscernible juncture. "Ah," the doorman remarked without lifting his gaze. "I believe it is time for you to return to your designated floor." Rising from the armchair, a peculiar vigor infused me. Making my way towards the elevator, I turned to express my gratitude to the doorman, only to find the seat vacant. The book he had been engrossed in lay on the armrest, its weathered leather cover gleaming faintly in the ambient light. The elevator doors parted noiselessly as I entered, the journey this time brief and uneventful. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor, adorned with burgundy carpeting and contemporary wall fixtures. Reaching my room, I inserted the key into the lock, stealing a final glance towards the elevator. For a fleeting moment, the digital display flickered, revealing not a numeral but an enigmatic symbol unfamiliar to my eyes. It swiftly returned to displaying 7. Since that peculiar night, every elevator ride in a hotel beckons the question: will it transport me to my intended destination, or guide me to where destiny beckons? And on the stillest of nights, a whisper of rustling pages echoes through the corridors, turned by unseen hands in a realm suspended between realms. Story 29. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a delicate mist that swirled like a waltzing ghost. Nestled in my cherished armchair, the rich burgundy velvet one beside the grand antique mirror, I lost myself in a book bathed in the soft glow of a bygone-era lamp. The pendulum clock's rhythmic ticking wove a hypnotic spell, synchronized with the crackling fire's warm caress that cocooned me in serenity. In that fleeting moment of perfect peace, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. It began as a mere whisper of movement at the edge of sight, a phantom brush of the unknown. Lifting my gaze from the book, I gazed into the antique mirror's depths. The ornate golden frame, etched with intricate floral motifs, shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight. A chill crept down my spine as I beheld my reflection. An imperceptible wrongness hung in the air, like a discordant note in a melody. Tilting my head, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflection's response to my movements, a mimicry that felt uncanny, unnatural. I tried to dismiss it as fatigue or the playful tricks of flickering flames, yet unease gnawed at me. With each passing moment, the disquiet grew. As I raised my right hand, the reflection hesitated before mirroring the action. A smile prompted only a delayed curve of lips in the reflection. The crackling of wood in the fireplace took on a sinister undertone, as though whispering secrets. The room's atmosphere thickened, charged with a subtle tension that slowed my breath. The mingled scents of candle wax and ancient musk, reminiscent of forgotten tomes and faded memories, swirled around me. Rising from the armchair with deliberate care, I watched as my reflection mimicked my movements with an eerie grace, a choreographed dance of shadows. Its eyes held depths untold, veiling mysteries beyond reach. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further unsettling details. The reflected room bore subtle differences, a rearrangement of books on shelves, unfamiliar objects dotting surfaces. An old framed photograph, once a serene seascape, now depicted a blurred visage that seemed to watch me. The pendulum of the clock swung on, yet in the reflection, time flowed languidly, a separate current. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted on walls, hinting at unseen specters. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cool glass, and my reflection mirrored the gesture with a ghostly invitation. As fingertips met on the icy surface, my senses recoiled from the chill, while my reflection's countenance hinted at a divergent reality. Stepping back, I watched as the reflection hesitated, as if pondering its next move. When it finally stirred, its motions diverged further from mine, a gradual assertion of independence. Retrieving a velvet cloth from a nearby drawer, I veiled the mirror, obscuring that disquieting doppelganger. A cryptic smile seemed to play upon my reflection's lips, a smirk that had no place on my own face. Since that fateful night, the mirror remains shrouded in secrecy. At times in the stillness of night, faint sounds seem to emanate from behind the velvet veil, as if a phantom presence traverses a parallel realm mirroring my own. And in the quietest hours, when the house slumbers in profound silence, I ponder if that reflection lingers still, a silent sentinel in a realm of glass and silver. The truth eludes me, whether what I witnessed was reality or a trick of the mind. Yet every reflection I now encounter stirs a whisper of doubt. Could it be me, or a cunning mimicry that blurs the line between self and shadow? Story 30. The park was veiled in autumn fog, a gentle shroud of gray silk, as leaves twirled lazily in the moist evening breeze. My steps echoed softly on the gravel path, mingling with the earthy aroma that hung in the air. The dim glow of street lamps cast hazy halos through the mist, offering just a hint of illumination ahead. Amid this ethereal scene, a dark coat lay neatly folded on a weathered bench, seemingly placed with meticulous care. No soul wandered the park at that late hour, leaving the garment to its solitary repose. Approaching cautiously, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the dampness, still warm as if recently shed. A peculiar sensation gripped me, not fear, but a stirring curiosity. The coat was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, adorned with mother-of-pearl buttons that faintly gleamed in the twilight. Its pockets yielded no clues save for a lone bus ticket from the year 1985, its aged paper surprisingly intact. Time seemed suspended as I pondered this relic, the past whispering its secrets through the ticket's yellowed edges. Seated beside the coat, I let my mind drift amidst the thickening fog, the scent of lavender and pipe tobacco lingering in the air, conjuring memories of days long gone. Upon closer inspection, a faint embroidery caught my eye inside the coat, the initials JM delicately woven in fading gold thread. The park's silence was broken by a distant melody, a tune of antiquity that floated like a wistful memory on the breeze. Rising from the bench to trace the source of the music, I found it elusive, echoing from all directions and none. Upon my return, the coat appeared subtly shifted, a button catching the light in a new way. Despite my solitude in the park, an unspoken presence lingered, tugging at the edges of perception. As time ebbed sluggishly, shadows cast by the streetlights danced gently among fallen leaves, while the haunting music faded into the mist. Contemplating the enigma of JM, I envisioned tales of academia, music, or poignant farewells entwined with the coat's mysterious abandonment. A fleeting touch on my shoulder, like a breath of wind, stirred me from reverie, yet the fog revealed no intruder, only its ethereal embrace. The coat, now weathered by an unseen hand of time, bore the weight of age with grace, its essence a poignant echo of bygone eras. Respecting the enigmatic presence, I left the coat undisturbed, its secrets safeguarded in the mist. Departing, the music briefly swelled, a haunting waltz unfurling in the air, unfamiliar yet achingly familiar. Returning the next morning, the bench stood bare, save for the lingering imprint of the coat's former resting place, a silent testament to its transient visitation. A fresh bus ticket, dated that very day, lay in its stead, a subtle nod to the park's timeless mysteries. To this day, on fog-laden evenings, echoes of that distant melody and whispers of lavender and tobacco linger in the park's embrace. Sometimes, amidst the shifting shadows and dancing light, a specter of an elegant figure fades into view, only to dissolve like mist upon closer inspection. In those moments, the park breathes with a tranquil enigma, where time and memory intertwine in a dance of eternal fascination. Story 31. The night draped the ancient dwelling in a soft embrace of quietness, broken only by the gentle patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, I found myself lost in contemplation of the painting hanging on the wall across from me. An heirloom from my grandmother, the painting depicted a tranquil woodland scene at dusk. Though not a valuable piece, its charm lay in its ability to stir a sense of wistful peace within me. That particular evening, bathed in the golden glow of a standing lamp, casting playful shadows, I noticed an anomaly. The painting appeared askew, leaning slightly to the right, contrary to my recollection of it being perfectly aligned. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose leisurely, the floorboards whispering beneath my feet as I drew near to the painting. With a gentle touch, I straightened the artwork, feeling the rough grain of the antique frame beneath my fingertips. Returning to my seat, I picked up the book I had set aside earlier. The warmth of the tea, coupled with the soothing symphony of raindrops, beckoned me into a tranquil daze. Only after some time, when I glanced up, did I notice that the painting had tilted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill danced down my spine as I attempted to rationalize it as a trick of fatigue or a play of light. Rising again, more cautiously this time, I approached the painting and discerned a newfound peculiarity. The sunset hues seemed more vibrant, almost pulsating, while the tree shadows elongated. A tremor ran through me as I lightly traced the canvas with my fingertips. It radiated warmth, as though it had absorbed the room's heat, yet there was an uncanny quality to the way the paint shimmered. In the ensuing days, my attention gravitated more towards the painting. Each time I entered the room, it appeared in a slightly altered position. Sometimes the shift was barely perceptible, other times it was stark. Not only did its tilt vary, but the details within the painting seemed to subtly morph. The density of the trees fluctuated, the clouds in the painted sky altered shape. I began documenting the painting with photographs, comparing them meticulously. The variances, though minute, were undeniable. Within the painted woods, ephemeral details materialized and faded. A nest nestled among branches, a hidden clearing, a faint path previously unseen. The sunset seemed to inch across the scene, as if time within the painting flowed to a different cadence than our own. One hushed evening, ensconced in my favorite chair, a movement caught my peripheral vision. The painting was tilting on its own, a nearly imperceptible motion. Curiosity, rather than fear, gripped me, mingled with a surreal tranquility. The movement was fluid, as if an unseen hand caressed it tenderly. I approached the painting unabashedly. The canvas seemed to quiver under my gaze. In the glass protecting the painting's surface, a fleeting image flickered, a faint, indistinct figure. My grandmother's profile, ghostly and ethereal like a fading memory, appeared to smile while writing the painting's alignment. Since that moment, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the dwelling's enchantment. Each evening before retiring, I devote a few moments to studying the painting, endeavoring to uncover its new enigmas. Sometimes I sense it's my grandmother's gentle way of assuring me she remains present, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that shifts and transforms like a living entity. I've kept this tale close to my heart, sharing it with none, opting to preserve this sweet mystery. The painting still shifts, though less frequently now, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and safeguarding its secrets. And so, every evening, I find myself in my armchair, tea in hand, lulled by the rain's gentle rhythm against the windows, observing the painting that breathes its own existence, engaging in a silent discourse only we comprehend. Story 32. In the stillness of the night, the hush of my footsteps reverberated through the age-old wooden corridor. Each step I took caused the floorboards to groan beneath me, harmonizing with the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. A sweet, nostalgic fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of ancient wood and weathered paper. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, leading to a room untouched for months, I felt a pull. The lock shimmered faintly in the soft glow of the wall lamps, as if beckoning me closer. I vividly recalled securing it the last time, turning the key thrice and testing the handle. It was a ritual of security, a practice I adhered to without fail. But on this particular evening, there was a shift in the atmosphere. A chill hung around the door, and a delicate film of dust had settled on the brass handle, forming intricate patterns that drew my gaze. Intrigued, I leaned in to study the concentric circles etched by unseen fingers. The door's surface emitted a subtle warmth, a curious sensation given the room's prolonged closure and lack of heating. Placing my palm against the wood, I discerned the faint heat it radiated, a peculiar warmth that hinted at a hidden truth. Pressing my ear to the door, I strained to catch a faint, distant sound, akin to the slow breaths of one in slumber. Retrieving the key from my robe pocket, its unexpected warmth surprised me. Inserting the key into the lock with deliberate care, I attempted to turn it, encountering resistance. An unusual sensation stirred within me, not fear, but a blend of curiosity and anticipation, akin to the precipice of discovery. Rotating the key in the opposite direction, it yielded with a soft click. The door swung open, releasing a waft of warmth and a fragrance akin to freshly brewed vanilla tea. Moonlight filtered through sheer curtains, casting a serene, silvery glow over the room. Familiar yet transformed, the shelves of books arranged in unfamiliar patterns, the armchair shifted slightly towards the window. An empty porcelain cup sat on the side table, a detail I didn't recall leaving behind. Approaching the mahogany desk, I trailed my fingers over its polished surface, revealing unevenly spread dust, as if elusive words had once been inscribed and since erased. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet with a single sentence penned in a script resembling my own. Time flows differently here. Reading those words, I felt my breath synchronize with the gentle sway of the curtains, though no breeze stirred the air. The room's silence pulsed with a life of its own, a symphony of whispers too faint to grasp. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, catching a fleeting shadow that vanished upon inspection. For a fleeting moment, the room seemed to shift imperceptibly, every object minutely rearranged. The cup, once cool, now exuded warmth, tendrils of steam rising toward the ceiling. Rising from the armchair, a sense of enigma weighed upon me as I moved towards the door, footsteps silent on the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance backward. The room seemed to breathe, a slumbering entity in repose. Closing the door softly, I turned the key in the lock, its final click a soothing melody in the quiet of the corridor. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers in the air, as if the room whispers its secrets through the subtle rustle of unseen pages. I refrain from reopening that door, allowing the room to harbor its mysteries, concealed within its silent embrace. Story 33. The grandfather clock in my study proclaimed midnight with its timeless deep resonance, each chime echoing through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a serene pond. Nestled in my leather armchair, a beloved book cradled in my lap, I savored the soothing melody of raindrops dancing against the window panes. The old house murmured softly, its weathered wooden frame settling into the hush of the night. As I gazed towards the hallway door, bathed in the soft glow of my reading lamp, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. Something about it felt different tonight, a subtle alteration that eluded my grasp. The brass handle glinted in an unfamiliar light, the wood grain appearing subtly transformed. Despite 15 years of residence, the door now seemed foreign to me. Standing up, I carefully marked my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor underfoot felt cool, even through my cozy slippers. With each step towards the door, a chilling sensation enveloped me, as if a whisper of winter had crept into this secluded corner of my abode. My hand reached out, finding the handle surprisingly warm against the cool air. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing the familiar hallway bathed in a warm glow. Closing the door, I chuckled softly at my own fanciful thoughts. Perhaps my mind had been wandering through too many mysterious tales of late. That night, my dreams were woven with visions of doors, appearing and vanishing in impossible locales, each adorned with the same warm brass handle. Morning arrived, and I went about my day in a familiar routine, barely sparing a glance towards the hallway door. But as dusk settled in, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The door appeared to have aged overnight, the once familiar hue now tinged with the patina of time. The brass handle bore a weathered sheen that hadn't been there before. Approaching it once more, I observed with a photographer's keen eye. The wood displayed a new shade, a grain pattern unknown to me. The hinges, too, had shifted from iron black to a burnished copper hue. Yet upon opening the door, the hallway beyond remained unaltered. Night after night, the door underwent gradual transformations. Sometimes aged, sometimes rejuvenated, its handle shifting subtly, its frame gaining or losing intricate carvings. I began documenting these changes in a journal, capturing each shift with meticulous sketches and detailed descriptions. The metamorphosis always occurred in the deepest hours of the night, when the house held its breath in slumber. One evening, determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a vigilant watch over the door. Positioned before it in my armchair, a pot of strong tea by my side, I awaited the transformation. As the grandfather clock marked the passage of time, my eyelids grew heavy, but my resolve stood firm. At 3:17 a.m., a fleeting darkness enveloped the room as the lights flickered. In that ephemeral moment, a subtle shift in the air heralded a new transformation. The warm oak had transmuted into rich mahogany, silver inlays dancing across its surface. Drawn to the door, I hesitated as my hand hovered over the crystal handle, sensing a gentle hum in the air. And then, a revelation struck me. The door bore no keyhole, a detail that had eluded my memory until now. Each morning, a keyhole had been present, a detail I had overlooked in my observations. The absence of the keyhole stirred a newfound curiosity within me, a question lingering on the edge of understanding. Now, as twilight descends each evening, I ponder the enigmatic door and its nightly changes. Sometimes, a fleeting glimpse of alternate hallways teases my vision from beneath the door, each bearing distinct carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet, upon opening the door, my own hallway awaits me, steadfast and unchanging. I toy with the idea of rearranging the photographs, a test to confirm the reality before me. But a silent caution holds me back, a whisper from the depths of intuition warning against delving too deeply into the unknown. The door continues its quiet metamorphosis, each night unveiling a new guise. I have grown accustomed to its silent ballet of transformation, finding solace in its ever-changing nature. Perhaps the door itself remains constant, and it is my perception that evolves with each passing night. The truth eludes me, shrouded in the mysteries that linger between perception and reality. As the grandfather clock tolls midnight and the rain whispers against the window panes, I find myself eagerly anticipating the next evolution of my door, eager to uncover the secrets it may choose to reveal or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 34. The soft glow of the candlelight flickered, casting playful shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended the worn steps of the cellar. Each creak of the wooden staircase was a familiar melody that echoed through the dimly lit space, a soundtrack to my routine visits to retrieve Grandma's cherished preserves. The cool, damp air enveloped me, carrying with it the earthy aroma of age and memories long past, transporting me back to the carefree days of my youth. But on that particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere whispered of something unseen. The flame danced erratically, defying the stillness of the air, while a thin veil of dust settled on every surface, though I had only been there the day before. The shadows on the walls seemed to elongate, reaching towards the darkness that enveloped the bottom of the stairs. A peculiar sensation halted my descent midway, a tingling of intrigue mingled with an undercurrent of unease. The shelves that typically ended within a few strides now appeared to stretch endlessly into the depths, shrouded in darkness that defied the reach of the flickering candlelight. The silence was palpable, broken only by the rhythmic thud of my own heartbeat and the distant drip of water seeping through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that overshadowed my trepidation, I pressed forward. The jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels bearing dates of bygone eras as I advanced further. 1980, 1960, 1940. The years blurred together, some labels so weathered they were illegible. The air grew chillier, carrying a scent of musty earth intermingled with an essence of antiquity, like the fragrance of forgotten scrolls. The shelves continued their enigmatic journey into the depths, revealing walls adorned not with rough stone but with intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Strange symbols, etched with a precision beyond their time, adorned the surfaces, beckoning me with their enigmatic allure. Pausing before a particular shelf, my gaze fixated on a singular jar, crafted from obsidian glass that seemed to consume the light rather than reflect it. The label bore a date that defied logic, 1820. Fingers trembling, I reached for the jar, and in the hush of the cellar, a faint whisper caressed my ears. A whisper not of words, but of the fluid passage of time, a murmured secret carried on the winds of ages. Turning slowly, a fleeting vision danced at the periphery of my sight, indistinct figures wavering in the shadows like wisps of memory struggling to materialize. Sensing a subtle shift in the air, a primal instinct urged me to retreat. Yet as I pivoted towards the stairs, a disconcerting realization dawned upon me. The distance I had traversed had multiplied, the light at the stairwell now a mere speck in the abyss, akin to a lone star in the vast expanse of a moonless sky. With measured steps, I ascended, willing calmness into my racing heart, each footfall a deliberate cadence in the eerie silence. The shelves metamorphosed once more, gradually reverting to their familiar state, the dates on the jars transitioning to more contemporary years, the intricate patterns on the walls fading into the mundane solidity of rough-hewn stone. The jar from 1820 remained clutched in my grasp, a tangible reassurance that the enigmatic encounter had not been a mere trick of the mind. Emerging into the warm embrace of the kitchen's light, I placed the jar on the first step, a silent offering to the mysteries of the cellar. Casting a final glance into the shadows below, a fleeting movement caught my eye, a ripple in the fabric of time, a glimpse of the unfathomable depths that lay concealed within. That night, cradling a steaming cup of tea in my hands, I pondered the events that had unfolded. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam, 2023. Yet when unsealed, it exuded an aroma unlike anything I had encountered, a fragrance redolent of time itself. a bittersweet essence that whispered of ancient memories and forgotten dreams. Since that fateful evening, each descent into the cellar has been tinged with a sense of anticipation, a silent question lingering in the air. Will the infinite corridor reveal itself once more? Though the stairs remain steadfast, the shelves laden with familiar preserves, there are moments when the dim light and profound silence hint at a hidden truth, a temporal enigma waiting to be unraveled. Perhaps one day, emboldened by curiosity and tempered by reverence, I will venture forth into the depths of that endless corridor to unveil the secrets that lie at the terminus of time itself, where past and present converge in a dance of eternal mystery. Story 35. In the quiet of my study, the grandfather clock struck midnight, its resonant tones enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Instead of the expected single chime, the clock's tolling lingered, each note blending seamlessly into the next, creating a timeless symphony that seemed to suspend the very essence of time. The soft glow of lamplight bathed my antique desk, casting shadows that danced across the pages of my leather-bound journal. Tonight felt different, not in a menacing way, but with a subtle shift in reality, like a painting hung slightly askew. The darkness outside pressed against the window panes, thick and heavy, as if it held secrets waiting to slip through the glass. Curiosity tugged at me, urging me to explore the peculiar quality of the night beyond. With each step on the aged floorboards, a hushed whisper accompanied me, guiding me towards the window. My reflection in the glass beckoned, but there was a peculiar delay in its movements, as if time itself hesitated to keep pace. The fragrance of night-blooming jasmine wafted through the room, a scent both familiar and foreign, stirring memories just beyond reach. It was a scent of summers long past, mingling with the present in a delicate dance. The grandfather clock's chimes continued, each tone stretching further apart, like a slow cascade of honey unfolding. Returning to my desk, I intended to record the strange occurrences, but the words in my journal had a will of their own. Ink flowed across the pages, weaving intricate patterns and tales I had not penned. Among them, glimpses of this very night unfolded, written in my own hand, but from a future yet unseen. The room's temperature shifted subtly, a gentle ebb and flow that mirrored my breath, cradling me in a soothing embrace. Shadows swayed in the corners, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat in a hypnotic sway. When I reached for my tea, the cup held both warmth and coolness, a paradox that mirrored the duality of the night. Each sip replenished itself, the liquid shimmering like stars in a night sky, infinite and unchanging. The ticking of my wristwatch melded with the grandfather clock's chimes, a harmonious blend of time's lullaby. I noticed the hands of my watch moving in opposite directions, a contradiction that felt strangely harmonious, revealing time's true essence. Words materialized on the journal's pages. Time is not a river, but an ocean, a truth that resonated deep within me. This night was not endless due to its duration, but because it existed in all moments simultaneously, a tapestry woven of past, present, and future. The darkness outside morphed into a welcoming void, a soft expanse that hinted at boundless possibilities. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate realities flickered, each a variation of this eternal night. My reflection in the window moved independently, a silent companion exploring different paths within the confines of time's dance. As I settled back into my chair, a profound tranquility washed over me. The clock's chimes reverberated at intervals so vast that each one felt like a lifetime unto itself, brimming with untold stories and experiences. The night cocooned me in its embrace, each moment unfolding in perfect harmony. I realized that this night would never truly fade, not because time stood still, but because it expanded to reveal its infinite nature. In this sacred space I existed, a witness to the eternal rhythm of the universe. The darkness outside pulsed with promise, the clock's chimes echoing through the night, and I found myself at peace within the infinite moment. Here in this unending night, I remain, a silent observer of the ever-unfolding now, where time reveals itself as a boundless symphony of existence. The night whispers its secrets, the clock sings its eternal song, and I dwell in this eternal moment in harmony with the infinite night. Story 36. In the quiet of the attic, the whisper of paper sliding through my fingers created a soothing symphony, harmonizing with the hushed breath of the setting sun. Its golden rays filtered through a dusty window, pirouetted in the tranquil air. Amidst the relics of time, I unearthed a weathered envelope, its seal kissed by faded red wax. My name, elegantly scripted on the envelope's rugged surface, felt foreign yet familiar. Seated upon a worn wooden chair, the fragrance of aged books and ancient oak enveloped me, while outside, a grand tree rustled its leaves in a gentle dance with the breeze. The envelope, weighty with unseen secrets, beckoned me to unveil its mysteries. With delicate care, I broke the seal, the sound of cracking wax a solemn echo in the stillness. Within, fragile pages, thin as gossamer, bore the same elegant handwriting that graced the envelope. The date atop the parchment spoke of a time long before my own existence, a distant memory breathing through the words. "My dear future grandchild," the opening line whispered, weaving a tapestry of ancestral whispers that transcended time. The ambient light in the room waned, yet I made no move to summon artificial illumination. The words etched on the pages seemed to radiate a luminescence of their own, guiding my gaze through the narrative woven by an unseen hand. The letter unfurled the tale of a woman, my grandmother, a spectral figure from the past. She spoke of a hereditary gift, a rare ability that graced select members of our lineage under celestial duress. On nights veiled by a full moon and caressed by northern winds, visions beyond the veil of time would flicker like shadows in the mist. My grandmother detailed her own foresight of my existence, envisioning me in the very attic, absorbing her ethereal message. A chill traversed my spine as I delved deeper into her revelations. Her words turned intimate, revealing a struggle to harness this gift for the family's protection, a duty laden with sacrifice. Each glimpse into the future exacted a toll on her essence, a price paid in slivers of vitality. Within the attic's sanctum, time held its breath, as shadows pirouetted on the walls, waltzing with the memories enshrined in those aged pages. The letter prophesied events both past and future in my life, some recognized, others a mystery yet to unravel. The script evolved, wavering with uncertainty, as if each letter demanded a fragment of her dwindling strength. The final page, a palimpsest of her fading resolve, bore a poignant message of choice and destiny. I lifted my gaze to the window, where the moon now reigned in the nocturnal expanse. A tempestuous wind rattled the glass, heralding an imminent downpour. Her parting words, a beacon of wisdom, gleamed with a spectral light. "When you hear the call, you will know what to do." Embracing the weight of her legacy, I folded the letter with reverence and returned it to its sanctum. The wind, now a fervent choir, urged the floorboards to voice their ancient hymn. Stepping towards the window, my reflection melded with the moon's ethereal glow, a fleeting illusion that flickered with spectral grace. In that transitory moment, a phantom figure, an elderly woman with a gentle smile, superimposed upon my reflection. Her visage vanished as swiftly as a whisper in the wind, leaving behind a blank canvas upon the desk, a parchment and pen, silent witnesses to a timeless covenant. Seated once more, the room bathed in lunar luminescence, the pen poised in my hand, I inscribed the silent promise to an unknown heir, my dear future grandchild. Story 37. The rain whispered against the windows of the cozy establishment, its gentle patter weaving a tranquil melody with the soft clinks of cups and the hushed murmur of lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the play of dim lights pirouetting on the glossy surface of the dark wood. Jack, the bartender, polished glasses with a deliberate, almost mesmerizing rhythm. That evening, a subtle shift lingered in his gaze, a depth I hadn't noticed in my routine visits. His dark eyes harbored hidden thoughts as he prepared my customary lavender tea. While his hands moved with practiced precision, a faint tremor betrayed him when he placed the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender mingled with coffee notes and the aged wood scent, filling the air with a soothing blend. Jack stole fleeting glances towards a far corner table where a solitary figure sat motionless, blending into the surroundings like a silent sentinel. Approaching to refill my cup, Jack's movements were measured, his voice laced with a taut undercurrent when he inquired about my desires. It was then that a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his pristine white shirt, barely visible in the dim ambience. Time drifted languidly as the rain maintained its hypnotic tempo outside. Patrons bid their farewells, leaving behind vacant seats and forgotten cups. Solemnly perched in the shadowy corner, the enigmatic figure remained, a silent watcher in the ebbing evening. Jack meticulously organized the counter, a meticulous attention verging on obsession evident in his gestures, while the pendulum clock's ticking underscored the relentless passage of time. A small notebook, its cover worn with age, remained concealed beneath the counter among the bottles, catching my gaze when Jack attended to the final guest. Amidst its yellowed pages, meticulous handwriting chronicled names, dates, and places in orderly succession. Yet, the cryptic notations on the final pages intrigued me. Nonsensical numbers alongside meticulously drawn symbols. A sound of footfalls drew my attention. The mysterious figure finally stirred from their seat, making their way towards the exit. A fleeting exchange of loaded glances transpired between them and Jack as they passed the counter, a moment pregnant with palpable tension before the stranger vanished into the rainy night. Resuming his duties, Jack's demeanor bore a subtle shift. His usually steady hands trembled imperceptibly while handling the glassware, his gaze adrift in distant contemplation, wrestling with unseen burdens. As I readied to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture. In a calm, almost whispered tone, he confided, "There are things a bartender witnesses and hears, secrets that should dwell unspoken within these walls. Yet at times, the burden of these confidences becomes too weighty to bear alone." Pausing thoughtfully, he hesitated before continuing. I turned to face him, the flickering lamplight casting wistful shadows across his weary countenance. The notebook lingered half hidden amidst the bottles, a silent sentinel of untold truths. A faint, weary smile tugged at Jack's lips, failing to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," his voice barely above a murmur. "Perhaps I shall share a tale. Or perhaps not." Stepping out into the night, shrouded in darkness and the gentle patter of rain, I glimpsed through the bar's window as Jack resumed his meticulous routine, a facade of normalcy veiling deeper mysteries. The dimming lights bore witness as I walked away, enveloping the secrets cloistered within those walls. How many similar narratives lay concealed behind bar counters? How many silent guardians akin to Jack harbored burdensome truths? The answer eluded me, lost amidst the comforting rhythm of the rain in the starless night, a lullaby of enigmas and untold stories. Story 38. In the autumn garden, a delicate veil of fog enveloped the surroundings as I set out to gather the fallen leaves. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the earthy aroma of moist soil and the freshly planted chrysanthemums that bloomed a few weeks prior. Silence reigned supreme, broken only by the soft rustling of dried leaves beneath my feet and the occasional serenade of an early bird. While tending to the fallen foliage near the weathered stone bench, a glimmer amidst the leaves caught my eye. A subtle shimmer, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam, beckoned to me. Kneeling down, I gingerly brushed aside the damp leaves to reveal an antique necklace. The piece was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a small azure gem at its center, radiating light in a mesmerizing dance. As I held the necklace in my hands, its weightless form and cool touch against my skin hinted at a mysterious origin. It did not belong to anyone I knew. Having dwelled alone in that abode for over 2 decades, the neighbors had never adorned themselves with such elegance. The blue gem continued to gleam with a peculiar luminosity, almost as if it held a secret light of its own. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. Drifting into slumber, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from my sleep, captivated by a distant melody that played like a whisper, evanescent and haunting. Each time I attempted to focus on the tune, it dissipated into the night. Morning unveiled a subtle change. The necklace had shifted position on the nightstand, as though moved by unseen hands. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared less radiant, yet upon touching it, a faint warmth resonated from the metal, a departure from its prior icy touch. Intrigued, I embarked on a quest to unearth its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations manifested within the house. The kitchen table's contents appeared rearranged each morning, family portraits on the hallway wall askew, and the nocturnal melody grew clearer, though still elusive. One evening, while engrossed in a book, the gentle patter of footsteps echoed from upstairs. Ascending cautiously, I found no one, save for an unfamiliar wooden box in the guest room. Adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace, the box cradled a weathered photograph on a faded velvet cushion. The image depicted a young woman donning an identical necklace, accompanied by a date and a message inscribed in faded ink, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that moment forth, the melodic whispers of the music box pervaded the night, no longer unsettling but comforting. It was as if the house itself sang a soothing lullaby, filling the quiet hours with a tender serenade. Amidst the amber glow of autumn evenings in the garden, a phantom figure seemed to flit amongst the trees, a specter of a forgotten memory struggling to materialize. The enigma of the woman in the photograph and the necklace's serendipitous appearance remained unsolved. Yet I embraced their presence as one does the ebb and flow of seasons and time's passage. The necklace still graces my nightstand, and on tranquil nights, under the full moon's gaze and the gentle rustle of leaves, echoes of laughter and the music box melody intertwine, a wistful reminder of joyous days lost to the annals of time. Story 39. Silence wrapped the narrow streets of the quaint hillside town like a soft velvet blanket. It was an autumn evening filled with the scent of burning wood and wet leaves as the mist slinked through the alleyways like a silent specter. From my perch on the 3rd floor, I gazed at the windows of the neighboring houses, bathed in a gentle amber glow. It was peculiar to see so many lights aglow at this late hour, yet no signs of life stirred behind the foggy panes. The church bell tolled 10 in the night, its chime echoing with an eerie hollowness, as though veiled in a shroud of cotton. Having only recently moved to this town 3 weeks prior, I had never witnessed the streets so deserted. Normally, even at this hour, a lone figure would amble along with their dog, or the murmur of young folks from the corner bar would drift through the air as they lingered under the flickering street lamp. Seated in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea in my hands, I realized even the usual stray cat that frequented Mrs. Miller's windowsill was conspicuously absent. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, twirling in the air and vanishing into the room's shadows. Opting to keep only a dim reading lamp aglow, it cast soft, flickering shadows on the walls the color of cream. A sudden rustling seized my attention, emanating from the corridor that led to the bedroom. Intrigued more than afraid, I turned slowly. The noise persisted at regular intervals, akin to someone delicately sliding a sheet of parchment across the floor. Rising from my seat, I gingerly set the cup on the wooden side table beside the armchair and ventured toward the corridor. The air had turned chillier, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient cathedral. The hardwood floor murmured softly underfoot, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a faint bluish light unlike any other in the house. Pushing the door gently, it yielded with a muted creak. The window remained shut, yet the curtains swayed as if stirred by a gentle breeze. At the floor's edge, beneath the window, lay a single sheet of paper. Bending to retrieve it, I discovered it was a newspaper page. The date atop read October 15th, 1954, and the headline of the article seized my immediate attention: Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the townsfolk had all secluded themselves within their homes, as if bound by an unspoken pact whose origins had faded into obscurity. As I read on, a movement outside the window drew my gaze. Across the street, the lights in the houses dimmed one by one, as if extinguished by an unseen breath. Yet, within the darkened windows, motionless silhouettes appeared to gaze out toward the street. My cell phone buzzed within my robe pocket, a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, everyone remains indoors. It is crucial. Peering out the window once more, I noted that all the lights had now gone out, save for mine. In the deepening hush, my heartbeat slowed, seeming to synchronize with something ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the edge of the bed, still clutching the newspaper clipping, I marveled at how remarkably soft the paper felt, as if it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a milky haze. From my vantage point, I surveyed the entirety of the town's main thoroughfare, utterly deserted. Recalling the article's words, it was said that in the aftermath, no one could recall the events of that silent night. The townspeople had resumed their routines as if nothing had transpired, though sporadically, the phenomenon would recur. Rising slowly, I made my way to the light switch. Before flicking it off, I stole one final glance out the window. The mist had assumed sinuous, almost dance-like forms, and for a fleeting moment, I spied figures moving within it, like shadows adrift in a sea of milk. With the light extinguished, I settled upon the bed, still clothed. Silence reigned, broken solely by the ticking of the bedside clock. Drifting toward slumber, I pondered whether I would remember this night come morning, or if I too would be like the other townsfolk, oblivious to the cyclic mystery that enshrouded our lives. As sleep beckoned, the final echo my mind captured was the distant toll of midnight bells, their chime oddly muted, as if resonating from a bygone era, where silence reigned as the universal tongue of all denizens. Story 40. In the hushed stillness of the night, the gentle moonlight filtered through my bedroom window, painting delicate shadows across the aged wooden floor. A light sleeper by nature, I often found myself awakening in the silent moments when the world seemed to pause. On a particular evening, a soft autumn breeze danced through the trees outside, creating a tranquil melody against the glass panes. It was during one of my midnight explorations through the old house that I first noticed a peculiar shift in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere play of light, knowing how shadows could deceive our eyes in the darkness. However, as my fingers traced the wall's surface, I felt a subtle transformation beneath them, the texture shifting to a smooth, polished feel, reminiscent of aged wood rather than the familiar wallpaper. This curious discovery became a nightly ritual for me. As the sun dipped below the horizon and a hushed calm enveloped the world, I would await with anticipation. The air would subtly change, a gentle drop in temperature accompanied by hints of cedar wood and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty leather-bound books and forgotten chambers. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the door would materialize before me like a developing photograph. At first, a faint outline against the wallpaper, then gradually taking form, an ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and sway as if alive. The brass doorknob gleamed with a soft internal light, beckoning with a warmth that felt comforting and inviting. Night after night, I would sit by the door, observing its gradual manifestation. Sometimes I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its soothing scent mingling with the mysterious fragrances that accompanied the door's appearance. Though tempted, I never dared to touch the doorknob, sensing a profound significance in the act of opening it, a change I wasn't prepared to embrace. As my nocturnal vigils continued, I began to notice subtle shifts within the house itself. The shadows deepened, moving with a purposeful grace. The usual creaks and murmurs of the old house took on a rhythmic quality, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew heavy with potential, pregnant with untold tales waiting to be uncovered. On some quiet nights, I could swear I heard faint sounds emanating from beyond the door. Not eerie, but rather intriguing. The rustle of unseen pages, the gentle tick-tock of a phantom grandfather clock, and occasionally a soft humming of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no clues about the mysterious door. However, I stumbled upon accounts from past inhabitants speaking of strange dreams and serene nights. One elderly resident, who had lived in the house for half a century, penned about a path to tranquil slumber that manifested only in the darkest hours. Initially dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary widow, her words now resonated with me. The door became my nocturnal companion, offering solace in sleepless hours. I would sit near it, feeling its comforting presence like that of an old friend. Sometimes I would read by its soft glow. Other times I would simply sit in silent contemplation, attuned to the subtle sounds that seemed to drift from the other side. The door exuded no malice or threat. Instead, it radiated a sense of serenity, as if safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One unforgettable night, as I sat by the door, I noticed a new revelation. The carvings in the wood appeared to weave a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, sailing vast seas. Yet, each time I tried to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns morphed, spinning a fresh narrative. It was as though the door itself was a storyteller, spinning endless tales for those patient enough to observe. Years slipped by since my first encounter with the door, yet I had never dared to turn its handle. I pondered if my reverence for its enigma kept it appearing, respecting its mysteries. The door served as a reminder that some enigmas were best left unsolved, their allure preserved. On restless nights, I would gravitate to the hallway, a cup of tea in hand. Without fail, the door would manifest, radiating its familiar warmth and comfort. In those tranquil moments bathed in its gentle glow, I realized that perhaps the true essence of the door lay not in unveiling its secrets, but in the tranquility it bestowed upon those who cherished its presence in the quiet of night. With the morning's light streaming through the windows, the door would fade back into mundane wallpaper, leaving me to question its existence. Yet, as night descended once more, bringing its subtle shift in reality, I knew that some wonders in this world were reserved for those willing to sit in the shadows, awaiting the touch of magic. Story 41. The night was draped in a blanket of silence, broken only by the gentle rhythm of the train wheels kissing the tracks. Nestled in the final carriage, I found myself cocooned in a soft, dim glow emanating from the delicate fixtures above. The air held a comforting warmth, while the ceaseless motion of the train birthed a hypnotic embrace. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist outside waltzed lazily in the darkness, morphing into ephemeral shapes that dissolved into the night. In that moment, I believed myself to be the sole inhabitant of the carriage, until a peculiar revelation unfurled. My reflection on the glass intertwined with the obsidian night beyond, conjuring the illusion of an enigmatic presence observing me from the other side. The symphony of the rails whispered a mechanical lullaby, coaxing me towards slumber. And in that suspended reality, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. A shadow lingered behind me, a form seated a few rows away. I had not registered their arrival, yet there they sat, a ghostly silhouette. The train waltzed through the night, and the whisper of the wheels carried ancient tales long forgotten. With cautious curiosity, I pivoted, avoiding any sudden movements. The carriage, bathed in amber luminescence, cast elongated shadows over vacant seats. The enigmatic figure that had caught my gaze remained still, shrouded in a dark cloak, their countenance veiled by a wide-brimmed hat. Time stretched thin as I examined this silent specter. The atmosphere thickened, pregnant with memories alien to me. Motionless, wordless, the passenger seemed fused with the very essence of the train itself. Electing to rise, feigning a need to visit the restroom at the carriage's rear, I ventured closer to this mysterious entity. Their cloak, a fabric that defied light, absorbed every glint, while an icy chill enveloped the air around them, carrying a faint perfume of lavender and aged books. Passing by the vacant seat occupied by this enigmatic traveler, time momentarily halted. The rail's clamor faded, distant as an echo from another realm. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. Beneath the cloak's shroud, there lingered no movement, no telltale sign of breath. Reaching the carriage's terminus, uncertainty gripped me. Should I proceed to the next carriage or return to my seat? The corridor stretched into infinity, its dim lights weaving hypnotic patterns upon the floor. Upon retracing my steps, the seat once occupied by the mysterious figure stood vacant. In its stead lay an ancient train ticket, aged to a yellowed hue. Quivering hands lifted the ticket, its date marking 50 years past, on this very day. Warm to the touch as though cradled moments earlier, the ticket whispered of a bygone era. Settling back into my seat, the train pursued its nocturnal voyage, the wheels' cadence a familiar lullaby. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, veiling ethereal figures in its embrace, walking alongside the train in its nocturnal odyssey. As weariness draped over me like a silken veil, I pondered how many others had encountered this mysterious voyager on the final train of the night. The ticket, a tangible relic of that surreal encounter, faded like a fleeting dream upon waking. The train pressed on through the night, carrying its enigmatic secrets and spectral passengers. Drifting into slumber, a whiff of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the echo of footsteps fading down the carriage corridor. Story 42. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country house, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the aged hardwood floor beneath my feet. It was an autumn evening where the line between reality and dreams appeared fainter than usual. The leaves of the trees outside swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the cream-colored walls of the hallway through the misty panes. Nestled in my beloved armchair, holding a cup of now-chilled chamomile tea, I absent-mindedly watched as the glow from the floor lamp cast a golden halo on the ground. There was a subtle shift in the air that night, a feeling I couldn't quite grasp. It could have been the thickness of the atmosphere, or the profound silence enveloping the house, almost palpable. Rising slowly, my attention was drawn to a movement in the corner of my eye. The hallway leading to the bedroom seemed elongated, as if stretching beyond its usual confines. The shadows lurking in the corners appeared deeper, denser, almost animated. Standing at the threshold of the living room, I peered into the darkness that thickened towards the end of the corridor. The temperature seemed to drop gradually with each step I took. The floor beneath me emitted unfamiliar sounds, as though I traversed uncharted territory. The ancestral family portraits on the walls seemed to regard me with a new intensity, as if the familiar faces had undergone a subtle transformation. Midway down the hallway, I paused. An elusive fragrance captured my senses, a blend of old books and damp wood foreign to my home. I turned to the window on my right, observing the intricate patterns the rain had etched on the glass, designs that followed a cryptic yet coherent pattern. And then I saw it, a shadow darker than the rest, gliding with unnatural elegance along the opposing wall. It wasn't cast by any visible object. It possessed a solidity of its own, like solidified mist, moving with a delicate grace, almost hesitantly, as if aware of my presence. My breath deepened as I observed this enigma. Instead of fear, I felt an odd sense of recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting to be acknowledged. The shadow halted by the guest room door, assuming a faintly human form. Taking a step closer, the shadow seemed to respond to my proximity, quivering slightly. The rain's whispers evolved into a constant murmur, as if conveying a message. I strained to listen, and for a fleeting moment, unfamiliar yet oddly understandable words reached my ears. The air grew cooler around me, a refreshing sensation akin to being enveloped in a silk sheet on a balmy summer night. The shadow commenced moving towards me, its movements fluid, resembling a slow-motion dance. I stood transfixed, watching as it drew nearer. When it stood a few paces away, it paused. The house was silent, save for the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in salutation. I raised my hand, compelled by an inexplicable urge. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow extended what seemed like a hand from its nebulous form. Though no physical contact was made, a warmth enveloped me where our hands almost met. Then, with the same grace it appeared, the shadow began to disperse. Like smoke carried by an unseen draft, it dissipated into the air, leaving behind a faint hint of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway as time seemed to stretch into eternity, listening to the rain's diminishing cadence. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during my encounter. Since that evening, on rainy nights when I traverse the hallway, I am attuned to the shadows. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure, dancing just beyond my sight. The identity of the shadow remains a mystery, yet its presence has instilled in me not fear, but an understanding that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway now harbors this secret, and on quiet nights, when the rain taps against the windows, I await, curious and serene, for another encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 43. Winter nights have always held a unique sway over me, especially when the mist weaves a silent cloak around everything. Nestled in my study, cocooned in the embrace of a woolen blanket, I gazed out the window to a world veiled in a shimmering haze. The soft glow of the lamp on my desk filled the room with a warm, soothing light, casting playful shadows from the row of books that lined the walls. In that tranquil moment, a glint in the glass caught my eye. A mysterious object, unfamiliar yet strangely known, resting on the edge of the desk. A small, dark wooden box stood there, its intricate carvings shifting with a mesmerizing fluidity whenever I glanced away. I couldn't recall ever possessing such an item, yet there it sat that evening, as if it had always belonged. The grain of the wood appeared to pulse gently in the dim light, as if imbued with a hidden vitality. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the blanket slipping to the floor with a soft rustle that harmonized with the creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. Drawing closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, conjuring distant memories that stirred within me. My fingertips grazed the surface of the box, surprised by its warmth under my touch. Its carvings seemed to narrate a tale that shifted endlessly, one moment a moonlit forest, the next a turbulent sea, and then a star-studded sky on an eternal night. I settled back into my chair, now bathed in the closer glow of the lamp, studying every detail of this enigmatic creation. A disquieting realization dawned upon me. This box, with its ever-changing carvings, had appeared in my dreams in recent weeks. It had manifested countless times, each instance in a different guise, yet always emanating the same aura of mystery that now permeated the room. In the hush of the chamber, the tick of the grandfather clock seemed to slow, as if time itself paused to observe. The shadows cast by the lamp stretched and swirled across the walls, weaving intricate patterns of their own. Lifting the box, I marveled at its unexpected weight despite its diminutive size. Though lacking any visible lock, I felt a certainty that something of significance lay within. As I scrutinized it, the carvings gradually converged toward the center of the lid, forming a pattern previously unseen. The wood subtly vibrated under my touch, responding to my presence. The scent of beeswax intensified, mingling with a more ancient, elusive fragrance that eluded identification. A soft, melodic hum emanated from within the box, reminiscent of a long-forgotten lullaby. Unanticipated wariness tugged at my eyelids, and I found myself ensnared in an unexpected drowsiness. The lamp's light pulsed gently, synchronizing with the hypnotic melody. When I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk, the mist outside had dispersed, revealing a sky adorned with twinkling stars. The box had vanished, leaving behind a shadowy imprint on the desk as if it had stood there for eons. Doubts crept in. Had it all been a dream? Rising to retire for the night, a peculiar sight greeted me. A faintly glowing carving, resembling those on the box, adorned the back of my hand. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to visit me in dreams, each time with a new purpose, a hidden message I struggle to decipher. Every morning, the carving on my hand appears subtly altered, as if gradually forming a message that time alone will unveil. I ponder if others have encountered this box in their dreams, if they, too, bear unseen marks of a mystery that unfolds solely within the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, and I question if it ever truly existed. Perhaps the box serves as a conduit between two worlds that are closer intertwined than we perceive. As I pen these words, the familiar scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a silent harbinger that tonight, in the realm of dreams, the box awaits with new revelations to disclose. Story 44. The ancient house had always spoken to me in hushed tones, but that winter evening carried a different air. Snow drifted silently outside my window, each delicate flake capturing the ethereal glow of the moon before settling on the ground. Nestled in my reading nook, cocooned in a threadbare woolen blanket, I savored the soft crackling of the fireplace. The familiar sounds of the house, the settling timber, the creaking floorboards, typically a source of solace, now bore unfamiliar whispers that tiptoed through the rooms. Initially elusive, a faint murmur brushed against my senses, akin to the wind weaving through the time-worn walls. Setting aside my book, I held my breath, attuning my ears to the spectral sounds. The murmurs resurfaced, resembling distant conversations overheard through thick velvet drapes. Though the words remained indistinct, the rhythm mirrored that of human speech. Placing my palm against the wall beside me, I traced the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper, feeling subtle vibrations akin to a slumbering cat's purr. The wall emitted an unexpected warmth, a stark contrast to the winter chill enveloping the rest of the house. Leaning closer, shutting my eyes, I focused on the enigmatic symphony within. The whispers gained clarity, meandering through the walls like subterranean streams, meandering from one space to the next. At times they ebbed into silence, only to resurface from a different direction moments later. Devoid of malevolence, these ethereal voices evoked memories of intimate family gatherings, where loved ones exchanged soft words into the wee hours. I embarked on a silent journey through the house, tracking the whispers from room to room, my footfalls muffled by the worn carpets. In the kitchen, the voices seemed to emanate from behind the copper pots gleaming on the wall. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes that adorned the walls. Each time I neared deciphering the words, they morphed and shifted, akin to recollections slipping away upon waking. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its deep tones blending with the enigmatic murmurs. Enveloped in darkness, Shadows cavorted on the walls, cast by the flickering street lamp outside. A peculiar anomaly in the wallpaper corner caught my eye, a subtle protrusion, as though an unseen force nudged from behind. As I drew closer, the voices crescendoed and the wallpaper rippled faintly, akin to a breath behind a sheer curtain. With trembling fingertips, I reached out to touch the bulging surface, feeling its warmth pulsating beneath my touch. The voices swelled, and amidst the murmurs, I detected my name uttered with tender affection. Gradually the bulge subsided, leaving the wall smooth, yet the warmth lingered. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these enigmatic bulges, transient as waves on a shore, leaving behind warmth and whispers. Occasionally, laughter fragments or a lullaby in an unknown tongue floated through the air, their origins a mystery. The voices retained their soothing, hypnotic quality, never veering into threat or discord. As dawn approached, the whispers dissipated like morning mist, the last echoes enveloping me in a gentle, all-encompassing embrace of sound. The walls cooled gradually, reverting to their usual temperature as sunlight filtered through the windows. The source of the voices within the walls remained elusive, returning sporadically on tranquil, snowy nights. I pondered if the house harbored the memories of its past inhabitants, their conversations and laughter intertwined within its very structure. Perhaps on certain nights the walls grew thin, allowing us a glimpse into unseen realms where echoes of the past lingered. One thing remained certain: the voices became a peculiar solace, akin to a lullaby from a bygone era, reminding me of the enduring presence within solitude. The house harbored its secrets close, sharing them solely through whispers on wintry nights when the world stilled, blurring the line between reality and imagination, akin to old wallpaper stretched thin. Story 45. Autumn nights in our neighborhood have always held a touch of magic. The air whispers with the perfume of fallen leaves, and the damp pavement echoes with hushed footsteps. Lately, on my evening walks home, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. A single street light, nestled at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, has begun to exhibit unusual behavior. Unlike its counterparts that steadfastly bathe the path in a warm yellow glow, this one is different. As I draw near, its luminance starts to wane, as though concealing a secret from my sight. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere mechanical glitch, an aging fixture in need of repair, nothing more. But a pattern emerged. The light only dimmed in my presence. Observing others pass beneath it revealed no deviation, no flicker in its radiance. One evening I conducted an experiment. Leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building, I watched the light cast long shadows and illuminate the dew-kissed garden. With each step I took closer, the brilliance faltered, as if the streetlight held its breath. Standing beneath it, enveloped in its subdued aura, the world seemed to hush, the city noises fading into the background. Examining the glass cover, I discerned peculiar markings etched upon it, obscured by the faint light. Attempting to illuminate it with my phone, a sudden gust stirred the leaves, and a sensation of movement within the glass sent a shiver down my spine. From that night on, I altered my route to pass beneath that enigmatic streetlight. The ritual repeated, the dimming glow, the thickening silence, the sensation of unseen eyes above. Details emerged. Subtle shifts in color, almost imperceptible, seemed to convey a message. On a moonlit night, a melodic hum resonated from within the pole, pulsating like a hidden melody. Placing my hand upon the cool metal, I felt vibrations coursing through me, as if the streetlight sought to communicate. Documenting each encounter meticulously, I uncovered a correlation with lunar phases, the light's behavior shifting with the moon's cycle. The streetlight's influence seeped into my routines, dictating my pace and prompting moments of stillness beneath its muted glow. I never sought a scientific rationale, preferring to embrace the mystery it offered. Each evening as I approach, I sense its anticipation, our silent communion in the realm of twilight. Night after night, the dance continues, the streetlight dimming at my approach, enveloping me in a moment of quiet introspection. Whether electrical anomaly or cosmic enigma, I am content in the knowledge that within this corner of the city, a secret lingers, one that chooses to reveal itself solely to me. In that fleeting darkness, where shadows and light converge, I feel connected to something greater, a mystery unfolding through the language of the night. Story 46. The November wind whispered through the dry leaves scattered along the driveway as I gazed at the shadowy outline of the forsaken mansion standing proudly against the overcast sky. Known as the Never-Inhabited House, a name that held a hint of mystery and a touch of falsehood, for someone had indeed dwelled within its walls long ago, though their identity had faded into obscurity. Approaching the weathered gate, the chill of the wrought iron bars sent a shiver through my fingertips. The air carried a distinct scent of moss and damp stone, mingling with the faint echoes of forgotten whispers. The neglected garden sprawled in an untamed chaos of brambles and nettles, reclaiming the cracked walls with nature's relentless grip. Yet, amidst the desolation, the mansion exuded a haunting elegance that time had failed to erase. Tasked with assessing the property as a real estate agent, I ventured further into the realm of faded grandeur. The current owner, a distant gentleman residing overseas, sought to divest himself of this ancestral home he had never set foot in, an inheritance from a long-lost relative. As I navigated the overgrown garden, a peculiar sight caught my attention. Amidst the unruly foliage, faint trails seemed to have been recently traced, hinting at clandestine comings and goings. But who could be wandering here unseen? The neighbors had assured me that no soul dared to trespass upon this abandoned domain. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, granting me passage into the eerie hush within. The interior lay bathed in a bluish haze filtering through the closed shutters, casting a pall over the forgotten splendor. Each step across the creaking floorboards resonated with the weight of years gone by as I traversed the grand salon. Veiled by yellowed sheets, the furniture loomed like spectral guardians in the dim light, while oversized mirrors on the walls played tricks with their clouded reflections. Ascending the staircase, my hand sought solace in the polished wood of the banister, worn smooth by the touch of generations. Along the upper corridor, a procession of closed doors stood sentinel, concealing silent chambers awaiting discovery. One by one, I unveiled the empty rooms through the lens of my camera, documenting the stillness for the impending appraisal. Yet it was in the final chamber that a subtle disturbance captured my attention. A feminine boudoir, adorned with a delicate layer of dust, disturbed as if by a recent presence. Among the relics of a bygone era, a silver brush lay next to strands of dark, unblemished hair, a stark contrast to the aging surroundings. The perfectly arranged bed bore a subtle indentation, as if a phantom visitor had lingered upon its edge. Just as I prepared to depart, a fleeting movement in the mirror caught my eye, a ghostly figure seated upon the bed before vanishing into the ether. Startled, I whirled around to find the room bereft of any corporeal presence, yet the lingering sense of another's essence lingered in the air. Descending the stairs with a hastened pace, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, shadows dancing in the fading light of the salon. A soft, ethereal hum filled the air, a melancholic melody drifting from some unseen source upstairs. Was it the wind's whisper or the echo of a long-forgotten soul? Pausing at the threshold, hand poised to depart, I hesitated, unsure if the haunting strains were real or a figment of my imagination. With a final glance back at the mansion, I thought I glimpsed a spectral glow behind an upper window, a flicker of presence that dissolved into the dusk. In the days that followed, I compiled my report on the property, detailing its condition, the necessary renovations, and the potential allure it held for a discerning buyer. Omitting mention of the enigmatic hair or the haunting melody, I included a cryptic note. The property possesses a singular charm that may captivate a select clientele. The house lingered on the market, a beacon of mystery in a sea of mundane offerings. Occasionally, as I passed by the rusted gate, I would pause to steal a glance at the mansion, an enigma frozen in time. Each time, a spectral figure seemed to flit between the upper chambers, a silent sentinel awaiting an unknown reunion. Perhaps the secret of the never-inhabited house lay not in its empty rooms, but in the presence that dwelled within, a soul unwilling to depart its ethereal abode, forever tethered to the fading echoes of a bygone era. Story 47. The wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I strolled down the hallway during the twilight of sunset. Grandma's house was always a place of secrets, where each creak of the boards seemed to hold a tale of its own. The familiar scent of lavender and aged wood enveloped me, a fragrance that had lingered with me through all the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. Standing before the weathered attic door, a detail I had never before noticed beckoned me closer. The white paint, worn and chipped, bore curious marks upon its surface. Drawing near, I realized these marks were no haphazard scratches of time, but rather deliberate patterns, as if a message had been painstakingly etched from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues through the hallway windows, elongated shadows danced upon the walls. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Tentatively, I reached out and traced the marks with my fingertips, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood. The patterns were intricate, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some etchings deep, others barely visible, hinting at multiple instances of creation. How many times had I passed this door without ever noticing these cryptic markings? Recollections surfaced of Grandma's avoidance of the attic stairs, though she had never spoken of peculiar noises emanating from above. A chill breeze brushed my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. The hallway appeared elongated, the shadows thickening around me. Retrieving the heavy brass key from its hook on the wall, I hesitantly inserted it into the lock, feeling a slight resistance within the mechanism. Turning the key, a faint sound caught my ear, a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, as if whispered from the other side of the door. My heart quickened as I froze in place, the mysterious sound fading into the void of the house. With trembling hands, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's flashlight, revealing hidden details previously cloaked in shadow. The scratches formed a circular motif, a spiral of enigmatic design. In the center, a series of delicate numbers caught my eye, etched so finely they seemed almost invisible. Struggling to decipher the significance of these numbers, a memory surfaced. Grandma's mention of a hidden diary within the house, safeguarding family secrets. Her distant gaze when speaking of the diary hinted at its importance, a treasure to be protected. The wind outside intensified, causing the aged windows to groan in protest. Shadows in the hallway swayed to an unseen melody, a spectral dance unfolding before me. A link between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary tugged at my thoughts. Yet an unexplainable force held me back from opening that portal to the unknown. Was it intuition, passed down through generations of women in my family, that stayed my hand? As I retreated slowly, a faint scratching sound echoed from within the attic. Not menacing, but rhythmic and gentle, as if a hidden hand traced new messages. Glancing back one final time, I saw the scratches on the door seemingly aglow in the fading daylight, a spectral luminescence emanating from their depths. That night, nestled in bed, thoughts of the cryptic numbers lingered in my mind. Transcribing them into my notebook, I vowed to return the following day for further investigation. However, upon awakening, the attic door appeared unblemished, devoid of any visible markings. Only the brass key, still hanging on its hook, seemed to exude a peculiar radiance, withholding a secret not yet ripe for revelation. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before that enigmatic door. At times, I swear I glimpse the scratches reappearing in the dim light, or catch the faint whisper of a breath beyond the barrier. Yet, I have never dared to unlock its mysteries again. Some enigmas, perhaps, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the hush of an ancient abode and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 48, I stirred from slumber to the gentle, rhythmic tick-tock of a pendulum breaking the stillness of the night. Each beat reverberated through the darkness, a mechanical pulse measuring the passage of time in this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my weary eyes fluttered open, revealing a room veiled in the soft glow of twilight. Everything was unfamiliar to me. I found myself reclined on a vintage burgundy velvet sofa, its plushness worn with the touch of time. The air carried a peculiar aroma, a blend of ancient wood, dried flowers, and a mysterious undertone that eluded my senses. Faint light seeped through heavy brocade curtains, painting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, I absorbed the intricate details of the room. Silent sentinels of antique dark wood furniture stood guard in the corners. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves crammed with untouched leather-bound tomes from bygone eras. On a small table next to the sofa, a delicate porcelain teacup held steaming liquid, likely tea. Rising slowly, I felt the protest of my muscles, as though I had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. Each step I took on the Persian rug echoed softly, leading me to the window. Parting the heavy curtains, I gazed out into a mist-laden garden, where ghostly shapes of trees and shrubs swayed in the evening zephyr. A chill ran down my spine as I caught sight of my reflection in the glass. I was clad in garments that did not belong to me. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, all tailored to perfection, yet belonging to a bygone era. My fingers trembled as they grazed the fabric, feeling the quality beneath my touch. A subtle movement at the corner of my eye drew my attention. Turning towards the room's interior, I found stillness reigning supreme. Only the pendulum with its ceaseless swing seemed to mark the fluid passage of time in this peculiar realm. Determined to unravel the mysteries of this place, I ventured beyond the confines of the room. The door groaned open, revealing a long, dim hallway adorned with portraits of unfamiliar faces. Their eyes followed my every move as I cautiously advanced, the creaking of the wooden floor magnified by the profound silence. Ascending a staircase to the upper floor, I noticed a gradual drop in temperature. The cold touch of the banister felt oddly familiar under my hand. Upstairs, a row of closed doors lined the corridor, each bearing brass nameplates inscribed with cryptic markings that eluded my comprehension in the dim light. It was then that I heard it, a faint melody, piano notes drifting through the air like whispers of a forgotten tune. The music seemed to emanate from the last room at the end of the hallway, beckoning me with its haunting beauty. Approaching the door, the ethereal notes grew fainter, teasing my senses. Pushing it open, I found myself in an empty chamber save for a grand piano draped in a white sheet. No soul occupied the stool, yet the room resonated with the echoes of the mysterious melody. Drawing closer, I unveiled the piano and discovered an aged, yellowed photograph resting on the ivory keys. In the dying light of day, I scrutinized the image, finding a scene identical to the room I stood in, but from a different epoch. Seated at the piano was a figure that sent a shiver down my spine. It was me, garbed in the same archaic attire I wore now, though the photograph dated back at least a century. Descending the stairs, an eerie calm settled over me despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's hypnotic beat now seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of my own heart. Settling back onto the couch, I noticed the teacup still radiated warmth. Peering into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened. Maybe I had stepped into a dream woven by another's subconscious long ago. The pendulum's tick-tock persisted, counting the seconds of a time that may have never existed, in a house that seemed to hold more secrets than I could fathom. Savoring a sip of the tea, its taste oddly familiar, I embraced the enigmatic embrace of this surreal abode. Beyond the windows, the fog enshrouded the garden, blurring the lines between reality and dream. And in that moment, I knew I belonged here, in this enigmatic house that had awaited my arrival for an eternity. Story 49. The mysterious leather-bound journal materialized on my bedside table one frosty morning, its deep burgundy cover gleaming under the pale winter sunlight that filtered through my curtains. I hadn't placed it there, yet there was a strange familiarity to the weathered spine and the cream-colored pages that beckoned to me. The morning air carried a crisp scent of frost, and in the distance a wind chime serenaded with a gentle, melodic hum. My fingertips delicately traced the intricate patterns embossed on the cover, feeling the subtle rise and fall of each design. The leather was supple, worn smooth by the passage of time, though I couldn't quite explain how I knew this. As I opened the journal, a faint scent of lavender and aged paper wafted out, evoking memories just beyond my grasp. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and inviting, but as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered in the morning light. It was my own writing, unmistakably so, yet I had no recollection of penning these words. The entries were dated for days that had yet to unfold. Each morning thereafter, I found myself drawn to the diary, reading entries inscribed in my own hand, detailing events that had not yet transpired. Simple occurrences at first, an unexpected meeting with an old friend, the unearthing of a lost ring beneath my dresser, the faint tolling of church bells in the dead of night. Each prediction manifested with eerie accuracy, like gentle ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate. I read about conversations verbatim before they took place, witnessed sunsets mirroring the descriptions, and felt the touch of rain on my skin as foretold within the pages. The journal never foretold anything harrowing or unsettling, only enigmatic wonders and subtle revelations that cast each day in a dreamlike hue. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through my window, followed by a discreet knock at my door. True to the prophecy, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, yet the identity of the mysterious benefactor remained shrouded in mystery. Another entry hinted at a haunting melody I would hear while strolling in the garden, played on an unrecognizable instrument. When the moment arrived, the ethereal music drifted through the air, its origin forever concealed from view. The presence of the diary altered my perception of time. Mornings became tinged with anticipation, evenings suffused with quiet contemplation. I began to observe nuances that had eluded me before. The dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air heralding rain, the myriad shades of silence enveloping my rooms at night. Occasionally, I would discover pressed flowers nestled between the pages, their hues vibrant despite being remnants from futures not yet lived. Their petals felt soft against my skin, their fragrance mingling with the ever-present scent of lavender that accompanied the journal. As weeks drifted by, I noticed that entries would fade once their events came to pass, dissolving into the cream-colored pages like morning mist under the sun's warming rays. Fresh entries would materialize, penned in the familiar script, always striking a delicate balance between mystique and solace. The origins of the diary and its choice of me remained a mystery. Some enigmas, I realized, were meant to remain unsolved, their allure adding to their beauty. The journal taught me to embrace the unknown with a sense of wonder rather than trepidation, to find solace in the gentle progression of time. On tranquil nights, when the moon cast its silvery glow through my window, I would catch fleeting glimpses of words etching themselves across the pages, letter by letter, like ink droplets falling into a pool of crystal clear water. I resisted the urge to decipher them as they materialized, opting instead to let the mysteries of the morrow stay veiled until their appointed hour. The diary became my steadfast companion, a conduit between the past and the future. It divulged no grand tragedies or soaring elations, only the quiet enchantment that resides in the everyday when we choose to seek it out. Perhaps its most profound gift lay in teaching me to find marvel in the subtle cadence of existence, in the gentle interplay between reality and reverie. As I pen these words now, I sense the musings of tomorrow beginning to form within my mind, poised to fill the as yet unnamed pages. The journal rests beside me, its cover exuding a warmth that belies its leather exterior, awaiting the unveiling of yet another day's worth of enigmatic revelations. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melodic refrain, and I smile, cognizant that its tune was prophesied in the entry for tomorrow, scribed in handwriting that is simultaneously mine and not mine, in a diary that dreams of days yet to come. Story 50. The gentle warmth of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft shadows across the walls of my study. This room had always been my sanctuary, a place filled with the whispers of old books and the embrace of cherished memories. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air, a quiet sense of something unseen. It could have been the stillness that wrapped around me like a cloak, or perhaps the way the autumn light held onto the day a little longer, painting everything in hues of amber and gold. My gaze drifted to the portrait that now graced the wall above my antique writing desk. A recent acquisition, a Victorian-era painting of a woman in a deep burgundy dress, her expression a mystery etched in time. The elderly dealer who sold it to me had spoken of its intriguing past, yet my focus had been consumed by the weight of its price tag, paying little heed to his words. Settling into my worn leather armchair with a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards like delicate tendrils, I noticed a subtle change in the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the side, now seemed to pierce through the canvas, meeting my own with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing it as a trick of the shifting light and the wariness that often accompany the end of a day spent lost in writing, I tried to push the feeling aside. The grandfather clock in the corner marked time with its steady ticking, a sound that usually brought comfort in its rhythm. But that evening, each tick seemed to pull me back to those painted eyes, drawing me into a silent conversation with the woman in burgundy. Paragraphs of my work became interludes for stolen glances at the portrait. Each time I looked, a subtle change danced across the canvas. A tilt of her head, a curve of her lips, a shift in her gaze. Night descended, and the flicker of the old brass lamp on my desk breathed new life into the portrait, casting shadows that gave depth to her painted form. The room itself began to transform in imperceptible ways. Books I knew I had closed would be found open to pages detailing tales of lost art and mysterious vanishings. My pen would stray from its place, rolling across the desk as if moved by an unseen hand. The air itself seemed to ebb and flow, chilling near the portrait and warming as I moved away. One quiet evening, on the cusp of leaving my study, a detail caught my eye. In the background of the portrait, a hint of another canvas on an easel lurked, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder. Stepping closer, squinting in the dim light, I discerned a painting within the painting, a replication of a study that mirrored my own. Heart quickening, I leaned in closer, noting a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and a figure seated at the desk. As my eyes adjusted, the figure took shape. It was me, captured in intricate detail, examining a painting within a painting. A gasp escaped me as I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The woman's expression had shifted, now tinged with a knowing smile, her eyes following my every movement. Her lips seemed to curl up in a faint grin, a silent laughter echoing in the quiet space, like the rustle of aged parchment. That night, I closed the door to my study firmly, yet her presence lingered, her gaze an unseen weight that trailed behind me through the house. In the stillness of my bed, I pondered the histories of those who had owned the portrait before me. Had they too witnessed these subtle shifts? Had they felt the weight of those watchful eyes upon them? Morning light revealed my study unchanged, except for a single detail. My journal lay open on the desk. In elegant Victorian script, foreign to my hand, were the words, "Art is a living thing, dear observer." The line between watcher and watched blurs easily, wouldn't you agree? I made the conscious choice to leave the portrait untouched on my wall, curiosity outweighing caution. Now as I write these words in my study, her gaze often finds me, that enigmatic smile etched on her painted lips. In moments of perfect quiet and gentle light, I catch glimpses of shifting scenes within the painting. A subtle evolution, a dance of details unfolding before my eyes. The portrait remains a puzzle, a mystery I've learned to welcome. In the hushed tranquility of my study, as the grandfather clock maintains its steady cadence and evening shadows deepen, I've come to realize that perhaps we are both observer and observed, intertwined in an endless waltz of perception and reflection. Story 51. The gentle night breeze whispered through the open window, carrying with it the scent of earth dampened by twilight and the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers. Nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair, I became attuned to the rhythmic breath of the ancient house enveloping me. The time-worn wooden frames murmured softly, as if urging me to listen to the untold tales woven into its very fibers. In the hush of that moment, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a steady, hypnotic beating drifting from the upper reaches of the house. It resembled the rhythmic tap of a door knocker swayed by the wind, yet it bore a strange regularity that seemed to beckon, almost trance-like in its cadence. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast playful shadows upon the wallpapered walls, conjuring fleeting shapes that danced in the flickering light. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent sound that had captured my attention. Far from grating, it possessed a melodic quality in its unchanging rhythm. Rising languidly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug beneath me, I embarked towards the staircase, its aged steps emitting a soft lament as if in response to my inquisitiveness. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs, each footfall elicited a murmured sigh from the house, as though it too sought to unravel the mystery. The rhythmic beating continued, unwavering in its tempo, guiding me along the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. The air grew cooler as I ascended, carrying a faint aroma of aged timber and beeswax. Pursuing the sound, I eventually reached the weathered door of the old library, perpetually shut, yet the brass knocker persisted in its rhythmic dance against the solid oak. There was no breeze to stir the knocker. All windows along the hallway remained firmly shut. Mesmerized, I observed the weighty brass piece move of its own accord, as if an unseen hand guided its patient strikes. Drawn inexorably closer, I approached with a sense of wonder, captivated by the steady motion. The beat now resonated clearer, revealing subtle nuances in its pattern, akin to a cryptic melody beyond my comprehension. Extending my hand towards the brass handle, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. Though the door was unlocked, it resisted my efforts to yield, not obstructed, but seemingly held in place by an unseen force on the other side. The knocker continued its rhythmic ritual, indifferent to my presence, as if enacting an ancient ceremony. Seating myself on the floor, leaning against the wall adjacent to the door, I surrendered to the hypnotic rhythm enveloping me. Time slipped away unnoticed as I immersed myself in the wordless tale spun by the persistent beating. Gradually, my eyelids grew heavy, drifting into a realm of misty reveries filled with visions of bygone libraries and forgotten lore. The sound melded seamlessly with my breathing, merging with the natural pulse of the night. Upon awakening, the pale light of dawn bathed the hallway in a serene glow. The knocker lay still, its echoes silenced as if never stirred. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from prolonged repose, I reached for the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without impediment. The library greeted me unchanged from the day prior, every tome resting in its appointed spot, the dust suspended in the morning air. Yet, upon the antique desk, bathed in the soft rays of sunlight, lay an open book of pristine pages, as though awaiting the pen of an unseen author to inscribe its tale. Since that night, the brass knocker had ceased its rhythmic dance, yet on the stillest evenings, a faint echo of that haunting rhythm seemed to linger in the air, as if the house endeavored to recall a forgotten melody. Story 52. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles wove a soothing melody as I readied myself for the night ahead. Each droplet cascaded down the window panes, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a fire in the now extinguished fireplace lingered, a faint aroma of burnt wood lingering in the air. The soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a warm, reassuring embrace, inviting tranquility into the space. In the midst of this perfect calm, a sound pierced the air, the unmistakable ring of a phone. It was a peculiar occurrence, considering the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected, replaced by the convenience of a cell phone. Yet there it was, its crystalline chime reverberating through the room with eerie clarity. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, the soft Persian rug cushioning my steps as I approached the mysterious relic. The antique black phone, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, gleamed faintly in the dim light, its presence both nostalgic and unsettling. Just as I reached out to investigate, the ringing ceased abruptly. The receiver, cool to the touch, emitted the faint scent of aged bakelite, evoking memories of a bygone era. Chalking it up to exhaustion-induced auditory tricks, I turned away, only to be startled by the phone's insistent ring once more. This time, the sound seemed to demand attention, its urgency palpable in the air. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, I watched as the receiver trembled with each ring, capturing the ambient light in a mesmerizing display of shadows and reflections. I counted each ring, the tension mounting with each passing moment. As the fifth ring echoed through the room, I found myself compelled to answer. Lifting the receiver, I was met with a profound silence, broken only by the steady drumming of rain against the windows. Pressing the cool bakelite to my ear, I awaited a response, unsure of what to expect. Instead of a dial tone or electronic hum, there was only emptiness, a void of sound that seemed to echo through the receiver. And then, a breath. Slow, deliberate, and hauntingly familiar. It carried a rhythm that stirred ancient memories within me, reminiscent of moments shared with my grandmother, her presence lingering in the room. "Hello?" I murmured, my voice barely audible over the rain's persistent cadence. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, a silent invitation to engage. Gradually, it morphed into a deep, melancholic sigh, tugging at my heartstrings with its weight. I stood transfixed, the receiver cradled against my ear, as the enigmatic breath melded with the rain's steady beat, creating a symphony of emotions. There was no fear, only a profound sense of peace, interwoven with nostalgia, as if the past and present had converged in that ephemeral moment. The breathing persisted, punctuated by pregnant pauses that spoke volumes without words. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the haunting melody, allowing it to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time seemed to lose its meaning as I drifted in that liminal space between reality and reverie. When I finally opened my eyes, the room had shifted. The lamp's glow was softer, more encompassing, and a hint of lavender, my grandmother's signature scent, lingered in the air. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now exuding a sense of solace, as though it had fulfilled its purpose. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the antique instrument bathed in the dim light, the rain outside serenading me with its melodic downpour. Since that fateful night, the phone has remained silent, its silent presence a reminder of the inexplicable connection forged in that singular moment. On rainy evenings, when the silence grows heavy, I sometimes catch a whisper of a distant breath, a familiar sigh echoing through the corridors of time. In those fleeting instants, a knowing smile graces my lips, for I have come to understand that some bonds transcend the physical realm, their echoes everlasting. Story 53. In the dim hours of midnight, the grandfather clock in the hallway tolled its deep chimes, casting a soothing spell over the ancient house. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cocooned by the gentle caress of a woolen blanket, I savored the hushed melody of the winter wind dancing through the window crevices. The soft radiance of my reading lamp enveloped me in a cozy oasis, while the room's corners lingered in a tranquil veil of darkness. Reading before slumber had become a treasured ritual, a sacred communion with solitude amidst the long winter nights. The house settled into its customary symphony of murmuring groans and sighs, akin to an old friend dozing off into dreams. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar essence lingered in the pauses between these familiar sounds. Lowering my book, I lifted my gaze, allowing my senses to roam beyond the confines of my lamplight haven. The atmosphere had shifted imperceptibly, a subtle shift that prickled the skin with a whisper of awareness. A delicate coolness permeated the air, akin to the breath before a snowfall, though the sky outside remained clear. Eyes drawn to the partially ajar hallway door, left so purposely to catch the grandfather clock's comforting tolls, I noticed a peculiarity in the darkness beyond. The shadow appeared denser, as if it had coalesced into a tangible form, layers of obscurity draped with an ethereal grace. While the radiator hummed its quiet tune, ushering warmth into the room, it seemed to shy away from that particular corner, as if a gentle force redirected its flow. Leaning forward, not in fear, but in a tranquil fascination, I noticed the shadow responding to my attention, its contours sharpening, yet retaining an elusive vagueness, akin to a word on the tip of the tongue. With a silk ribbon marking my place in the book, I set it aside and remained seated, allowing my eyes to drink in the interplay of light and shadow. The darkness behind the door began to sway with a subtle motion, reminiscent of curtains stirred by an unseen breath, though the room lay in undisturbed stillness. As the grandfather clock maintained its steady cadence, its ticks synchronized with the shadow's graceful undulations, I realized my breathing had slowed, attuned to this tranquil rhythm. The shadow swayed gently, a silent dance that seemed to coax patterns akin to sunlight filtering through depths of water. A comforting warmth unfurled in the room, not from the artificial heat, but a natural embrace, akin to sitting beside a slumbering cat. With each movement, the shadow hinted at a form of communication beyond words, a language of rhythm and motion that spoke to the soul. Time ebbed and flowed in fluid measure, a languid dance of observation and response, stretching and contracting like honey stirred in warm tea. The shadow and I engaged in a silent dialogue, where tendrils of darkness reached out, withdrew with graceful elegance, or condensed before unfurling like a nocturnal blossom. Within the shifting shadow, impossible intricacies emerged, swirls and patterns unveiling depths that defied the constraints of ordinary darkness. Shapes formed and dissolved like ink dissolving in water, ephemeral and enigmatic, defying categorization. Yet these manifestations bore no threat, but rather a sense of offering, of sharing secrets in the silent tongue of shadow. With the clock striking one, a subtle shift stirred in the air, and the shadow began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but receding like a cherished guest bidding adieu after a serene visit. As it melded back into the hallway's customary darkness, a profound sense of tranquility lingered in the room. The door stood ajar as before, framing only the ordinary shadows of the night. Resuming my book but leaving it closed, I basked in the lingering peace the shadow's visit had bestowed. Sleep encroached gently upon my consciousness, and I welcomed its embrace, knowing my dreams would be woven with memories of darkness that ebbed and flowed like water, breathed like a companion. Since that night, I keep the door slightly open, inviting that wedge of shadow to appear. On quiet evenings, a familiar darkness gathers behind it, a silent companion from the depths of shadow. And on those nights, I merely smile, settling deeper into my chair, prepared to share another tranquil hour with my nocturnal visitor. Story 54. The ocean that night lay still, a tranquil mirror under the watchful eye of the full moon. Wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I sat on the creaking porch of my rustic wooden abode, entranced by the soft melody of waves caressing the shore. The moonlight painted a shimmering silver path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its ethereal trail into the unknown depths of the horizon. In that moment of serene contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my gaze. A luminous green glow, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the gentle waves not far from the sandy shoreline. Rising slowly from my weathered rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze tenderly kiss my face as I descended the worn steps. The warm sand welcomed my bare feet, a comforting embrace despite the lateness of the hour. Approaching the water's edge, where the tide whispered its ancient secrets to the earth, the mysterious green glow grew more defined. It emanated from an antique glass bottle, its elegant elongated form cradling a yellowed piece of paper within. Gingerly, I lifted the heavy vessel from the water, its surface adorned with a salt-encrusted patina that veiled its contents in places. The moon's gentle light filtered through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections that danced upon its surface. The cork stopper, sealed with aged black wax cracked by the passage of time, remained intact as I examined the vessel closely. To my surprise, the glass held within it tiny crystalline formations that sparkled like celestial stars trapped in a miniature universe. Returning to the porch, the warm glow of the oil lamp illuminated my find as I placed the bottle upon the weathered table and settled into my favorite armchair. The symphony of the sea grew more poignant, its whispers carrying an enigmatic message on the night breeze. With deliberate grace, I began to unravel the black sealing wax, its ancient remnants crumbling beneath my touch like whispers of a forgotten past. The cork, remarkably well preserved, released a fragrant essence, a blend of seaweed, aged ink, and an indefinable subtlety that lingered in the air. Within the bottle, a carefully rolled parchment awaited, bound by a faded blue silk ribbon. My hands trembled ever so slightly as I untied the delicate knot, revealing a surprisingly resilient paper that bore ink weathered to a sepia hue. The script upon it, a dance of elegant letters tinged with a sense of urgency, seemed to speak a language both familiar and foreign, its meaning just beyond reach. As my eyes adjusted to the faded text, fragmented phrases emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Interwoven with the words were sketches of unknown constellations and lunar cycles, forming a tapestry of cosmic mysteries. Yet it was a perfect spiral at the page's edge that captivated me, a subtle movement that defied the stillness of the night. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced to the rhythm of the waves. The sea's gentle murmur transformed into a rhythmic chant, a forgotten melody echoing through time. The very air around me thickened, as if the essence of time itself slowed to a languid pace. The concluding paragraphs, clearer than the rest, spoke of a realm where dreams intertwined with reality, a place where time flowed as fluidly as water through cupped hands. A chilling realization dawned as the ink revealed its final plea. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look to the sea tonight, for it is forever changed. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon transformed, its reflection upon the water now a geometric enigma of light. The bottle on the table pulsed with the same green luminescence that had first beckoned me, a rhythmic heartbeat in the stillness of the night. Carefully I returned the message to its glass confines, leaving the cork aside. Gazing out at the endless expanse of the horizon, I pondered the countless souls who may have encountered similar messages from the depths of the ocean. The night wore on, its quietude undisturbed, yet a subtle shift had taken hold. Was it the stars reflecting differently upon the water, or was it a transformation within my own perception of the world? Until the first light of dawn kissed the sky, I remained upon the porch, listening to the sea's ancient lullaby that whispered of untold mysteries. The green glow of the bottle slowly faded with the encroaching daylight, leaving a lingering sense of wonder in its wake. Though the message's true meaning eluded me, I carried with me the certainty that that fateful night had altered something deep within. On nights of the full moon, a spectral green glow still dances upon the waves, a silent invitation to unravel the secrets hidden beneath the ocean's surface, where mysteries best left undisturbed may slumber in eternal peace. Story 55. The autumn mist draped the streets like a soft, gray shroud, transforming the glow of each street lamp into a hazy halo in the stillness of the night. It was on my way back home from a grueling day at work that I first caught sight of it. A pair of headlights piercing through the fog, steadfastly trailing behind me. At first, it was merely a subtle inkling, a whisper in the recesses of my mind, hinting at the peculiarity of the unchanging distance between our vehicles as we navigated each twist and turn. The muted hum of the engine trailing me echoed like a patient exhale, syncing seamlessly with the cadence of my journey. A deceleration on my part was mirrored by the shadowy car behind me, as was any slight acceleration I dared to make. Through the mirror, all I could discern was a murky outline, likely a sedan, its headlights akin to vigilant orbs never faltering in their gaze upon me. The road meandered through the residential area, the tranquil houses on either side exuding an air of serenity that starkly contrasted with the growing disquiet within me. Curiosity nudged me to conduct an experiment. Instead of veering onto my usual street, I pressed on straight ahead, opting for a prolonged route. To my astonishment, the vehicle persisted in its pursuit, maintaining that hypnotic gap that now felt oddly familiar. The patter of rain commencing its descent on the windshield birthed a soothing rhythm, juxtaposing the eerie situation at hand. Raindrops streaked down the windows, further obscuring my view of the unwavering presence tailing me. I made successive turns, onto a side street, then another and another. The dance endured, as though an invisible tether bound us together. The headlights trailed me patiently, never encroaching too near, never lagging behind. While the neighborhood slumbered in blissful ignorance, we continued our enigmatic nocturnal ballet. A halt at a traffic light unveiled a new revelation. Through the misted glass of the car behind me, I glimpsed a figure seated in the driver's seat, motionless as a statue. Upon deciding to finally head home, the car remained faithful, a shadow in my wake. I pulled into the driveway and silenced the engine. In the ensuing quietude, the only sounds were the rain's soft patter on the car roof and the steady thud of my heart. Peering through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car eased to a stop several yards behind me, its headlights ablaze, a silent sentinel. Minutes stretched interminably, each one feeling like an eternity. Gradually, the headlights dimmed, plunging the street into darkness, save for the lingering silhouette of the enigmatic vehicle. Summoning my courage, I emerged from my car, shielded from the rain by my jacket. Yet as I turned to scrutinize the street, it lay deserted. Not a trace remained of the car that had trailed me throughout the night. Since that fateful evening, whenever I drive post-dusk, an involuntary urge compels me to glance more frequently at the rearview mirror. And on nights when the fog cloaks the world in its embrace, I swear I catch a glimpse of those familiar headlights in the distance, a patient presence biding its time. I ponder whether that car still prowls the night, trailing another unsuspecting soul, or if it lingers, awaiting the opportune moment to once again waltz through the nocturnal labyrinth of the city with me. Story 56. The moon's gentle glow seeped through the sheer curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I found solace in the stillness of the night, until my eyes fixated on the ancient mahogany box perched delicately on the mantelpiece. A relic from my grandmother's time, it had always been a silent observer in this house, its lustrous surface reflecting the moon's soft beams, while its intricate carvings seemed to stir ever so slightly in the dimness. I could not recall a time when it had been opened, not even in my grandmother's presence. It existed as a mere ornament, existing on the fringes of my consciousness, like a painting one glances at daily but never truly sees. Yet, on that particular night, a shift occurred. Perhaps it was the way the light played upon the embellishments, or the profound hush that enveloped the room. Rising from my seat, the wool of my sweater grazed the armchair's back, the only sound in the room's reverential quiet. Every step toward the mantelpiece resonated softly on the aging wooden floor. The air felt denser as I neared the box, as if a subtle, invisible mist enveloped it. My fingertips brushed the sleek mahogany, surprisingly warm as if imbued with life. The intricate patterns etched on its surface depicted interwoven leaves and branches, so delicately crafted they appeared almost animate. For the first time, I noticed a minute detail I had previously overlooked, a minuscule eye nestled amidst the carvings on the lid. Examining the box closer, an ancient, elusive fragrance wafted into the air, a scent vaguely reminiscent of sandalwood, yet with a mysterious undertone eluding recognition. Closing my eyes, I allowed the scent to evoke unknown memories, faint images of a woman with a gentle smile, placing something within the box, whispering words that eluded comprehension. The sound of the wind brushing against the windows snapped me back to the present. My hands trembled as I traced the box's edges. Though lacking a visible lock, I knew it had remained unopened. Or had it? Childhood recollections of this house now seemed muddled, as if the pages of a book had been shuffled. Seating myself on the couch, I cradled the box. It felt lighter than expected, almost as if empty. Yet, a subtle movement within hinted at something intangible, akin to a shadow rather than a solid object. The warmth it emitted grew more pronounced in my hands, and for a fleeting moment I felt as though the tiny carved eye was watching me. A shiver traversed my spine, not from fear, but from an uncanny familiarity, akin to recognizing a figure in a dream. My grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced in my mind. Though she had never spoken of the box, her enigmatic statement lingered. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. In the nocturnal hush, cradling the enigmatic box, the weight of her words unfurled before me. The room's shadows elongated and pirouetted on the walls, mirroring the box's intricate designs. The scent intensified, enveloping me in its hypnotic embrace. Contemplating the generations that had lived in this house, gazing at the box without ever unlocking its mysteries, I pondered the significance of uncovering its contents. Did it truly matter what secrets it held? Gently returning the box to its place on the mantelpiece, the tiny carved eye appeared to smile, as if sanctioning my choice. Nestling back into my armchair, a peculiar tranquility enveloped me. Some enigmas, once comprehended, do not beg for deciphering, but merely for safekeeping. The moon's luminance continued to bathe the room in its soft light, the night silence now imbued with deeper meaning. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the lingering fragrance of the box, guiding me towards slumber. In that tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound seemed to emerge from the mantelpiece, a sigh of relief, or perchance the wind toying with the curtains. The box remained there, a silent sentinel of its secrets, a fragment of a mystery that perhaps required no unraveling. And in that realization, a newfound serenity washed over me, like a whispered lullaby from the night itself. Story 57. The enchanting charm of my new abode revealed itself to me through a peculiar dance of doorways lining the hallway. Each portal led to its expected destination, the bathroom with its vintage tiles, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, the kitchen boasting a worn linoleum floor. Yet, it was the final door, painted a shade deeper than its companions, that beckoned with a mysterious allure. Behind it awaited a semblance of a basement, its depths shrouded in enigmatic secrecy as no visible staircase descended into its depths. This discovery unfolded in the midst of my inaugural week in the residence, when the wintry whispers of the wind seeped through the weathered window crevices. Standing at the threshold, a mesmerizing sight greeted me. A concrete floor lay 8 feet below, bathed in the gentle glow of a solitary hanging bulb whose origin remained a mystery. The chamber appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with walls and corners seamlessly blending into the shadows despite the luminance. Strangely, my real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing bore no hint of its existence. Perplexed, I contacted her to unravel the enigma. She sounded bewildered, claiming she had showcased every room during the viewing. Describing the door and the enigmatic chamber below only deepened her confusion. She promised to delve into the original blueprints and revert to me with answers. In the ensuing days, a magnetic pull drew me towards that enigmatic door, compelling me to unlock its secrets at various hours. The light within remained unwavering, casting a steady luminescence across the subterranean expanse, regardless of the time. At times, I would settle into a chair at the threshold, legs safely anchored to the upper level, entranced by the interplay of shadows in the basement's recesses. A subtle fragrance wafted upwards, not the expected musty dampness, but a cleaner scent akin to fresh linen or the crispness of a frost-kissed morning. One evening, while nestled in my customary spot with a cup of chamomile tea, a startling discovery awaited me. Nestled at the heart of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, adorned with a faded letter A, an item unequivocally absent from previous observations. The presence of the block posed a glaring question. How had it materialized in the absence of stairs? Thus commenced my documentation of the basement's metamorphosis. Some mornings, the block had shifted a few inches from its former position. On other occasions, it had rotated to unveil different facets. Not a whisper echoed from below, not even the customary settling murmurs typical of aged abodes. The light maintained its steadfast vigil, undimmed and unwavering. 3 weeks hence, a call from my real estate agent carried a tinge of disquiet. She disclosed that the original blueprints bore no trace of a basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. As she relayed this revelation, I stood before the door, its dark hue a stark contrast amidst the surrounding pale walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. Multiplying exponentially, it coalesced into cryptic words etched on the concrete floor, words tantalizingly close to comprehension, yet elusively veiled. Upon awakening, I hastened to the door, only to find the basement adorned solely by the original block, albeit relocated once more. Now positioned directly beneath the hanging bulb, it cast a perfect square shadow upon the concrete. Winter entrenched itself outside my sanctuary, yet the basement remained an oasis of unchanging twilight. Neither warm nor cold, neither luminous nor dim. Occasionally, on hushed evenings, a distant humming seemed to emanate from below, a melody that dissipated whenever I endeavored to discern its source. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor, hinting at a pattern whose significance eluded me. Mapping its movements on graph paper, I linked the points of rest to form a shape vaguely familiar yet indecipherable. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, I grew accustomed to my inexplicable basement. A silent but resolute intuition dissuaded me from venturing within, prompting me to maintain my vigil from the safety of the threshold. The enigma ceased to perturb me, evolving into a soothing tale, unfolding at its own unhurried pace, impervious to the reader's yearning for closure. Spring blossomed forth, heralding lengthening days and balmy breezes, yet the basement lingered in its eternal twilight. One morning, I flung open the door to discover the block had vanished without a trace. The basement floor lay barren, pristine as the day of its revelation. Hours slipped away as I lingered in my chair, awaiting a shift in the stillness, but no alteration transpired. That night, a dream unfurled before me. A vision of stairs gracefully descending into the basement, hewn from dark wood that seemed to consume the surrounding light. With trepidation, I descended a single step, the air resonating with the melodic tinkling of distant wind chimes. Awakening, I beheld the open door, a contradiction to my recollection of securing it before slumber. The stairless basement persists to this day. Occasionally, a fleeting movement catches my eye as I pass by the door. Whether a mere shadow or something more elusive remains uncertain. The block never resurfaced, yet in the profound silence of night, the gentle clatter of wooden toys against concrete reverberates from the depths below. I have learned not to investigate these echoes. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger unsolved, content to inhabit the ethereal realm between reality and dreams. Story 58. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered against my office window, a soothing lullaby as I toiled away in my study. On evenings like this, the world seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that swirled into a hypnotic melody. The glow from my desk lamp bathed the aged manuscripts in a soft golden light, each page holding a piece of the city's history within its weathered folds. It was on a night like this that she appeared, a solitary figure crossing the square beneath a scarlet-red umbrella, a vibrant splash of color against the muted hues of fall. There was a mysterious grace to her movements, a rhythm to her steps that danced in harmony with the falling rain. Every evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella made her way across the square. Her presence became a part of my nightly ritual, a moment tinged with intrigue and wonder. Yet her face remained veiled in shadow beneath the umbrella, her identity a tantalizing mystery hidden in the misty rain. One fateful night, as she paused in the center of the square, a fleeting glance in my direction revealed a hint of a smile on her ethereal face, illuminated by the soft glow of the street lamps. In that brief moment, my heart skipped a beat before she continued on her path, disappearing into the evening haze. In the days that followed, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Water stains appeared on the manuscripts I handled, as if touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate scent of antique roses lingered in the air, a haunting presence that defied explanation even with closed windows. And then one evening, I found an old photograph on my desk, a black and white relic from the past. It depicted the square as it stood 50 years prior, with a figure holding a red umbrella standing out amidst the faded crowd. The date inscribed on the back read, October 15th, 1973. Delving deeper into the archives, I uncovered the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who had once walked the halls of my building decades ago. Known for her red umbrella and love for ancient books, her story ended tragically on a rainy night, much like the ones I now experienced. As I immersed myself in Sarah's history, the scent of roses grew stronger, the rain outside whispering a melancholic tune that seemed to bridge the gap between past and present. The pages of the old documents stirred as if touched by an unseen hand, a gentle breeze unfurling their secrets. and when I glanced up from my research, there she was, closer than ever before. The red umbrella now folded, revealing a face etched with kindness and serenity. In that moment, no fear gripped me, only a profound sense of empathy and connection. From that evening onward, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly crossings of the square. Yet, on rainy nights when the archive fell silent and shadows danced upon the walls, echoes of her presence lingered. The faint echo of her footsteps, the lingering fragrance of roses, a spectral reminder of a life intertwined with the ancient tomes she cherished. Sometimes, as I leafed through the yellowed pages, fresh water droplets would appear, as if a phantom hand had just traced its path across the paper. I often pondered whether Sarah still watched over her beloved books, her spirit intertwined with the rain-soaked streets she once traversed. This tale, a secret shared only between me and the library's silent sentinels, whispered in the shadows of forgotten corners. And with each gentle tap of rain against the windows, a smile would tug at my lips, a silent acknowledgement of the enduring presence of a woman with a red umbrella, forever wandering through the mists of time. Story 59. The night carried a unique essence, as if autumn itself had seeped into the very marrow of existence, whispering of longer nights and deeper mysteries. Nestled in the embrace of my study's armchair, I found solace in the soft caress of the wind outside, its gentle touch weaving a melodic symphony with the rustling leaves. A subtle noise stirred from the depths of the basement, akin to the delicate shuffle of aged parchment. Initially dismissing it as the house settling into the night's embrace, I rose with a curiosity that outweighed any trepidation. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door, its wooden steps murmuring ancient tales beneath my weight. Descending, the air grew cooler, carrying whispers of damp earth and forgotten stories bound in leather. Within the basement's shadows, the dance of light and darkness revealed a familiar space, adorned with slumbering relics veiled in white sheets. Yet, on this particular evening, a newfound peculiarity seized my attention. A door, nestled in the far corner where light dared not tread. Simple in design, crafted from dark wood devoid of embellishments, it beckoned me with a luster that belied its age. As my hand grazed its surface, a chill crept from the door, tingling upon my skin with a spectral caress. The silence deepened, punctuated solely by the echo of my own heartbeat resounding in the chamber. With a hesitant touch, I gripped the brass handle, its warmth a stark contrast to the frigid aura surrounding it. Turning it slowly, the door yielded effortlessly, unveiling a sight beyond imagination, a wispy silver mist swaying gently as if moved by unseen hands. Emitting a soft, enchanting glow, the mist exuded a fragrance reminiscent of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea, evoking a sense of familiarity and tranquility. From within this ethereal veil emerged a delicate melody, akin to a phantom pianist serenading an unseen audience. Shapes materialized and dissipated within the mist, teasing recognition before vanishing into the ephemeral dance. Faces once known and landscapes never treaded flickered before my eyes, blurring the lines between reality and reverie. Torn between curiosity and caution, I lingered at the threshold, captivated by the enigmatic allure of the mist. Taking a step back, I gently closed the door, the click of the lock shattering the enchantment that held the room in its thrall. The familiar sounds of the house flooded back, the rhythmic ticking of the upstairs clock, the rustle of wind through the trees, the distant echoes of a dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs, a sense of wonder lingered within me, a whisper of the extraordinary lingering in the shadows of memory. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement time and again, only to find the door vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet, in the hush of night, when the world teeters on the edge of sleep, echoes of that distant melody still reach me, beckoning to a realm beyond comprehension. Some doors, it seems, reveal themselves only when time and space align in mysterious harmony. And perhaps therein lies the beauty. For the enigma of that basement door taught me that not all enigmas demand unraveling, and some mysteries are more captivating when left untouched, like dreams that fleetingly brush against reality before dissipating into the silver mist of memory. Story 60. The snow whispered as it descended under the cover of the winter night, draping the windowsill in a soft, velvety white embrace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the delicate dance of snowflakes in the lamplight, cradling a cup of chamomile tea in my hands. The warmth of the tea provided solace, a stark contrast to the chill seeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room with a hypnotic cadence, a melody almost lulling me into a trance. It was in that tranquil moment of hushed serenity that a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amongst the swirling snowflakes, a faint image emerged, a face, indistinct yet possessing an otherworldly quality, as though sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, bore a peculiar intensity. Profound and shadowed, they gazed at me with an uncanny familiarity. Rising slowly from my seat, the aged floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I approached the window. The ethereal visage seemed to dissipate as I drew nearer, but a lingering sensation of being observed lingered in the air. A subtle hint of jasmine intertwined with the aroma of tea, evoking distant memories of a summer evening long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze remained fixed on the window's reflection, searching for that enigmatic face. The pendulum swung on, its ticking now murmuring indecipherable whispers. Retrieving my weathered journal from the nearby shelf, its leather bindings worn from years of use, I absent-mindedly flipped through its pages. A faded photograph slipped out, its edges yellowed with age, yet the image remained clear. A group of individuals smiled joyfully at the camera, captured during a summer picnic of bygone days. Despite no recollection of this photo, every face bore a haunting familiarity. One figure, in particular, captured my attention, a young woman in the background, her features slightly blurred, gazing directly at the camera with those same deep, mysterious eyes reflected in the window. My heart beat a slow, steady rhythm as I studied the photograph. Clad in a white floral dress, she held a bouquet of jasmine in her hands, her smile tender and wistful. Turning the photo over, elegant script adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A sudden gust of wind stirred the curtains, though all windows remained shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace that seemed to whisper of bygone days. Closing my eyes briefly, fragments of memories surfaced. A tinkling laughter, the distant echo of a piano, the rustling of a white dress amidst a garden's trees. As I reopened my eyes, the snow fell silently, the reflection in the window now mirroring only my weary form. Placing the photograph back in the journal, I knew that face would linger in my dreams, not as a menacing presence, but a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten melody resurfacing in the mind. Draping myself in a warm blanket on the couch, the pendulum's hypnotic sway continued. The scent of jasmine lingered in the air, gradually fading like a vanishing memory. Drifting towards slumber, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories hidden within the recesses of my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, some faces are meant to endure as gentle ghosts, guardians of memories veiled by time but not erased. As sleep beckoned, a crystalline laughter echoed faintly in the wind, intertwined with the snowflake's nocturnal dance. Story 61. In the soft glow of twilight, the antique shop exuded a mysterious allure. Wandering through its narrow passages, I was soothed by the gentle creak of aged floorboards beneath my steps and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes illuminated by the warm, golden light filtering through delicate Victorian lace curtains. The air carried a symphony of scents, old leather-bound books, polished wood, and the faint whispers of memories lingering within forgotten treasures. It was then that I heard it, a faint, ethereal melody, drifting through the shelves like a secret shared in hushed tones. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked a bygone era when music was etched onto vinyl and unleashed into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I followed the enchanting sound, its haunting familiarity tugging at my soul, though the tune remained elusive. At the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood an elegant mahogany gramophone, its brass horn arched gracefully toward the heavens, capturing the fading light in a mesmerizing display. The turntable spun languidly, its surface bare of any visible record. As I drew closer, the music neither swelled nor faded, maintaining its otherworldly quality. Suddenly, the shop's owner, a silver-haired woman with kind eyes, materialized beside me with a quiet grace that startled me. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice as soft as the phantom melody. "It arrived just last week, part of an estate collection. Odd thing is, we've never wound it up." I examined the gramophone more closely, noting the motionless winding key and the hypnotic rotation of the turntable. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, continued to weave its enchanting spell, drawing me deeper into its enigmatic aura. Running my fingers over the smooth wood, I felt a subtle warmth beneath its polished surface. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze holding a wisdom that eluded my understanding. "Some objects choose their own companions, you see, and this one seems rather taken with you." That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, nestled by the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. I devoted hours to studying every detail, the intricate carvings on its base, the faded maker's mark barely discernible with age, the poised arm that awaited a needle's touch. The music persisted, a soft and intermittent presence, akin to a ghostly transmission from a bygone era. On certain nights, it would play classical compositions, while on others, jazz standards that might have graced dance halls long ago. Each melody carried with it a tapestry of emotions, joy, yearning, sorrow, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the sentiments of all who had ever listened to it. Subtle changes began to manifest in my home. Books shifted slightly out of place, as if someone had perused them in the stillness of night. Curtains fluttered on breathless evenings, and hints of lavender and vanilla perfume lingered in the air, though I dwelled alone. During a particularly tranquil evening, with rain gently tapping against the window panes, the music transformed. Instead of its usual distant allure, it grew clearer, more tangible. I recognized the piece, Debussy's Clair de Lune, yet it resonated with a newfound depth, conjuring images of moonlit waters and lovers strolling through gaslit streets. As I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enchanting melody, a gentle pressure manifested on the cushion beside me, as if a spectral presence had settled in to share the moment. The fragrance intensified, and the atmosphere grew heavy, pregnant with anticipation, akin to the calm before a snowfall. Upon opening my eyes, the pressure lingered, though only shadows greeted my gaze. The music softened once more, returning to its cryptic distance, yet a profound shift had occurred. The gramophone was no longer a mere relic, but a conduit between realms, a custodian of tales longing to be told. Now each night, I sit in my study as darkness envelops the world. Sometimes I read, other times I merely listen. The gramophone spins its enigmatic melodies, and occasionally, I sense that ethereal presence beside me. I have never sought to unravel its mysteries or capture its music on any recording, for some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than fathomed. The shop owner's words rang true. Certain objects choose their keepers, and in choosing me, the gramophone bestowed upon me a precious gift. The revelation that music, memory, and magic intertwine in ways that defy comprehension. As another haunting melody drifts through the air, a smile graces my lips, for within those notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the heart, transcending the confines of language and logic. Story 62. Snow drifted down in silence that evening within my quaint antique shop. The flakes pirouetted behind the windows, bathed in the soft glow of vintage lamps, casting a cozy embrace over the space. The aged shelves whispered gently as they held their treasures, harmonizing with the languid sway of the pendulum clock's hands. An aroma of bygone eras lingered in the air, a blend of weathered books and beeswax, a scent only objects with a rich past could exhale. As I arranged volumes, a crystalline chime broke the stillness, the doorbell announcing a visitor. A burst of wintry air tiptoed in, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved instantly on the wooden floor. Turning to greet the guest, I hesitated momentarily. Standing at the threshold was a tall, enigmatic figure, cloaked in darkness that seemed to swallow the light around them. A broad-brimmed hat veiled their upper face, while a gray wool scarf concealed the rest. "Good evening," I murmured, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor despite a subtle shiver running down my spine. Silent, the visitor glided through the aisles, their gloved hands skimming the displayed curios with delicate grace. There was a hypnotic quality to their movements, as though they danced to a melody only they could hear. I found myself captivated by their every gesture, noting how the light behaved oddly in their presence. Shadows deepened and thickened as if gaining substance of their own. Pausing before an antique mirror from the 18th century, a recent addition to my collection, they traced the golden frame with deliberate strokes, casting a heavier silence upon the shop, broken solely by the clock's measured ticking. Attempting to catch their reflection in the mirror, I felt a growing unease as the glass failed to reveal their presence, showing only the shelf behind them. Approaching cautiously, the floor creaking beneath my steps, I inquired softly, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" The visitor turned towards me, their features obscured by shadows under the hat. With a fluid motion, they produced a yellowed parchment from their coat, unfolding it carefully on the counter beside the cash register. The script, elegant and antiquated, listed peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. Reading the list, I sensed a chill settling in the shop, my breath forming mist in the frigid air. The objects on the shelves seemed to tremble imperceptibly, as if acknowledging something in the visitor's presence. "I'm afraid," I whispered, "I don't possess these specific objects." The visitor stood still for a prolonged moment before nodding slowly. Retrieving the parchment, they tucked it back into their coat with the same fluidity as before. Moving towards the exit, they paused before departing. Tilting slightly, a sound emerged from the scarf, resembling more a thought than a voice. "You will." A statement, not a question. The bell tolled once more as they exited, its resonance deeper, as though echoing from a distant realm. Outside, the snow fell unabated, but for an instant it seemed the flakes hung suspended, frozen in time. That night, after securing the shop, I examined the antique mirror. Its reflective surface appeared deeper, hinting at hidden depths within. The pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had ceased precisely at the moment of the visitor's arrival. Since then, each evening as shadows lengthened and light waned, I find myself gazing towards the door, anticipating the bell's sound. And every object in the shop seems to share in the vigil, as if we all sense the inevitable return of the visitor. In an antique emporium, every item harbors a tale, and perhaps, just perhaps, some items await the commencement of their own narrative. Story 63. The night held its breath, a symphony of soft whispers merging with the gentle percussion of raindrops on the roof. Stirred from slumber, a common occurrence of late, I found myself roused at an unusual hour. Bathed in the pale moonlight seeping through the curtains, a peculiar sight greeted me on the nightstand, an ancient brass key adorned with intricate designs along its edges. Its presence was unfamiliar yet strangely comforting, as though it had always been a silent companion in the shadows of my existence. Curling my fingers around the key, its chill sent a delicate tremor through me. Surprisingly weighty for its size, the metal bore the weathered patina of time, a testament to its age and history. Its design defied convention, lacking the jagged teeth of modern keys or the elaborate grooves of antiquity. Instead, smooth contours hinted at centuries of handling, while ornate floral patterns intertwined with symbols reminiscent of a forgotten language. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from the bed and ventured into the night-shrouded house. The darkness seemed to reshape familiar spaces, casting eerie shadows that danced in the corners of my vision. Guided by the faint bluish aura emanating from the key, I traversed the wooden floors, each creak beneath my steps a whispered secret of the night. The air bore the scent of ancient wood and yellowed pages, weaving a tapestry of forgotten memories. Approaching each door, I hesitated not to insert the key, but to sense its silent guidance. A subtle vibration tingled through my fingertips whenever the key neared wood, as though it sought an unseen companion. It was within my study that the key's purpose became clear. An antique bookcase, a relic from generations past, resonated with a hidden connection to the key. As I ran the key along its edge, the glow intensified, casting a pulsating light that seemed to breathe in harmony with an invisible melody. A faint, almost imperceptible hum filled the air, like a note plucked from a long-forgotten instrument. The key vibrated with increasing intensity, as if on the brink of a revelation. Pressing it against the bookcase's central panel, a deep sigh seemed to echo through the room. The polished wood rippled, revealing glimpses of faces and places lost to time, shimmering like reflections in a forgotten pool. With the break of dawn, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clenched in my hand. The morning light banished the lingering shadows, yet the echoes of that mysterious night lingered in the air. Though the bookcase stood stoic and unchanged, a subtle shift had occurred, a secret shared between the key and its ancient resting place. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow, but retained its enigmatic weight. On silent nights, a deep resonance seemed to emanate from the bookcase, a siren call to the key that lay dormant in my drawer. I resisted the urge to unlock further mysteries, understanding that some doors are best left unopened, even when the key beckons. Perhaps it was the key that found me, a silent seeker of lost truths, and I pondered the secrets that lay hidden within a key without a lock. Story 64. Night had wrapped the ancient countryside house in a cloak of profound calm. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltz across the walls while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth embraced me like a cozy quilt, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly caressed the tree leaves. Amid this perfect serenity, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a tinkling, childlike laughter drifting from the upper floor of the house, a laughter as delicate as silver bells. Pausing to listen, I let the sound blend with the crackling fire. There was an enchanting innocence to it, almost like a joyous melody. Yet in over 2 decades of solitary existence in this house, I had never welcomed children within these walls. A gentle curiosity began to trickle through me, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had almost overtaken me. With unhurried movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation of the old Persian rug under my feet. The floorboards whispered softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The glow from the candles in the living room cast a welcoming radiance, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent ballet. Ascending the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, not chilling but rather a caress on the skin, reminiscent of a seaside breeze. The laughter echoed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom used, adorned with ancient furniture cloaked in white sheets that swayed gently, stirred by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to seep through, unlike any other light in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was something distinct, pulsating softly like a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the time-worn wood crooned a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that otherworldly luminescence. The draped furniture cast soothing shapes, akin to clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a solid form, but a dance of light and shadow resembling a child. The laughter chimed once more, clearly originating from that radiant being. No fear gripped me, only an intense sense of awe. The light child toyed with the rays it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls as if crafting with light itself. Drawing nearer, the room's temperature gently fluctuated between cool and warm, like the ebb and flow of ocean waves. As I approached, a flicker of familiarity dawned upon me. In its fluid motions, I recognized echoes of my childhood play in the figure. A forgotten memory surfaced with tender sweetness. That crystalline, pure laughter was my own from childhood. Time seemed to stretch as I gazed at that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laughter now echoing like a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or disrupting, fearing to shatter the spell of tranquility and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light waned, akin to the sun setting on a winter evening. The child's form grew increasingly ethereal until only a faint glow lingered. The final laughter I heard was a soft whisper, a gentle farewell before dissolving into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a comforting silence. The draped furniture ceased swaying, and the air reverted to its usual state. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now harbored a precious secret. Returning to my armchair by the fireplace, where the flames flickered on, I settled amidst the cushions. It dawned on me that I would never truly comprehend the events of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something deeper? A message from the past manifesting through a child's laughter in the darkness. Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the quietest nights, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, like a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I allow the mystery to endure, a cherished secret between myself and the child who laughs in the shadows. Story 65. In the quiet embrace of an autumn evening, time seemed to pause its relentless march as the rain whispered a lullaby on the weathered roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in the embrace of my cherished armchair, I gazed upon the gentle glow emanating from the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp was no ordinary possession. Its stained glass lampshade painted the room with whimsical hues, casting intricate patterns that danced along the walls. But on this particular night, a peculiar enchantment unfolded before my eyes. Within the shifting shadows, a narrative unfolded, unlike anything I had witnessed before. The silhouettes swayed and pirouetted with a grace that defied explanation, weaving a tapestry of shapes and forms that seemed to possess a life of their own. Initially dismissing it as a trick of tired eyes, I soon realized that these shadows moved with a peculiar autonomy, unaffected by the laws of the physical world. When a gentle breeze nudged the lampshade, the shadows did not mimic its motion but followed an enigmatic cadence of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and drew closer to the lamp, drawn by an unseen force. The glass, warm to the touch, pulsated with a hidden secret, concealed within its geometric design. Tracing the contours with my fingertips, I discovered a faint symbol etched into the base, shimmering softly in the lamplight. As I delved deeper into the spectacle, the shadows divulged intricate scenes. Figures in elegant motion, trees swaying in an unseen breeze, and elusive creatures that materialized and dissolved like wisps of memory. The lamp appeared to be a storyteller, narrating tales of yore through the silent dialogue of light and darkness. Spellbound, I lowered myself to the floor, an audience of one to this spectral theater. The shadows, sentient in their response, drew nearer as I leaned in and retreated when I pulled away. Occasionally, a distant melody, ethereal and haunting, accompanied their dance, a musical whisper that wove through the air, enhancing the mystique of the performance. As the night deepened its embrace, the shadows unraveled more elaborate narratives. Ordinary moments intertwined with flights of fancy. A child at play transformed into a soaring bird, a seamstress morphed into a fluttering butterfly. The lamp spoke a language of its own, transcending the boundaries of reality and dreams. Then a revelation seized me. Among the shadowy vignettes, fragments of my own past emerged. Childhood memories, long thought forgotten, resurfaced on the walls of the room, vivid and poignant. The rain outside, a symphony of tranquility, harmonized with the shadows' movements, as if choreographed by a silent conductor. Time, an inconsequential notion, dissolved as I surrendered to a reverie of quiet awe. Slowly, the figures waned, their movements languid like weary performers bidding adieu. The shadows softened, their edges blurred, yet their allure remained undiminished. It was as if the lamp, a bard of light, murmured the final verses of a bedtime story, preparing to resume its guise as a mere object. Rising from the floor, I observed the rain had ceased, leaving behind a serene hush. The shadows, stripped of their enchantment, reverted to mundane projections, and yet a transformation had occurred. Contemplating the heirloom before me, I sensed a newfound depth, a reservoir of untold tales waiting to unfold on future tranquil nights. Drifting onto the sofa, I succumbed to the lamp's gentle embrace, its luminance coaxing me towards slumber. In my waning consciousness, a solitary shadow graced the wall, a visage of my grandfather, his smile a silent reassurance that some enigmas are best cherished, not deciphered. Story 66. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that mingled with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly at the latest addition to my collection hanging on the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it exuded. The aged golden frame shimmered in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections across the walls. On that particular evening, as the storm outside intensified, a peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves appeared to sway ever so slightly, as if tenderly caressed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the play of shadows from the fire, but a persistent feeling crept over me, whispering that something was amiss. The colors seemed to deepen, their vibrancy heightened beyond recollection. The path meandering through the canvas, once concealed among the trees, now appeared elongated and sinuous, as if extending beyond the painting's confines. Rising from my chair, I approached the painting. An unusual chill enveloped the air around it, starkly contrasting the warmth of the fire. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a texture unlike what I expected, smooth and almost velvety. A subtle fragrance of damp earth and wet foliage wafted from the frame, so lifelike that it blurred the line between reality and artistry. While pondering these anomalies, movement flickered in the upper corner of the painting. Among the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. It was not a mere trick of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked amidst the painted foliage. My heart quickened, not from fear but from an insatiable curiosity. Stepping back, I endeavored to gain a clearer view. It was then that I witnessed the brushstrokes within the painting shifting autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms within the landscape. The trees swayed gently, as though responding to an invisible breeze, and on the horizon, where only mist had existed before, a faint outline materialized, a modest stone dwelling. The pitter-patter of the rain evolved into a soft whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Enthralled, I sank back into the armchair, utterly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room seemed to expand as if the painting were transcending its boundaries into reality. Throughout the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing rhythm, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant house grew more defined, its chimney emitting wisps of smoke, windows aglow with a golden radiance. I pondered whether inhabitants resided within that painted abode, and if they beheld me, seated in my armchair, observing them through the enchanted window of art. Strangely, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, it bestowed a profound tranquility, as though I had unearthed a clandestine passage where truth and fiction seamlessly intertwined. As the night progressed, the painting continued to divulge its mysteries with patience. At times, phantom figures strolled along the path, while at others, they dissolved into mere shadows, dancing amidst the trees. Each attempt to focus on these visions resulted in their gentle dispersal, akin to fleeting dream memories upon awakening. With the break of dawn tinting the sky pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves ceased their rustling, colors stabilized, and the distant house faded into the morning mist. Only the lingering aroma of damp leaves remained, a solitary testament to the nocturnal revelations. Since that night, I sit in my armchair every evening, observing the painting with unwavering patience. At times it unveils its secrets, while on other occasions it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet, I am aware that behind that canvas lies an entire realm, one that awakens when the world slumbers, reserved solely for those with the fortitude to observe intently. Story 67. The fall breeze danced through the tree branches, orchestrating a gentle symphony that harmonized with the hushed whispers of the surrounding crowd. Nestled on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of passers-by strolling along the pathways. The air held a crispness that carried the essence of damp soil and moist wood. Though a book lay in my hands, my focus drifted to a subtle, nearly imperceptible feeling that had lingered with me for days. It all began so subtly. One morning, during my commute to work, a tingling sensation crept over my neck, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I glanced behind me, finding only the usual throng of commuters rushing towards their destinations. In the subsequent days, that sensation grew more frequent, more tangible. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even leisurely moments at my cherished cafe, it persisted. As individuals continued to traverse past my bench, some solitary, others accompanied, a sense of unease nestled within me. Among the sea of familiar faces, I sensed a difference, a presence undefined. Closing my book, I rose and chose to embark on a stroll. The sky transitioned into hues of amber as streetlights flickered to life one by one. My footsteps echoed along the main avenue, the mysterious sensation trailing me like a shadow at a fixed distance. Halting before a storefront, I feigned interest in the displayed wares. Peering into the window's reflection, I discreetly monitored the figures passing behind me. And there, amidst the crowd, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. A face that seemed ever present, shifting fluidly between individuals, evading clear recognition. Resuming my walk with heightened vigilance, I veered down side streets, the crowd thinning, yet the presence enduring. Seated upon a bench in a serene square, encircled by illuminated windows of aged edifices, I felt a chill in the air as the first stars emerged in the dusk. It dawned on me then, the disquieting realization that it wasn't a singular gaze tracking me, but many. A succession of gazes seamlessly exchanging in a silent, choreographed ballet. Certain faces recurred more frequently. A woman in a blue scarf, a bespectacled man of middle age, a backpack-clad boy. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen watchers. The streets now lay deserted, yet the sensation only intensified within the nocturnal quietude. Upon reaching my apartment, I settled by the window, peering down at the passers-by below. As the city lights flickered to life one by one, I pondered the enigmatic nature of this clandestine surveillance. Who were these individuals? What purpose drove their scrutiny? And most perplexing of all, why me? Unanswered questions loomed in the atmosphere, shrouded by the encroaching nightfall that enfolded the city in its inky cloak. Since that juncture, I've acclimated to this newfound awareness. At times, I endeavor to discern my watchers, while on other occasions I feign ignorance of their presence. Yet they persist, akin to shadows skirting the periphery of my daily existence. In the silence of night, as I gaze from my window at the dimming thoroughfares, I ponder if they too contemplate my existence, concealed within their abodes, preparing for another day of this cryptic waltz of gazes and specters. Story 68. The rain cascaded down in a mesmerizing pattern on the rooftop, crafting a natural symphony that wove through the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea, I drifted in and out of awareness, entranced by the soothing cadence. Amidst this tranquil ambience, a peculiar sensation beckoned my focus. A faint, almost elusive sound intertwined with the rain's rhythm. Delicate footsteps, as if tiptoeing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I attributed it to the customary settling of the house. Aged dwellings possess a language of their own, murmuring through creaks and gentle sighs. Mine was no exception, especially on damp nights when the wooden framework swelled with moisture. Yet there was an uncanny quality to the way these noises unfolded, as though adhering to a deliberate sequence, a tempo reminiscent of human gait. With deliberate movements, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the adjacent table. The wooden floor beneath me exuded a residual warmth, a remnant of the day's heating. Progressing towards the basement entrance, I discerned a gradual chill permeating the air, as though an icy current ascended from below. The brass knob yielded a frosty touch, and as I turned it, a resounding click reverberated through the hush of the house. The staircase descended into darkness, sporadically bathed in a faint bluish glow filtering through a small skylight. Step by cautious step, I descended, my footfalls mingling with the enigmatic ones from before. The basement's distinctive aroma, a blend of aged wood, musty earth, and an indefinable essence, intensified as I ventured deeper. Within the shadows of the basement, silhouettes danced along the walls with each flash of lightning. The shelves, laden with antiquities, cast contorted shapes that appeared to sway in synchrony with the rain's tempo. Amidst this eerie spectacle, a peculiar revelation seized my attention. Imprinted on the dusty floor were footprints, ethereal impressions of moisture, as though someone with damp soles had circled the room's center. Drawing nearer to these enigmatic marks, I endeavored to decipher their origin. The skylight remained intact, devoid of any signs of water seepage. While scrutinizing these mysterious prints, a subtle movement at the room's darkest recess drew my gaze. There, in the shadowed enclave untouched by light, a subtle motion seemed to unfold at a glacial pace. My heartbeat quickened, though not from fear. Rather, an amalgam of curiosity and an inexplicable sense of recognition stirred within me. Approaching the obscure corner, the air grew colder, and the echo of footsteps from above resurfaced. Yet this time, the footsteps seemed dispersed, enveloping the space as if an unseen presence traversed every corner simultaneously. It was then that a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The footprints on the floor delineated a deliberate motif, a spiral converging towards the room's center. Following this intricate path with my gaze, I discerned that the freshest footprints, those nearest to the core, remained damp, as if freshly etched. Motionless, I stood as these traces gradually dissipated, evaporating into the frigid basement atmosphere. The echoes of footsteps gradually faded, melding seamlessly with the rain's incessant cascade outside. Ascending the stairs once more, I bore with me a profound sense of tranquility, as though I had borne witness to an ancient, enigmatic ritual embedded within the depths of the house. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, the rain's melody had taken on a new resonance. No longer mere droplets striking the roof, it seemed to echo the rhythmic cadence of the footsteps from the basement. Drifting into sleep, I pondered whether the footsteps would revisit the following night, and if I would summon the courage to linger long enough to unveil the mystery behind those elusive footprints in the dust. Story 69. The night draped the house in a hushed embrace, as the wind whispered softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair in my bedroom, I watched shadows playfully waltz on the walls, illuminated by the flickering lamplight. It was that magical time when slumber beckoned, yet an unusual resistance had taken hold of me against the call of Morpheus. The reason was simple. Night after night, for weeks on end, the same dream had visited me with eerie precision. The room was warm, the steady tick-tock of the old pendulum clock creating a soothing lullaby. My gaze fell upon the open diary resting on the desk, where I had meticulously chronicled every detail of the recurring dream. Page after page, my neat handwriting narrated the familiar sequence of events. A spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into the unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. As I turned the pages of the diary, a detail caught my eye, one that had eluded me before. In each rendition of the dream, the temperature seemed to gradually drop as I descended the stairs. The cold touch of the stone against my fingers, the mist of my breath forming delicate clouds in the air, all of it felt vividly real. Yet what truly set this dream apart was the uncanny sense of recognition that accompanied me on this mysterious journey, as if the staircase led to a place deeply familiar to me, though unexplored in waking life. The closed door at the foot of the stairs remained a mystery, its intricate symbols beckoning me closer each night. They appeared to shift and sway under my gaze, as if alive with a hidden energy. In the dream, my fingertips traced the curves of the symbols, and with each touch, a subtle vibration coursed through the wood, as though the door itself pulsed with life. That particular evening, as I readied myself for bed, a new object caught my attention in the room. On the nightstand, beside the lamp, lay a small item I had never seen before, an ancient bronze key, its intricate designs oddly reminiscent of the symbols adorning the dream door. I lifted it, struck by its weight and the chill it exuded. How it had come to be there eluded me, yet its presence felt strangely natural, as if it had always belonged in my world. I settled into bed, clutching the key tightly in my hand, its solidity a reassuring reminder of reality amidst the realm of dreams. As sleep beckoned, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. The dream unfolded as always, the winding staircase, the echoing droplets, the chill intensifying with each step. But this time, as I stood before the door, the key in my grasp pulsed faintly, resonating with the symbols etched in the wood. With trembling hands, I approached the door, discovering a hidden lock among the engravings. My heart drummed a slow, steady rhythm as I inserted the key. With a soft, melodic click, the mechanism turned, unveiling not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. I awoke in my room to the gentle hues of dawn filtering through the curtains. The key still nestled in my palm, now radiating a warmth that felt almost alive. On the desk, the diary lay open, a new page filled with characters unfamiliar to me, yet reminiscent of the door's symbols. They seemed to dance and shift like liquid ink, weaving a tale beyond my comprehension. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited me. The key rests upon my nightstand, occasionally emitting a subtle vibration on the quietest of nights. I often ponder what awaits at the summit of that mirrored staircase, and whether one day I will summon the courage to ascend. For now, I find solace in observing the symbols within the diary, their enigmatic dance unfolding in the darkest hours, narrating a story that perhaps I am not yet prepared to decipher. Story 70. The night enveloped the house in a shroud of profound quietude, broken only by the soft tap-tap of raindrops on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows pirouette on the walls, mirroring the flickering firelight from the hearth. The warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the delicate aroma of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. It was within this moment of exquisite tranquility that I spied something out of the ordinary in my niece's playroom, peeking through the slightly ajar door. An ancient porcelain music box, a keepsake from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish radiance. I couldn't recall ever seeing it glow like that before. Slowly, I stood from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor elicited a gentle creak, harmonizing with the rain's cadence, weaving an almost hypnotic tune. Drawing nearer to the door, the glow intensified yet retained its softness, akin to moonbeams dancing on tranquil waters. The playroom was a haven of memories and marvels. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls clad in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her strolls in the garden. The porcelain ballerina, perched atop the music box, typically frozen in a perpetual pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if caressed by an unseen zephyr. I inched closer, noting the room's temperature was noticeably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in wisps of vapor, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its light, casting minuscule rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost perceive a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand toward the music box, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have shifted their gazes towards me, but in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had believed forgotten. The music box began to revolve on its own, unhurriedly. The ballerina danced with an ethereal grace, her motions fluid like those of a true dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of yesteryears. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small enchanted object. I remained transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music melded with the rain's rhythm, crafting a symphony that whispered of longing and concealed enigmas. The shadows in the room appeared to waltz to the music's beat, and for an instant I sensed I was not the sole witness to this private exhibition. Slowly, the melody began to fade, like a reverie slipping away upon waking. The blue glow from the music box dimmed to a faint shimmer, and the ballerina halted her dance, frozen once more. Silence descended upon the room, but it was a different silence, pregnant with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I retrieved my now tepid tea. Gazing at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, I ruminated on Grandma and her penchant for objects imbued with tales. I pondered if she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for select moments and select observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the playroom, I steal a glance at the music box. At times, I believe I catch a fleeting blue radiance, or catch the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, perhaps it's merely recollections pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night.